live chat. Or so it claims. Alright, I think I'm going to get my chat open. View your channel. Okay, cool. Oh, give myself a thumbs up. Don't mind if I do. Let me actually get my pop-out chat. There you go. And then there's this, and that's gone. Noroi the Curse. It's good, I'm not as big of a fan of it as other people are. $253 Easter eggs. Too many Easter eggs for me.
Not crazy.
I'm gonna get you some help, okay?
Because whenever I started to look into to see where I could find the movie to watch, once again means that
Alright. Gotta adjust this audio. So the Robert De Niro, Dakota Johnson horror thriller from the early 2000s, Hide and Seek, apparently has like 4 different endings, which means that her little secret friend might have been real, or it could have even been supernatural. And apparently they wanted to deploy different endings to the movies, almost like the film Clue, apparently. Hey, so here we go. I'm going to do audio boost.
not crazy. Once again means that I'm not crazy.
I'm gonna get you some help.
Once again means that I'm not crazy.
I'm gonna get you some help, okay?
Because whenever I started to look into
Hide and Seek
to see where I could find the movie to watch it again, I kept finding people describing a different ending than what I remember.
Did you leave the door open?
And it's because there's not just one ending or 2 endings, but there's actually a total of 5 different endings for this film. And because I live in the United States, this means I didn't get to see the...
Also, I rented this movie, or I asked my mom to rent this movie when it came out. We watched it on VHS, and I was disappointed because it was just disappointing.
best ending of this movie.
There you are.
And so if you have not seen this film, I'll just say that when 20th Century Fox was putting this out into theaters, they took so much precaution to make sure that the ending was not going to be spoiled for anybody.
Just please help me understand what's happening here. Help me!
Please.
So that should tell you what kind of twists and turns this movie has for us today.
What you drawing there?
You die.
Because I remember this film being one of the first ones that actually left me just mind blown by the end of it, going, no, what, huh? And so with that being said, join me as we make our way from the beginning to all of the ends of Hide and Seek 2005. And to start us off, we have Dakota Fanning here, who's spinning around and around on this merry-go-round.
Yeah, merry-go-rounds make me freaking sick. I don't know.
This is just such a fun way to set up how you're going to feel for most of this movie, just having your head spin the entire time. But clearly Emily here is having a wonderful time as her mom spins her around on the merry-go-round, and we actually get to see her dad is actually the taxi-driving, deer-hunting Irishman himself, Robert De Niro. And since this is a horror movie after all, we know that the good times like this can't last for very long, and so quickly after Allison lays Emily down to bed, kisses her goodnight, and tells her that she loves her more than anything else, we see that the relationship between her and David is not very good.
Something you want to talk about?
Some things are beyond therapy, David.
As it's clear that they're to the point that they're not even going to try to talk about the issue that's going on between them, but just ignore it entirely. As Allison goes to get a bath and David goes to bed, David is woken up by a gentle, ghostly caress on his face and a jump scare of a dream here at exactly 2:06 in the morning, where he realizes that Allison still hasn't come to bed yet, and it seems like she's still in the last place that we saw her, in the bath. as David goes to check on his wife. It's not good. This is a horror movie, and like I said, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. So much so that I'm pretty positive I can't show you this. Can't do it. She's no longer here. It's not good. It's not good all the way around. And what's even worse is that not only David has to experience this firsthand, but so does Emily. And this experience is not easily brushed off by Emily as she ends up in a children's hospital where she is clearly not able to deal with what she saw. And while Dr. David here watches in on his daughter, he talks to his friend Catherine about how he knew all of the signs were there and he should have done something to prevent the death of his wife.
I could have prevented it.
David, it's not your fault.
And he's able to see all of these signs after the fact because he's actually a psychologist, and he realizes that the best course of action for him and his daughter right now...
We're gonna move. Upstate. The country.
So they pack up all their stuff, they get in the car, we get this interaction between Emily and Catherine so they can establish that they also have a close relationship.
Give me a hug.
Then David and Emily set off to Woodland, New York, which is somebody who grew up in a little country town. I can imagine that it would be quite a culture shock going from big city New York to a town of right around 2,000 people. And I'm sure David's hoping that it will be enough of a shock to sort of snap Emily back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh. Because at this point in the movie, even whenever I was re-watching it, I was thinking, is there like a ghost or like a weird cult or something extra going on here? Because this is shot like, you know, there's something extra calling to her off in the distance. But we'll come back to how she's acting later, because right now we got to say goodbye to Mr. Haskins, who I guess is the realtor, and Sheriff Hafferty here, who you can tell is a small town sheriff because
he routinely checks on the houses up here, makes sure things run smoothly.
But with all of this info, I just feel like what Emily does right here.
I think your dad did a good job picking the house.
But then we also quickly see that Emily feels this same way about everything.
I'd like to go to bed now.
As David tries to connect with her and make her laugh by doing some of the same things that his wife did whenever she was still alive, by making funny faces or playing hide and seek.
Come out wherever you are.
It's a really neat parallel that we get to see the difference between the relationship that Emily has with both of her parents.
She be hiding in the closet?
Could she be hiding in the closet?
Because instead of doing what a bunch of other movies would do and just having them get into a fight and saying, "You're not like Mom," and then, you know, running off to her bedroom, none of that happens. It's a lack of emotions, and the movie is able to just show us with these interactions that Emily is still struggling with her new reality, and David's just trying his best.
I love you more than anything else in the world.
I love you more than anything else in the world, sweetheart.
That's what Mommy said.
And one of the first steps that he takes is actually just trying to set up his office while Emily sets out to go and explore their new property that they have. And while David's finding his headphones and his notebook, Emily's finding some butterflies and a cave.
The cave made it seem really
And I don't know if that's the
supernatural.
face I would have if I found a cave. That would be awesome. But maybe she drops her doll out of excitement. Maybe. But that's not the only weird part that happens here. We have David writing stuff down, talking about Emily and some of the psychological problems that she's currently having, when he notices a smudge on his hand. There, a smudge. And then he takes the time to actually wipe it off. Why did I use Sharpie? I feel like an idiot. Seems like an odd detail now, but of course, it'll come back around later on. Just like how Emily has come back around to the house after she's been out and about, maybe exploring the cave, or maybe just still walking. Maybe she came back to get a flashlight. That's what I would have done. But she's not going to be doing any exploring today because David tells her, "Come on, we're going to run to town." I guess all it shows them is getting gas, but before they can leave, they run into the neighbor.
I'm Laura. I live next door.
Who's just doing some neighborly things and gives them a little basket with some goodies that they actually made. And it's clear that there's something a little weird going on with the neighbor, because she has the same kind of distant, foggy look that Emily also has. That is, until she sees what could be a potential friend over at the playground. Okay, so she doesn't smile because she sees somebody that could be a friend. She smiles because she fell off of the monkey bars. Which, I mean, I remember watching a lot of America's Funniest Home Videos around this time, so, you know, who knows? Maybe this is just our kind of humor. Hopefully nothing extra is wrong. There is something extra wrong here. And David should have realized this much sooner whenever she doesn't have her doll Alex with her anymore.
Who's Alex?
But according to Emily,
I don't like her anymore.
and this is because she has a new friend,
Is it?
He's not a doll.
and his name is Charlie, and she actually met him out in the woods.
He doesn't want me to talk about it.
Doesn't want you to talk about him?
And so David, realizing that this is just got to be an imaginary friend, asks,
Is he here right now?
to which Emily just sort of looks around and says,
I think he's sleeping.
and this whole interaction leads David to calling Catherine to try to figure out and just sort of vent to somebody, because he wishes that his daughter would just...
Confide in me instead of using fantasy.
But Catherine just reminds him to just have fun with her. This is going to take some time. And we see him going out to the trash can where he actually finds Alex. Alex has seen some better days. And hoping to make some better days, David goes and buys some fishing gear. He gets a ticket from the sheriff.
Sheriff! You parked in a handicapped zone.
Which is just weird to me, this interaction that they have, because they seemed okay earlier, and now it seems like the sheriff is kind of mean to him.
Oh, I didn't even realize. Could you give me a break? I didn't realize. Enjoy your day.
Like, the movie does a really good job with that, of setting up all of these side characters to start to act really weird and distant towards Emily and David, which, hey, instead of the movie just spoon-feeding me literally everything, it says, no, you can figure this out. You've got it. And surprisingly, Emily just thinks that this is funny because they broke the law.
We broke the law.
I know we broke the law. Shut the door.
And it really makes you think that she's going to be okay and they're going to have a good day until they get to their fishing spot. And instead of using the bait that David bought, she finds a beetle and then slowly impales it with the hook.
Honey, what are you doing?
I mean, I've been fishing a bunch. I've never used a beetle. I've used a lot of crickets and worms and stuff. But the way that this is shot and the facts that I've found about this whole beetle scene it just makes my head spin, because they couldn't just shoot this scene with a real beetle. They had to cut in between real and fake beetle, and also a beetle with like a prosthetic on it to set all of this up and show Dakota Fanning how to properly do this to make sure that the beetle wouldn't be harmed. I mean, okay. I think it's cool that they still went through with this scene with all of the extra stuff that they had to go through and do to actually get it into the film, because very easily they could have just cut it or went a different route to show that she is still quite mentally disturbed in this moment, because even David's like, hey,
Emily, we have bait.
you don't have to do that. And it's just clear that she enjoys it. Don't worry about it, Dad. I'm having fun. Thanks for taking me fishing.
All right.
And all I can wonder now is, did they catch anything? What are they eating for supper here? Because I can't tell if this is fish or chicken, and David can't tell how Charlie actually is as a friend.
He's a lot of fun.
Fun like how?
Fun like mommy.
And he also can't seem to get the window open. And this is a personal pet peeve of mine for houses that I've worked on, because normally with these old ones, they'll just paint over the window, like sealing it shut with paint, and then they'll add like 6 or 7 coats, and you basically need a knife and a wedge and a crowbar to get it open, and it's impossible.
It's okay, Daddy.
But luckily, it doesn't seem to haunt David that he was unable to open the window. Instead, he's being haunted by some past memories of him and his wife, when, once again, we get a weird ghostly touch to his face as he wakes up at 2:06 in the morning again. So he decides to get up because he can hear the sounds of water dripping off in the bathroom. And the way that this whole thing is shot, I'm still thinking like maybe he's dreaming, maybe, you know, this is just him having like a walking nightmare kind of thing. And certainly, yeah, whenever he does open the bathroom, it is a nightmare. Because we see a recreation of the exact same scene from where he found his wife, but instead of having her in the bathtub, written on the wall it says, "You let her die." And then it cuts over to Emily standing in the doorway. And David just woke up, so he asks her, "Well, why would you do this?"
I didn't do it.
But David can see, because it's her crayons and even her handwriting, this has got to be her, so why is she lying about it?
You don't have to lie to me.
Not lying.
And David, understanding that she hasn't been in the right mental place, he tries to logically explain that there's only 2 of us in the house, so who else would it have been?
Okay, well, if you didn't do it, then who did?
It was Charlie.
And David's just thinking, Charlie's gonna have to chill out, because this is a lot.
She thinks I'm responsible for Allison's death.
It's Charlie that holds you responsible.
And he's hoping that a play date with Elizabeth and Amy will be able to help with everything that Emily has going on.
This is Amy.
Hi. Hi.
And yes, Amy is the potential friend that David and them saw earlier whenever they were out getting gas, and Elizabeth is actually her aunt. And while David tries to work a little bit of his magic on Elizabeth, Emily does the exact opposite.
You shouldn't be here. You could get hurt.
Resulting in this being a very short play date, but I guess it worked out for David since he gets a little kiss. And I just got to say, I love this shot between David and Emily on the stairs after Amy and Elizabeth leave, because Emily just looks so tired, and she makes it very clear that
I don't need any more friends.
And David seems to think that's because he's now found Charlie hanging out with Emily outside. But as it turns out, that this is actually the neighbor Stephen,
Laura's husband from next door?
who surprised me a lot whenever I rewatched this movie, because he's actually played by Robert John Burke, who is the main character in one of my all-time favorite Stephen King adaptations, Thinner. And I actually just finished listening to the book on Audible, and if you would like to go and listen to it for free, you can use my link down in the description to sign up for 1 month free trial. That also gives you 1 credit that you can use to get any book that you want, and even if you don't keep your subscription, you get to keep the book forever. But not only that, you also get access to the Audible Plus catalog, which literally has over 68,000 hours of content that you can listen. Then you can Stephen and why he's currently out.
I love Audible, but I'm skipping his ad.
Like, just as David is trying to learn all about Stephen and why he's currently outside talking to his daughter right now.
You're gonna be neighbors, you might as well be neighborly, right?
Right, because as a parent, this entire interaction is really odd. And I completely understand why David is seeming so defensive, but Emily is also seeming really odd when this is going on.
Bye.
Which is supposed to make us think that, hey, actually maybe Stephen here is Charlie. Even more so whenever they're headed inside and he stops them to say this.
You're very lucky to have such a beautiful daughter.
So after this, David tries to have a talk with Emily to re-emphasize to her that we don't talk to strangers.
He's not a stranger.
What do you mean?
He's our neighbor.
So now that they're on the same page,
Don't walk away when I'm talking to you. I'm telling you something. It's very important for you to listen when I tell you something.
we see David go up to his office, and then he hears what sounds like a kettle down in the kitchen, where, sure enough, the kettle is on, and it apparently has been boiling for quite some time. Thinking this is really weird, he goes to check on Emily, and she seems to be having a great time. and somehow, apparently, got the window open.
Did you open that?
I thought you did.
And that's because Charlie was just there, and it seems like he just left out the window. And it's at this moment David's starting to realize maybe there's a little something extra going on with this whole Charlie character. And of course, for everybody watching this for the first time, they start thinking, maybe Charlie's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon.
I want to talk to Charlie.
I was
What would
hoping
you
it
like
was
to talk about?
supernatural.
And David can't seem to really get any answers out of Emily about Charlie or what's going on. So he decides that it'd probably be best just to let her go to bed, and he can go and try to get his thoughts out into the journal that he's been keeping on her progression with her imaginary friend.
9,000, 10,000.
Instead of going to bed, she decides it's time to play hide and seek with Charlie.
Ready or not, here I come.
And I can't tell if she wins because she doesn't really find Charlie. It's more like Charlie finds her down in the basement.
Charlie? Is that you?
Which luckily David's able to hear her over the sound of his music. He jumps up, he runs downstairs, and something is going on. Somebody else has got to be in the basement to be making this noise. But I guess Charlie was just being nice and trying to get the backup generator started for him, and it kicks in, and David just looks like he's really confused, but Emily doesn't look like she's doing very well.
Can I go to bed now?
And this is a pretty important scene because it seems like Emily went from having a lot of fun with her new friend to now being a lot more on edge and scared of Charlie. And even though we see Emily still awake for a little while after she does go to her room to lay down, hopefully she got some sleep because they have quite a few visitors the next day. One, we get a visitor from Laura who comes in to explain to David, hey, sorry about Steven being a little weird. We actually lost our daughter here not too long ago, and Emily reminds us of her.
He's harmless, really. He wouldn't hurt a fly.
So this answers the question for us on why both of the neighbors have been a little weird and awkward and foggy looking whenever they're around Emily and David.
There is nothing worse in this world than losing a child.
Then on the opposite end of the spectrum, we have Elizabeth showing up to have dinner with David and Emily decides to dress up in some of her mother's clothing and mother's jewelry.
Don't you like it?
Not for dinner, no.
Causes David to feel a little awkward because he can kind of sense where everything is going with this.
Did Daddy tell you that my mommy died?
Because it really doesn't end well.
Did he tell you how she died?
Honey, I don't think...
She killed in our bathtub.
Emily...
Because, of course, Emily is still struggling with the loss of her mom, and now there's this other woman there, and everything spirals out of control very quickly.
Let's hope you don't wind up like her.
But Elizabeth understands, so she leaves for the night, and then we see David brushing his teeth, and then they just have a cat. I don't remember there being a cat. I don't remember a cat ever being mentioned. Have they always had this cat?
I remember
or did
that
this cat
being
just
weird.
show up and they just let it into the house? I don't know.
I remember noticing that when I was a kid. I was like, they have a cat? Like, usually it just introduce a character's animals, like, just a side scene, walking by, and you see the cat, you know. It's irrelevant, but, like, this was just, it was so weird. This whole movie seemed like it was plagued with writing issues. Like, they couldn't decide whether they wanted it to be supernatural, a thriller, or, like, basically... This was still riding the wave of Sixth Sense style twists and turns, which is... I mean, one of the reasons that the ending is disappointing. But yeah, this was one of those movies where it was still within the first 10 years of The Sixth Sense had come out, and a bunch of movies had tried to do a similar ending. This isn't a 1-to-1 ratio ending or anything like that, but I mean, you can probably figure out the ending if you're listening.
It's the point that the movie's just
watching,
like, oh no, this cat's
or
been here
whatever.
the whole time. You just haven't been paying attention. Trust me, it's been here. It's always been here, and you're just the crazy one for not noticing. But none of these cat questions seem to bother David. Instead, the same thing that's been bothering him every other night is still bothering him now, and it's memories of his wife as once again he wakes up at 2:06 in the morning. And once again, something's going on in the bathroom. And I gotta say again, the shot of the door and how it's lit has gotta be one of my favorite scenes in the film, because everything else is dark and this door is so perfectly lit that it does seem so dreamlike, that it's drawing our attention and drawing us in, just as it's doing with David, as though neither of us have a choice but to find out what's actually behind it. And it's changed a little bit from what it was last time, because this time it says, now look what you've done. And David just seems to be more annoyed that this is happening again, as he walks up to the bathtub and reaches in, I guess, to pull the chain to drain out the water. And I mean, gross. It's an understatement, as David finds the cat. And so immediately, without washing his hands, he runs over to Emily's room to see what in the world she's thinking.
Charlie did it. Why are you looking at me like that?
I mean, I don't blame David, because of course at this point he's like, okay, no thanks, stay back, clearly you're off your rocker. Which I guess as long as she stays in her room, then David will be okay and he can go and deal with the cat. So he runs downstairs to get a trash bag, where he hears somebody scratching at the front door. And it's Mr. Haskins, apparently dropping off some keys in the middle of the night because he's leaving the next day.
It's a little late to be delivering keys, isn't it?
And David just thinks that this is a really weird thing to do, to drop it off, while Mr. Haskins seems really defensive of just, it's okay, you know, I didn't mean to not give you these keys earlier. Please just take them. I'm leaving for a little while, so here you go. Please be nice to me. And then he leaves.
I apologize.
So after this weird interaction, David gets back to work. He cleans up the bathroom. He goes and gets his shovel out of the shed and goes off into the woods to bury the cat. Then it seems like he must have stayed up the rest of the night thinking, why in the world would Charlie do this? And he just asked Emily the next morning.
Honey, why would Charlie do such a horrible thing?
That's about all the answers that we get. That is, until finally David asks the right questions and Emily finally says,
He doesn't want you to be happy.
to which David responds that Charlie isn't real and that there's something else going on here. And Emily quickly lets him know.
You shouldn't say that. You're gonna make him mad.
Well, that's fine. David wants to make him mad. David wants to see him. He wants to have some conclusion about what in the world is going on right now with his daughter and this Charlie imaginary friend of hers. So he tells her, I want to see him.
Let him come out and yell at me. Good, I want to see him. Where is he?
You wanna see him?
And they head up to her bedroom, where she's got drawings all over the walls of Charlie. But not just of Charlie, but of Charlie, Emily, and her mom. Because she even says that Mommy would have liked Charlie.
No, trust me, honey. Mommy wouldn't like Charlie.
That's not what he said.
And it's during this disagreement where David asks, what else does Charlie say, that finally it kicks in for David that there's gotta be somebody else behind Charlie.
Who told you to say that?
Charlie did?
No,
Charlie did.
there is no Charlie. Who said it?
Charlie did!
Of course, this leads to David freaking out, thinking that his daughter's really flown off of the deep end, because he knows who all she's been around, and the only people that she has really interacted with is Stephen, the neighbor, and Amy.
Charlie!
So clearly something's really going wrong with her mental state. So he calls in backup with Catherine to be able to come out to the house, and we finally see Emily excited about something. And Catherine gets all of the answers that she needs pretty quick whenever she talks to Emily about the game that she has been playing with Charlie.
What game is that?
Upsetting Daddy.
And then explains to David, let her come back with me.
At least for a little while, so she can be evaluated.
And David agrees, but he says, let's just give it another 2 weeks and hopefully we can get everything sorted out. And then once she leaves that evening, David goes upstairs to see that all of Emily's dolls are now missing. And there's even more drawings of Emily and Charlie hanging on the walls now. And if you notice, almost all of them have a circle around Emily and Charlie. And it's pretty clear to us now, if we think back, that they must have met out at the cave, which, weird, creepy, what's going on? And David wants to know a little bit more about what's going on with Emily, so he finds a book in her bedside table, pulls it out, and there's like, it's a, a cute little flip book that, it's not so cute anymore.
What are you doing, Daddy?
Nothing.
What were you looking at?
No, I was just getting ready to tuck you in.
And then David's like, nothing, I'm not doing anything. Please, honey, just get into bed, night, love you. And then he goes to walk out of the room, leaving the door cracked just as she's wanted every single night up to this point. But she stops him and says,
Can you close the door?
You don't want the light?
I don't need it anymore.
and David sees how odd this is, but he shuts the door for her, and that's not the only odd thing that he actually sees that night, because he can also see the neighbors who seem to be arguing quite a bit. And this seems to bother David enough that he goes to visit Laura the next day, who, from the looks of it, is struggling a lot more than what she has let on beforehand. She ends up talking a little bit too much about her situation and about Stephen in particular.
How painful he can make it. I've already said too much.
To the point that she tells David, you just need to leave. He's going to be back here in a little bit, and it would just be best if you weren't here.
You have to go.
David does, and he makes it back to the house, where he makes sure to lock the door. Can't just be letting crazy guys walk right up into his house, right? Right? Can't let that happen, right? But we can have Elizabeth just walk in, because David's too busy up in his study to be able to hear her knocking on the door. So while she's shouting around to let everybody know that she's in the house, she hears somebody upstairs. She makes her way up there to actually find Emily sitting on the bed, and Emily lets her know that...
Daddy's not here.
But wasn't he in the study?
Well, actually, it was you that I came to see.
Okay, I guess it doesn't matter all that much, since they're able to sit down and kind of talk out the issues that they've had over the last couple of days. And once they finally get on the same page, Emily lets her know that I'm actually in the middle of a game right now with Charlie, if you want to play.
What game are you playing?
Hide and seek.
And Elizabeth agrees to play too. And the tension in this scene is incredible, the build up here, because if this is your first time watching, you literally don't know what in the world Charlie is or what's fixing to happen. And then
Come out, wherever you are.
oh geez, oh, she's not okay, she's not, there's no way, there's no possible way. Ouch. Oh, okay, I guess David was asleep whenever all of this happened, and that's the reason that Emily said that he wasn't there right now, because, like, you know, he was asleep. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. And so as he's making his way over to Emily's room, he notices that in all of the pictures, his face has been ripped out. Which, of course, I'm sure he'll just chalk up to Emily's really mad at him and doesn't want him in her life.
What are you drawing, honey?
But I don't know how in the world he would explain the window being just completely shattered. But as we can see, Elizabeth's body isn't down there.
Emily, what happened?
But who is actually down there is Sheriff Hafferty, as he's coming out to check to see what happened to Elizabeth, because everybody knew that was the place that she was headed, and now she hasn't been seen. But not only that,
Found Elizabeth Young's car crashed on the side of the road.
so David's just wondering, well, where is she at? Is she okay? What in the world's going on? And of course, there's no answers. Instead, he just gets more questions.
Would you mind if I had a glass of water?
And the sheriff's able to use this little bit of extra time to look around the house, and he can tell something weird's going on here. But even Emily goes over to talk to the sheriff, and she makes it clear that she hasn't seen Elizabeth. And then the sheriff gives us what is probably the best line in the entire movie.
If I stepped away for a minute, you sure there's nothing you'd want to tell your daddy?
I'm sure.
And with that, he takes Emily's answer and he goes to leave, but just before he does, he wants to be sure that...
You and Emily gonna be here?
We'll be here.
Just Making sure.
So as soon as David shuts the door, he runs upstairs to check on Emily to figure out what in the world happened to Elizabeth. Where's Charlie? And Emily is clearly not okay, and David's trying to figure out what's going on as she holds up a clock showing that it's actually 2:06 a.m., which of course means it's time to check the bathroom. And with finding Elizabeth in the bathtub, David goes to confront Emily to figure out what in the world is going on. Who is Charlie? Where is he at?
Just please help me understand what's happening here. Help me!
It's clear that now David finally believes that Charlie has to be somebody else or be an actual being instead of just her imaginary friend. And he looks her dead in her face and he asks her,
Did you have a part of this?
He made me help.
David still just wants to know who in the world is Charlie and why is he doing this to his family as he gets fed up.
Who is this?
Please, I can't.
He locks the door and then he goes into his office one more time to just sort of unwind and try to think of what in the world to do next. And Emily's doing the same thing as she's trying to pick the lock on her door so that way she can actually have a way of escape as she hears the key enter the lock. As the door swings open, but nobody's there, giving Emily just enough time to run downstairs to call Catherine to tell her.
I don't want to play with Charlie anymore.
And that her dad can't save her anymore because Charlie's found her. But he hasn't found David yet as David goes upstairs to deal with the body of Elizabeth, where we get a quick shot that Emily's door is actually shut and the keys are still in it. As he walks into the bathroom and finds Elizabeth's body is gone. And Emily says that
He just left.
and so David storms outside to go and find this Charlie because he knows for a fact that there's no way his daughter could have picked up this body, took her outside, and then just made her disappear as quick as what everything has happened. And so as he's yelling and screaming, he ends up finding Stephen walking around in his yard.
What are you doing
I heard
here?
some noises. They say you come out of the woods with a shovel. Are you all right?
No!
Which, of course, from an outsider's perspective, makes complete sense because your one and only neighbor is outside screaming like a madman in the middle of the night.
Emily all right? I want to see her.
And Stephen demands to see Emily because he's worried about her, but because it's already been set up that he's probably abusive because of everything that's going on in his life, this makes David worried to the point that he runs back up to the house and he's able to get inside and get the door shut and locked quicker than what Stephen can get all of his body through the door. Since David's already got a knife, of course, the advantage is on his side. As he starts to look around the house to make sure that all the windows are locked and to see exactly where Stephen is gone until he finally sees him again and tells him,
You stay away!
as we see Stephen finally run away and David believing that
Charlie's gone.
He'll go back. I know he will.
he walks over to Emily, he gives her a hug and he reassures her that it's going to be okay, but she keeps crying because she knows that Charlie is going to come back. And it's at this moment David sees his office and that the door is slightly open, but it doesn't look how he last remembered it. And as he gets up and makes his way over to the office, Emily says,
Please don't make me say Charlie.
but as he walks down the hallway, we can see as he steps in that he never set up his office. He never unpacked any boxes. Then as David walks over to start to open some of these boxes and grab the things that he believed he had been using all this time, he begins to remember what actually has happened over the last couple weeks. As he remembers the night of the New Year's celebration and how he found his wife was actually cheating on him, which then led to him cracking and smothering her in her sleep and then setting it up like she did something else. But that means that it wasn't only her, but it was also Elizabeth and the cat. They forgot to include the cat. And with all of this finally clicking with David, Emily steps into the room and asks him,
Can you see now, Daddy?
but David isn't the one to respond. Instead, Charlie says,
Daddy's gone now.
and then we get the sheriff showing back up to the house, of course, after getting a call from the neighbor Stephen from being attacked, but nobody answers the door. So the sheriff comes in. As he hears the door to Emily's room upstairs shutting, he makes his way in there where she's currently drawing something.
What you drawing there?
You. Die.
And now it really is a game of hide and seek.
Dr. Calloway?
Or Marco Polo, I guess. And luckily, since the sheriff's been in the house before, whenever he was doing his routine checks, he knows where the panel is, and he makes his way over there to turn everything back on so he can see. And yeah, Charlie, I guess, won the game. As he begins to drag the unconscious sheriff down the stairs into the basement, Emily sees that this is her chance. So she shuts the door to the basement. She begins to run around to look to see if she can find anything to actually lock the door so that way Charlie can't come back, because she doesn't want to play anymore. But whenever she makes her way back over and sees that the door is open,
What's the matter? Don't you want to play anymore?
it's clear that Charlie and her are gonna play another game of hide and seek.
You killed Mommy.
1 in 1,000.
And this is when we get my favorite scene of the movie.
1,000. 5, 1,000.
So while Emily goes to run and hide, we actually have Catherine pulling up the driveway, and thankfully Emily made that phone call earlier.
David?
But Charlie also gets the best of her and knocks her all the way down the stairs, where she finds the sheriff, who doesn't look so good, which now just leaves for Charlie to find Emily. He looks under the bed, he looks in the closet, he hears something down in the bathroom and makes his way over there, thinking maybe she's hiding in the bathtub.
Emily, go.
But instead, she was hiding behind the door. She runs back down to her room, she gets the key, she locks the door, and then Charlie, thinking that he has the upper hand, just kicks the thing down. And while all this is going on, Catherine has now gotten the sheriff's gun. She's trying to also get out of the basement, and Emily has jumped out the window to make her way, I guess, just off into the woods to hopefully find some safety. And of course, there's only one location for them to go, and it's the place where all of this started. The cave. So Charlie makes his way into the cave. He's trying to find Emily, and then that's when Catherine shows up, and she's holding the gun in her left hand because Famke Janssen, because Famke Janssen here is actually used to using guns, but she's right-handed, and to make it look like she really didn't know what she was doing, she decided it would be best to hold it with her left hand, which I think is actually really smart to try to show the inexperience for the scene to work better. Because of course, Charlie gets the upper hand.
We're gonna get you some help, okay?
And it's because of this that Emily finally steps forward and screams. And Charlie does, as he gets up and he begins to walk closer to Emily, as Emily is trying to plead with him to please not hurt her. And Charlie just asks, why?
She's my friend.
To which Charlie just responds,
I thought I was your friend.
Please, Charlie.
and then begins to make a game out of it, as he always does. As he begins to turn the light off and on, off and on, as he gets closer to Emily, looking to finally end the game for good. But instead, it looks like Catherine's fixing to win this one, as she puts 2 holes in Charlie and puts an end to this game once and for all, as she grabs onto Emily and they hold each other close, knowing that it's finally over. And this is where we get to the first ending, and the one that I remember, which is just called theatrical ending. And then whenever you look it up, it's just theatrical ending US version, which it starts off by showing New York, and we know that it's a new day because here we have Emily, who's just as happy as can be as she's drawing, and they're fixing to get ready to leave as Catherine comes down the stairs and she tells her,
Time for school, sweetheart.
Okay.
everything about this is just so positive and the complete opposite of what we just went through and experienced. And we have Emily here finishing up her drawing as she gets up to go with Catherine to have just a normal life and a normal day. That is until the camera zooms in closer to show us the finished drawing where Emily actually has 2 heads. And then we get credits. So I gotta ask, do you think they went overboard whenever they were sending out and taking all of the precautions to keep the ending a secret, that David was actually Charlie the whole time? or do you think it was worth it? Because, I mean, it certainly sounds like they were really excited to have this new horror movie with Robert De Niro, and they knew what the twist was going to be, and they wanted everybody to be really shocked. I remember me watching it, and I was really shocked, because then you can go back and watch it again, and you kind of remember all of the ways that people were acting weird throughout the movie, and you realize, well, probably, you know, Charlie was calling them saying, dude, where are my keys for this house? And then he also probably called the sheriff and, you know, told him off or something. And there's like all these little interactions that we just completely miss out on throughout the film. And even with all of that and that big twist, then we get to the very end where we have another twist with Emily now having developed what seems like another personality. Or did she? Because there's another ending called Happy Drawing, where it's the exact same thing as what we just saw with the normal US theatrical version, except for whenever it zooms in on her final picture, it's just her. Which I get why they didn't just go with this one for a big theatrical release, because it's like...
I could have sworn that was the version that I saw for the ending. Because I remember thinking, why they even show the picture, like, to make you think that something was going to be wrong, but then everything was normal. Like, there was no twist for her. But I also can remember maybe I had the version where she had also gotten a split personality. But there's, like, 2 other endings that are wildly different that I didn't see. But I saw one of these 2. I don't know which one I saw when I watched this. I mean, I saw it when it came out, you know. 20-something years ago, so whatever.
What was the point in even because... Which I get why they didn't just go with this one for a big theatrical release, because it's like, okay, what was the point in even showing the picture in the first place? This is a horror film, so it just doesn't work. Need to throw it out. Which then leads us into the next one called Life with Catherine. And I think we're getting closer to what is the best ending, but we're not quite there yet. So in this ending, we have Emily sitting in her bed as she's writing down what seems like maybe in a diary or just some notes from the day, whenever Catherine walks into the room and makes sure to tell her,
You know I love you, right?
it then makes it clear to Emily that she'll always be there for her. So Catherine then gives her another kiss on the head. She turns the lights off, gets up to walk out of the room, shuts the door, when we see Emily sitting in bed when she begins to count. And of course, just like always, whenever she makes it to 10, she says,
Ready or not, here I come.
As she then gets up, makes her way over to the closet, opens the door and says,
There you are.
Then we get a slow zoom in on her reflection. So like I said, this one's getting closer to what is the best ending, but we're still not quite there. So we can move on to the next one called Emily's Fate, which was also the international theatrical ending. Starts off the exact same way as Life with Catherine, with Emily writing in her notebook, Catherine coming in, having a little chat with her, and then getting...
So with regards to the ending, it's so weird, because now I remember that other ending. I remember that ending because I was going, because the ending of her drawing 2 heads, representative, okay, so she also got a split personality, but then the ending where she just looks at herself in the mirror, also representative, okay, she's got a split personality, but I don't remember which I need the Hollywood VHS and to see which ending I got. And so let's go to the last ending, which is actually the best ending.
Theatrical ending. Starts off the exact same way as Life with Catherine, with Emily writing in her notebook, Catherine coming in, having a little chat with her, and then getting up, turning off the lamps. But as she goes to walk out the door, Emily stops her and says, Can you leave the door open?
You know I can't do that, sweetheart.
Then we see the door is different and has a window on it. As you realize, this isn't Catherine's house. This is a mental ward that she is now in. And as Catherine leaves, she has a conversation with one of the doctors.
I'm not going to give up on her.
Telling her that she's going to keep coming back, and hopes that Emily will get better. Now for the absolute best ending out of all of these, because it sort of combines multiple of them and makes just the perfect ending. And it's called One Final Game, and it starts off the exact same way that Life with Catherine and Emily's Fate do. But whenever she goes to shut the door, Emily asks again,
Did you leave the door open?
and Catherine tells her, "You know I can't do that." She shuts the door, she locks it, and she has the conversation with the doctor again.
Let's give her another week, and I'll take her home with me.
But then as Catherine and the doctor walk down the hallway, we slowly zoom in again to see that Emily has sat up in bed and she's began counting.
1,000.
As she then gets up, makes her way to the closet,
Come out, wherever you are.
opens it up, and says, "There you are," and looks herself in the mirror. And then we get this creepy stare and then credits. And apparently they didn't want to go with this ending because it just felt like too much from her not only being in a mental ward, but her also being crazy on top of that. They were like, she's been through way too much in this movie. We'll just leave it at that. But I'm telling you, for the tone of the movie, this would have been the way to go and the absolute best one. It probably would have stuck with more people a lot longer, because I don't know anybody else that has talked about this movie. But I'm glad that I did, and I hope that you are too, because I know this movie now doesn't seem like anything special with all the weird twists and turns, but I'm telling you, whenever I first saw this, I was so blown away by how amazing it was. And of course, finding out that there's all these different endings gave me a good excuse to be able to share something that I enjoy with you.
Come out, wherever you are.
And if you already have an Audible account, but you still want to support me directly, you can.
Yeah, so the mental ward endings, those two endings, seem to be the most proper endings because she's doing crazy shit throughout the movie that is very performative. Like in the middle of that chase scene, suddenly she's drawing the cops, like, you dying. There was so much of that type of stuff that it just seemed like they couldn't decide the ending. Because I remember being disappointed by that ending. But that one is much better.
I just launched channel memberships. The lowest tier is $1.99 a month, and that gets you access to a whole bunch of past videos.
Huh. Yeah, so interesting that had not 4 endings, like I said. It had 5 endings. Every time I watch that video, I forget the video had 5 endings. Not 4. Let's see. Put this back on. That's just some house cleaning at the end, I think, for his...
When Christine brings a man home from a costume party, her life begins to unravel and her happiness slowly turns to sorrow. This is all I knew of this episode of a show that I had never even heard of until starting this series. But I don't think anything could have really prepared me for this story or its twist.
I'm sorry.
And I can't think of a way to prepare you other than to just walk with you and show you inside number 9's The 12 Days of Christine. Though I guess there is one way you could prepare. With some new merch. Look at it! And not only is there new merch, but there's also a new merch store. Because while this is great and special to me, since it was the first falling a bunch of times on sale going on, new designs and you. That's completely fine. I just hoped, or for yourself, with that, we can get back to the episode. Inside apartment number 9 is where our first day with Christine picks up, just a few days after Christmas on New Year's Day, after a costume party, where Christine is carried inside by this guy that she met at the party, and after setting her down on the couch and placing his firefighter's hat on her head, he then heads to the kitchen to get them something to drink. And Christine warns him not to mess with anything that has Fong written on it because that is her flatmates, and after a short conversation about Fong, New Year's, and the party, we finally get his name.
My name's Adam, by the way, if you're interested.
Adam then asks for the toilet, and it's as he leaves that the phone begins to ring. Christine answers it on the second day, and it's Adam calling to see if she's received his Valentine's Day card yet. And also to discuss their plans for later that day, but first she needs to check with Fong to make sure that their plans don't overlap. Before being interrupted by the mail, we learn that Fong has a couple of mathematics seminars that day, but we also learn that Christine and Adam have now been together for 13 months. As interesting as it may be that we just skipped over an entire year, what's far more interesting and far more weird is the Valentine's Day card that Christine just received. It's from her ex-boyfriend.
I haven't seen him since I was 12. I barely remember him.
The front of the card reads, "I love you forever," with a big heart, and thankfully Fong reads the inside so we can hear this lovely poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. What is that smell? I need a poo. Christine remarks that his sense of humor hasn't changed much and then wonders aloud at how he would have gotten her address. But Fong realizes that she needs to leave for her first seminar, and it's just before she walks out that she tells Christine that she won't be back until after 7:30 if her and Adam need the apartment. It's as she walks out that this odd sound begins to fade in, accompanied by some beat, but before we can decide whether this is just house music or not, Christine rips the card in half. As it then switches from Christine holding the torn card to her mother holding old photos of Christine. Just having some fun showing them to Adam and embarrassing Christine all at the same time on Mother's Day, until Adam pulls out a photo of Christine's first boyfriend.
Such a shame. He died when he was just 16.
It was leukemia, though Christine doesn't seem to remember it happening at all. But as her mom puts it, she's got a mind like a sieve, though she did do good at finding and keeping Adam around for the last 2 years. And since it's been that long, she asks when they plan to get married, and the entire tone quickly shifts to total awkwardness. And while they may disagree on when the right time would be, her mom does have a point when she says,
Father would like to walk you down the aisle while he still can.
Leaving all of them in complete silence. Until Adam asks if anybody wants a biscuit. And they all say yes. And the moment he is out of sight, Christine leans in to tell her mom to stop, but her mom fires back by saying that there is nothing wrong with getting married. It's a commitment. And it's clear that Christine is not yet sure if she's ready to take that step. She also isn't sure what Adam thinks about it, and it's as she's saying this that again we hear that strange, distant chiming, but both it and her are cut off by Adam's return. With the box of his stuff in hand, because Fong has moved out and Christine now needs help keeping up with the rent, so now here's Adam, along with all of his stuff. Well, almost all of his stuff, as he now has to leave again, leaving Christine time to prepare for him a little Easter surprise. Putting on some music, she begins hiding eggs all through the house, from the living room down the hall to the bedroom, when out of nowhere a real one strikes the wall next to her.
Adam!
Slowly and quietly, she calls for Adam again, but there's no answer, only the sound of another egg being broken in the kitchen. Hesitantly stepping forward, she tries to turn on the light, but it only buzzes and begins to flicker, still giving her enough light to see all of the broken eggs scattered across the floor and the door of the pantry slowly being shut. Lights flashing, hands shaking, she reaches out and takes a hold of the doors, yanking them open to see no one inside. But there is someone behind her.
Sorry.
Jolting awake and sitting straight up in bed from that nightmare, Adam is there to help calm her down. And not only do we see Adam, but we can also see by the photo on their nightstand that they did finally get married. and that they are also now expecting. Thankfully for them, it is May and it is one of the bank holidays, so that means they get to spend some time together building a crib, which for anyone else that has ever had to build one knows that it is a complete nightmare, as they quickly find out with Christine reading the instructions to Adam and Adam trying to decipher what it all means, as he then makes a joke that her pregnancy hormones take in a very unintended way. And instead of laughing, she begins crying, admitting to him that she just hopes that the baby doesn't spoil the life that they currently have.
How would it do that?
Jack Clark was born on August 12th of the year before and is now around 10 months old, and try as he might to let Jack self-soothe, Adam gives in and makes his way to the little man, leaving Christine in bed with a moment to place a Father's Day card onto Adam's pillow, all while we can hear Adam gently singing to Jack over the baby monitor until all goes silent.
Come on, little man. Let's get you out of there.
Rushing for Jack's room, finding it empty, and believing that the worst has happened, she begins screaming for Adam, claiming that someone was here, someone has taken Jack. When Adam steps into the doorway, super confused because someone did take Jack. He did. He's got him right now, all calmed down and ready to go back to bed. Adam tells her that she needs to calm down or she might set off Jack again as he places him in his crib. He then says that she must just still be tired and needs to go back to bed, as he then makes his way back to it. Christine takes a few more seconds to look around, even reaching down to touch the side of Jack's face before stepping back and turning the lights off.
Open your eyes.
It's her 30th birthday and almost everyone is there because Jack is taking a nap. No one knows where Adam is, and her father has forgotten where he is. And because of this, her mom is unsure if she should have brought him at all because she knows that he wouldn't want to be remembered like this, but still, Christine is glad that he's there whether he remembers it or not. Her best friend and co-worker Bobby is also there with a brand new pair of shoes that she has been wanting, and it's the moment that he asks where Adam is that Adam walks through the door with his new co-worker named Zara.
She's just started under me.
Zara's just the worst, immediately handing out backhanded compliments to Chrissy, saying that she looks fab and she's sure that she's probably lost some weight, even taking it as far as to ask Chrissy to turn around for her. Her mom and some other people call her Chrissy, but those are the people that are close to her, not people like Zara who are trying to get close to Adam. And speaking of Adam, he doesn't even say anything about this. He just walks on by to get himself and Zara a drink. But what makes it really clear that something has changed between Christine and Adam is when he's getting this drink, Christine comes over to say, "Hey, my dad's here. How about you go and say hi?" He just completely blows her off to go and stand apart from everyone else with Zara.
Come on, Chrissy. It's that time.
Time for a game that they have played every year on her birthday since she was 6, Blind Man's Buff, where after being blindfolded and spun around, she has to try to catch someone, and whoever she catches gets to give her her main present. And it's just before her mom blindfolds her that she catches Adam and Zara slipping out of the living room. She doesn't have time to react though, as the blindfold is tied, she is spun, and everyone hides. Well, everyone except for her father, who she manages to catch right away, causing him to cry out in confusion, as she apologizes and continues her hunt until an odd sound from down the hall catches her attention, slowly creeping her way towards it all the way up to her bedroom door. A soft rhythmic creaking is coming from inside, steadily speeding up as she removes her blindfold and reaches for the door handle. It's just Adam struggling to close a suitcase so the three of them can go on a little summer holiday, something that he is upset about because this trip was meant to be for just the two of them to be able to get away for a little while. This change in plans, all this extra junk in the bag, and this miserable flat all has him wishing things could just go back to the way they used to be. Fun.
Yes, well, I'm very sorry that my dad died.
It's clear that life has been tough on everyone in the last year since Christine's 30th, which is what has Adam just wanting to get away from it all, while Christine just wants to spend more time with her loved ones. Regardless of how hard it's been or where each of them are in this argument, Christine sums it up perfectly when she says, "That's just life." Adam snaps back at this, telling her to just get the passports as he storms out of the room, leaving her alone and upset as she pulls the passports out of the drawer. And then we switch from the passport photo of a little Jack to a 4-year-old Jack being recorded on the morning of his first day of school. And he doesn't look too excited, even with his grandmother there to take him that morning. He still tells his mom that he wants her to take him to school, but sadly she can't. She has work, though she will be there the moment he gets out. Christine turns as they leave to hide her tears, but once they are gone, it doesn't take very long before they're streaming down her face. While she sits on the floor in front of a box of old memories, her father enters the room and takes a seat behind her, doing his best to comfort her and reminding her that sometimes life just doesn't go the way you hope for, and that's okay. That's why she shouldn't blame herself now. But she doesn't know who else to blame. Adam's left her, and now Jack has too. Though he reminds her quickly, Jack will only be gone until 3. It still doesn't change the way she feels. Being 32, divorced, and still working in the same shoe shop after all these years is not the Cinderella story she dreamed of. Her father speaks more wisdom and love into her, saying again to cheer up, because today is meant to be a happy memory.
I'm sorry, Dad, it just doesn't feel like that.
A fully witchifying Christine answers the buzzing phone where a late Adam has finally arrived to pick up Jack. So she unlocks the door and then makes her way back to the bathroom to see if Bobby is ready yet. And it doesn't take but one question as to what he is supposed to be that the zombie waiter looking meant to be vampire starts getting changed into a werewolf. Bobby then asks if the new guy that Christine has been talking to is going to be there at the party, and it's as she's explaining her new complicated non-relationship thing that the front door closes.
Jack's in his bedroom. Got some explaining to do.
Without a word, though, Jack's door closes, and Christine turns to see that Bobby now looks like Tony the Tiger. So she tries to help him by changing his whiskers into cobwebs, and it's here that she brings up her former flatmate that she had when she first moved in 10 years ago, even taking a second to remember her name, Fong. Christine brings up the past to see if Bobby remembers what they had said to each other back then, that if neither of them had someone in 10 years, that they would get married to each other, because so far, life just hasn't gone the way she thought it would. They share the moment for as long as they can, until they're interrupted by knocking at the door. Bobby fixes her witch's nose so she can scare some trick-or-treaters, only when she opens the door, it's Adam. The elevator is broken. He had to take the stairs to even get up there, but she doesn't hear another word that he says as she yells for Jack and runs for his room.
I've got him. I've got him.
Christine has Jack running into the apartment after an accident with a sparkler on bonfire night. Already on the phone with her mom to get some extra help, she runs some cold water for Jack's hand as she steps out of the bathroom to call Adam. Fireworks flash behind her while she explains to Adam what happened, as her mother then enters the apartment and heads to Jack's side, and Adam not only tells her that he will be there in 5 minutes, but also that he loves her. She is far too stunned to even respond, instead just hanging up the moment that her mother is escorting Jack into the living room, and he's completely fine. Not even a mark on his hand. Jack is sent to his room to watch the fireworks from his window as Christine struggles to understand what is happening. She knows that he was crying and her mom agrees because she probably scared him. She's pretty sure that she saw him pick up a sparkler and burn his hand, but her mom tells her he couldn't have. There's nothing wrong with him. Though she did when she was about his age. A sparkler had burned right through her mitten, and it burned her still scarred hand.
I'm getting everything jumbled up.
Still staring at her hand, her mom then places a Christmas hat onto Christine's head so she can then match everyone else sitting around the table. Her mother, her father, her best friend Bobby, her old flatmate Fong, and even Adam, who greets her with a kiss and calls her gorgeous before sitting down. More confused than ever, Christine questions her father, who says that he feels great and wouldn't have missed this for anything. She then asks where Jack is, and he's currently getting into his costume, and then wonders aloud if her and Adam have gotten back together, and it turns out that he meant what he said last year over the phone. Before she can ask anything else, Fong speaks up, believing now is the best time for the present.
No, I don't want the present.
But her father states that it's from all of them, a very special gift given to her by all those that have and do love her. It's a very nice photo album full of pictures of her with them, laughing and reflecting on all the amazing memories that they had together, from building a crib to Tony the Tiger. She calls it amazing, and then says that it's like her life is flashing before her eyes.
I think I know what this is now.
Her head is against the steering wheel, the music still playing on the radio, and the egg's just as broken as the window where a man with glasses and a raincoat leans down to look at her. The flashing lights of the emergency vehicles illuminate everything in red and blue as the sound of a saw cutting into her passenger door fills the air. Once it's pulled away, a firefighter tries to talk to her, but it's as though he's speaking from a great distance and his voice a hollow echo. Christine is pulled from the car as we see a few instances of where her reality bled through into her memories that she just re-experienced. Being laid upon a stretcher, she can now see the blue lights of the police car and how similar they are to the Christmas tree just behind her at the dinner table. Each one of them stare knowingly at her as Adam then calls for Jack to come out and say goodbye.
I don't want to.
Reality sets in again as we see Jack sitting in the back of an ambulance as the man in the raincoat steps forward. He states that it was his fault, that he wasn't paying attention and just walked in front of her car. She swerved and crashed. He did what he could, and though he wasn't able to get her out, he was able to save the kid. To save little Jack, who was still hugging her neck, until Adam calls him back to the other side of the table, where they all stare at Christine, knowing that now is the time, as the same music that was playing in the car begins again, as Christine gathers her thoughts for one final time to be able to tell the one she loves goodbye with a smile on her face. She says her final words.
Love you.
When it comes to a story and a twist that are done this good, it's hard to even put it into words. The story is amazing, the acting is incredible, and it even has the creators of the show in the episode, one being Bobby and the other being the man in the raincoat, and the predictability. There are so many little things that I didn't pick up on until the third or fourth watch, and things pointed out in the reveal at the end that I didn't notice.
No, I don't want the present.
It's by far one of the best reveals that I've ever seen, and it's been amazing to go back and watch it over and over again for this video, and that's the reason that the satisfaction of this is so high, because it's one of the highest rated anything that I've ever covered on the channel, and clearly even the Poltergeiger, which is the most important because it's my opinion, it's perfect.
I think I know what this is now.
I'm at a complete loss for words to tell you just how amazing this entire story and twist is, but I can tell you that everything about it is perfect, meaning that this is the second perfect twist that we have found on our search for the greatest twist in all of horror. And maybe we will find another perfect twist in the next episode of this series as we...
So, it was effectively an episode of a show that was basically just the movie stay. If it was just all the people around her being put into her memories while she was dying. Not really that profound. Oh, yes! Oh, we got a new Predator video from Turkey Tom. This should be interesting. I don't like Turkey Tom. Whatever. This should be fucking... Oh, this is 44 minutes long? Let's see. Here we go.
Who was recently arrested. Gideon is a YouTube prankster turned predator catcher who was recently arrested during one of his sting operations. The body cam footage showed his full-blown meltdown while being put in the back of a squad car.
I am a multi-millionaire. I promise you, I can take this as far as you want. Officer, you will be in a deposition and you will be arrested.
While he faced a lot of scrutiny, he wisely apologized shortly after, in a video most people saw as sincere.
This is genuinely, and I think what it is, genuinely...
What many don't realize is that this is part of a pattern for Gideon, wherein reckless clout-seeking backfires, and in some cases, his actions directly lead to people being victimized by the very creeps he swears to target.
When EDP joined my Discord when he was about to do the interview with us, he didn't join, but he found a girl in my Discord.
Gideon has been getting himself in trouble from the very beginning.
So this guy is a fake predator catcher, kind of like how Vitaly was basically wasting everyone's time. So he's not an Alex Rosen. So okay, I thought he was a predator. Okay, so the dumbest predator catcher. I probably should have read
content creation journey.
Well,
it's actually why anyone liked him in the first place. After finding some virality on YouTube doing comedic interviews at his high school, he began exploding in popularity thanks to his prank videos, quickly amassing over 1 million followers on both TikTok and YouTube. While the videos themselves were definitely inflammatory, especially to those who were provoked in them, he still managed to build an extremely successful and lucrative career on YouTube without getting himself into any major public controversy. However, this would suddenly change after he began streaming on Twitch. Only one day after officially becoming a partner on the platform, Gideon was suspended for 2 weeks for violating the website's harassment policy. This suspension came after Gideon saw that fellow streamer Pokimane was live and prompted his viewers to spam L plus ratio in her chat.
L. Oh, nah, bro. Bro. I want to rape. Bro, please.
No, Gideon.
Pokey quickly took note of the raid, initially doing her best to ignore it. However, as it persisted, she began hearing word from her mod team that members of Gideon's community were using the whisper function to privately message members of her chat and send hateful comments, prompting her to end the stream early.
I think I'm gonna end stream because
I believe that's how it works. Pretty sure.
like as much as I can deal with this, I don't like that people from his
Yeah, end your life next, Pokemon. Do it.
She also made remarks about the behavior before signing off, stating, "I think it's against the terms of service to do stuff like that, to send your viewers to on another streamer, because Twitch has a harassment policy. Brigading is against the rules. I'm pretty sure. I'm tired of being incel's punching bag. Go be sad about yourself and insecure elsewhere." Considering his behavior and Pokemon's standing on the platform, it's no surprise that Gideon was served a 2-week suspension, but he wasn't about to take this lying down. Instead, he continued to provoke both Twitch and Pokimane. Upon learning of his suspension, he changed his Twitter profile picture to an unflattering image of Pokey without makeup on. He also live streamed himself giving a sarcastic apology in which he pleaded with his Nubian goddess for forgiveness.
I love you, Pokey! I love you! I love you!
Please, Pokey, I was supposed to play Fortnite with Ninja tomorrow.
Gideon also attempted to get his own personal movement going, compelling Twitch to lift their suspension with a viral Twitter hashtag, #TwitchFreeGideon. Unfortunately for him, there was also a massive wave of backlash against him, as many described his behavior as misogynistic and hateful. The pressure was building, and ultimately Gideon had to accept his situation and concede defeat. On a serious note, I'ma take this L, because what I did really was TOS, but that comeback stream is gonna be something pressure. Love y'all boys. banger-dropping Sunday. The following day, he posted a tweet claiming that he didn't want to rely on negativity to be successful. I don't like petty Gideon. See y'all on Twitch in 13 days. I don't need this attention to grow. Gonna speak to the Pogger community when I'm unbanned. Until then, we back to where we started. Unfortunately for Gideon, the damage had already been done, and he would never be able to stream his return because he was permanently banned from Twitch. He tried to appeal the decision, but was ultimately rejected, with Twitch stating, "We do not unsuspend accounts for this level of abuse." Having expended all of his options, Gideon has a notable change of heart following this decision. While he had conceded to deserving a ban, he never fully apologized or admitted that he was wrong for what he did. But now he was calling his actions corny, and even offered a sincere apology to Pokimane. Throughout this whole situation, I did a lot of corny stuff, and I'm way funnier than the level I brought myself down to. Pokey, I apologize. And boys, I'm dropping it, so I'm asking you guys to as well. The two eventually reconciled a year later, collaborating in a video where they ate fried chicken. Ultimately, a wholesome conclusion to the situation for both sides, particularly Gideon, who managed to come out of the situation redeemed. However, this situation would not be an isolated occurrence. In fact, it serves as the blueprint for the Gideon cycle, where he does something inflammatory, faces backlash, doubles down, then faces consequences, apologizes, and ultimately learns nothing from his mistakes. What's more is that he's consistently rewarded for the behavior in the form of views. Gideon continued to wreak havoc at every opportunity afforded to him for the foreseeable future. In March of 2022, he attended a Minnesota Timberwolves basketball game and got a haircut while sitting courtside. The gag was relatively inoffensive, and it was ultimately shared on both the team's and the NBA's official social media accounts. However, he would continue upping the ante with every successful stunt. A few months later, he tried a similar gag at the US Open quarterfinal, resulting in him being confronted by security and removed from the venue. Things became slightly more serious in 2023 when he disrupted a class at the University of Houston and mocked a deaf student communicating with sign language. He was subsequently arrested and charged with criminal trespassing while he was streaming. Rather than taking the situation seriously, he asked the officer if he could take a picture with him for the thumbnail.
Well, if you put your phone in your pocket, man, I'm gonna have to put you in handcuffs.
Is it cool if I get a thumbnail?
Who?
A thumbnail? Before you put the handcuffs on?
Well, I'll let you do that once we get to the station, okay, bud?
Okay.
These are just some of the many controversies he found himself in, not limited to his removal from other sporting events for unnecessary disruptions. For the most part, there were little to no consequences for Gideon, and many positive benefits to be reaped from behaving this way. But the deeper he fell into his obsession with views and clicks, the worse he became at making sound decisions for his own personal reputation, and for the safety of others. Everything I've documented thus far, while some of it is arguably shitty, none of it is that bad, and it could all probably be chalked up to Gideon being an immature dude who got famous in his early 20s. However, this behavior ultimately culminated in one of the biggest blunders in the history of content creation. There was a time when the name EDP445 was one of the most beloved on all of YouTube. Bryant Moreland would make comedic videos about his interests, from the Philadelphia Eagles to his explosive bathroom experiences after eating fast food.
I never was a huge cupcake eater, you know what I mean? I've always been a little bit too sweet for me.
As a result, fans were shocked when he was caught engaging in predatory behavior. While smaller channels like Cold Raven had been talking about it as early as July of 2020, it wouldn't come to a head fully until April of 2021, when the now infamous predator poachers confronted EDP in person. During the sting itself, Alex Rosen, at the time going by the alias Chet Goldstein, confronts EDP about the messages he had been sending to his decoy. In the messages, Bryant is under the impression that the girl he is messaging is a minor, and despite that, he continued to message her inappropriately. There are a lot of funny details about this as well, like him sending her a photo of a log he had just dropped in the toilet. I really can't put into words how insane the messages are if you haven't seen them. This also inspired the viral cupcake meme, as EDP claimed instead of trying to meet up with this girl for anything bad, he just wanted a cupcake. Unfortunately, the sting did not result in an arrest because the police were not involved from the very beginning. Alex and his team simply met EDP, and once they were there, they contacted the police. So Bryant Moreland was never charged. Instead, his only punishment was through thousands of YouTubers exposing and making fun of him. Gideon was very aware of this, and 2 years later, he wanted to do some content of his own about EDP. So he invited him to his public Discord server for an interview, which he intended to live stream. We know he invited him to his public Discord server with 130,000 people in it because Gideon showed it on stream, wherein he also showed himself messaging EDP back and forth to get ready. Unfortunately for him, once EDP was in the server, he joined the voice call and then muted himself, demanding that Gideon send him $200 to do the interview.
He switched up and said that he has to get paid to do it now.
How much does he want?
He wants $200.
Not very much.
Bro, I'll pay the $200. That's the guy. That's my guy. That's the go.
Obviously, Gideon was not happy about this, given he had been teasing his audience eagerly with the prospect of doing an interview with EDP-445. So he eventually ended the stream, and past this point went on to make other content. But Gideon did not remove EDP from the server, at least not right away. And this was a server with, as I mentioned before, over 100,000 people in it, and no age restriction, meaning many of them were underage. This was in June of 2023, and over the next few months, rumblings began coming out on Twitter and TikTok of some sting that was being conducted. Gideon himself even said on his stream that they had caught someone big, but he refused to say who it was at the time. However, the victim, Kayla Hoskins, ended up leaking what happened to the public before Gideon's video could come out.
The only reason why this is public, because I was gonna wait until like this was like in the court process and everything. But the victim went public with it, so...
He went public with it?
No, the victim.
The victim.
Girl.
Okay, gotcha.
She went public with it. So she went public with it. You know, I just came out and we're just, you know, kind of talking about it a little bit.
The information was released in a video from Kayla herself. She showed many of the strange messages EDP had sent her, basically ruining the novelty of Gideon's video, since now the most juicy information was already out there, apart from the actual real-life confrontation, of course. In the lead-up to any of the sting dropping, Gideon was being very weird. On one hand, when people in his chat would ask when it was coming out, he would say only once Skeeter Gene, his longtime collaborator, dropped his version of the sting.
I don't know how many times I gotta say this, you know? But I'm gonna just assume that you guys weren't here for it, but I'm not dropping the EDP vid. It's not coming anytime soon. You're never gonna get it. Unless Skeet drops it.
For some reason, he wasn't eager to release this video. At the same time, when people mocked him for the initial interview being a failure, he would post on TikTok to own them, basically, saying that in the end, they got him in a sting.
Interview has to have been the biggest failure in all of...
So you guys know it's not CGI.
Well, the sting was eventually released, and it was disappointing to say the least. It opens with Skeeter Gene setting the stage, revealing that EDP had been caught messaging an actual minor, not a decoy this time. He also says they had a private investigator take photos of him, and then says that this sting will be different. They weren't able to get him wanting to meet up with a minor, so instead, their plan is to confront him at a doctor's appointment.
I think you got, I don't know what the this even is. But he did send that to the girl. I guess he put some eyeliner on and some lipstick and sent it to her. This is not a filter, by the way.
While EDP is a creep, and I feel no pity for him, right off the bat, this is clearly not on par with other stings. The first 12 minutes of the video show them getting advice on how to handle it, and they then find him at his doctor's appointment. He instantly ignores them and walks inside. A few minutes later, he comes back out and tells them to leave, and then goes back inside the building. The police are eventually called, not because they have some evidence to get EDP arrested, but instead because Bryant called them, saying he was being harassed.
Yeah, he called. So he snitched on.
Oh, Bryant called.
Right. So he's just trying to be civil. He doesn't want to cause a big scene, right?
Oh, we're not going to cause a scene.
We just want to ask him a few questions about this.
No, I understand. Right? I understand.
Bryant eventually leaves the building, drives away, and that's the end of the story. But the video itself isn't even close to the biggest issue. There's a reason why I specifically noted earlier that Gideon's Discord server had tens of thousands of people in it, and that minors were present. Kayla Hoskins is the victim being referenced in the sting operation, and she's not a decoy. Like Skeeter said, this one is for real. But how did she meet EDP-445? Well, she was a huge fan of Gideon, and she was in his Discord server. EDP, after being invited by Gideon to his public server full of children, noticed her profile, found her Instagram connected to it, and messaged her. But you don't have to take my word for it. Gideon will tell you himself.
But the stream that we were supposed to do with EDP, when I was going to do that interview with him, that was the catalyst for all of this to start. When EDP joined my Discord, when he was about to do the interview with us, he didn't join, but he found a girl in my Discord, right? And in her Discord, she has her Instagram. So EDP, being the Rizzler that he is, he slides into her DMs and he initiates contact with her.
To be clear, Gideon, on a live stream that hundreds of thousands of people have watched, publicly admitted that he knowingly invited one of the most infamous creeps in YouTube history to his own Discord server full of children, wherein someone was then victimized. He goes on to say this makes him both happy and sad at the same time.
I'm sad to report, though actually I'm happy / sad to report, but he slid in an actual girl's DMs. Like, no joke. The girl
That's funny
is legit.
As fuck, honestly. Why you fucked yourself? Why would you do that?
I'm not gonna lie. I low key put EDP on, chat. I'm sorry.
You fucking
I two mans with EDP. If it wasn't for me trying to do the interview with him, he would have never found her Discord and he would have never found her IG. So
I honestly could not have put it better myself. Gideon invited this known creep to his Discord server full of minors. One of them was then taken advantage of, and Gideon made a video about it. I don't know what this is called, but to be honest, describing it that way sounds bad enough. In the best possible interpretation, this is the most irresponsible thing you could possibly do. Clearly prioritizing clout and content over protecting people from a dangerous individual. He continues joking about it, and while I'm definitely not one to cry about people poking fun at a serious subject, to me, these wisecracks speak to the fact that Gideon does not grasp the gravity of what he's admitting to here.
I'm not gonna lie, when I found out that he found her from my stream, this was like, bro, made me hit the Ichigo screen.
And other information leads me to believe this whole thing may have actually been malicious. The following information was documented by a YouTuber named Plubius, who deserves credit for all of this stuff. And as far as I know, all the stuff he's gathered has mostly gone under the radar until now. In the same stream, Gideon says the way he found out about EDP messaging Kayla was from one of his Discord moderators, a guy called Inside. Inside sent a message to Gideon that he had contacted Kayla. From there, Gideon gets on a call with her, and apparently he was able to contact Kayla's mom about it as well. He then says he hit up Skeeter Jean, his longtime collaborator, to prepare for the sting.
Skeet sets up all the EDP catches that we do. He does all the work, he initiates all the contact, he does all the work. All I do is just show up and record. I could have took this for myself and been like, you know what, I don't want anybody else to be a part of this. I want this to be me, myself, and I. But I literally was talking to myself, I was like, I can't do that. Skeet's been too good to me. Skeet's been too much of a real friend to me. If we're gonna do the biggest catch in EDP history, we gotta do it with the GOAT himself. So I hit up Skeet and we pulled up on him.
What a great guy. Anyway, according to Inside, the Discord moderator who contacted EDP about the sting, he actually gave Kayla some advice on how to go about communicating with EDP.
So happy that this worked out, bro.
Wait, here, Inside.
So happy this worked out.
So everybody doesn't think, you know, I paid this girl. Can you tell them what happened?
Okay, so basically, Kayla messages me whenever he starts DMing her, and she's like, yo, EDP is DMing me. And so we got on a call, and I was like, first off, make sure you tell your parents, tell the police, all that kind of stuff. And then I was like, yo, I have a fire idea for a video. What if you just lead him on for a little bit so that, and then I'll tell Gideon all about this, and then maybe Gideon can get an IRL interview with EDP because he ghosted us on the online one.
Hey child, hey
kid, what if you like messaged the file and the pedophile groomed you?
That'll be a fire video, dude, the sting.
I have a fire idea for a video.
Just lead him on a little bit, man. What if you just lead him on for a little bit?
Gideon just stares into space while this is said out loud, once again not really grasping the seriousness of what's being said. I almost can't put it into words how irresponsible this is. When stings are conducted on creeps, it's always viable to use a decoy, a person who is an adult posing as a child. This is because adults are less likely to be traumatized or manipulated by the creep in question, and by using a decoy, you prevent a kid from being harmed. But Inside admits it here. He encouraged Kayla to lead on EDP and keep talking to him, which, in other words, means he told this victim to continue messaging the most infamous creep in YouTube history because it would be good content.
I have a fire idea for a video.
What if you just lead him on for a little bit, and then I'll tell Gideon all about this?
Maybe this isn't true and Inside is lying to make himself look worse, but Gideon just sits there as he says this and doesn't disagree at all. So to me, that says everything. Not only that, but Kayla claims that Gideon and Inside and whoever else was involved advised her against going to the police because they wanted their content to be better.
They weren't allowing me to go to the police station 2 months prior because it would have ruined their content.
Now, I have no evidence that this specific claim is true, and as a result, I'm not going to take this one and run with it. With that being said, EDP is not known to be bashful, to say the least. He's a nasty, freaky guy, and as Gideon himself acknowledges, EDP was sending Kayla explicit content.
He sent, damn it, DPs to a 15-year...
I am rewinding 3 minutes because I missed. Right there.
Gets on a call with her, and apparently he was able to contact Kayla's mom about it as well. He then says he hit up Skeeter Jean, his longtime collaborator, to prepare for the sting.
Skeet sets up all the EDP catches that we do. He does all the work, he initiates all the contact, he does all the work. All I do is just show up and record. I could have took this for myself and been like, you know what, I don't want anybody else to be a part of this. I want this to be me, myself, and I. But I literally was talking to myself, I was like, I can't do that. Skeet's been too good to me. Skeet's been too much of a real friend to me. If we're gonna do the biggest catch in EDP history, we gotta do it with the GOAT himself. So I hit up Skeet and we pulled up on him.
What a great guy. Anyway, according to Inside, the Discord moderator who contacted EDP about the sting, he actually gave Kayla some advice on how to go about communicating with EDP.
So happy that this worked out, bro.
Wait, here, Inside.
I'm so happy this worked out.
So everybody doesn't think, I paid this girl. Can you tell them what happened?
Okay, so basically, Kayla messages me whenever he starts DMing her, and she's like, yo, EDP is DMing me. And so we got on a call, and I was like, first off, make sure you tell your parents, tell the police, all that kind of stuff. And then I was like, yo, I have a fire idea for a video. What if you just lead him on for a little bit so that, and then I'll tell Gideon all about this. And maybe Gideon can get an IRL interview with EDP because he ghosted us on the online one.
Hey child, hey
kid. What if you messaged the file and it kind of groomed you?
That'd be a fire video, dude. The sting.
I have a fire idea for a video.
Just lead him on a little bit, man. What if you just lead him on for a little bit?
Gideon just stares into space while this is said out loud. Once again, not really grasping the seriousness of what's being said. I almost can't put it into words how irresponsible this is. When stings are conducted on creeps, it's always viable to use a decoy, a person who is an adult posing as a child. This is because adults are less likely to be traumatized or manipulated by the creep in question. And by using a decoy, you prevent a kid from being harmed. But Inside admits it here. He encouraged Kayla to lead on EDP and keep talking to him, which, in other words, means he told this victim to continue messaging the most infamous creep in YouTube history because it would be good content.
I have a fire idea for a video.
What if you just lead him on for a little bit, and then I'll tell Gideon all about this?
Maybe this isn't true and Inside is lying to make himself look worse, but Gideon just sits there as he says this and doesn't disagree at all. So to me, that says everything. Not only that, but Kayla claims that Gideon and Inside and whoever else was involved advised her against going to the police because they wanted their content to be better.
They weren't allowing me to go to the police station 2 months prior because it would have ruined their content.
Now, I have no evidence that this specific claim is true, and as a result, I'm not going to take this one and run with it. With that being said, EDP is not known to be bashful, to say the least. He's a nasty, freaky guy, and as Gideon himself acknowledges, EDP was sending Kayla explicit content.
He sent DPs to a 15-year-old girl.
Not just that, he was making threats of violence towards her. This was revealed in her video talking about what EDP had said to her over text.
This shit goes wrong in any way, shape, or form, give your soul to the Lord.
He literally sent a voice memo saying, if this is a setup, I'm gonna air you and everybody else out. And so we were on high precaution whenever we conducted the investigation in person.
I know it's all a little bit funny because this is EDP 445, but at the same time, this is a creep who has already lost everything and has shown off his massive gun collection before. He almost has nothing to lose. It's not out of the realm of possibility that he would have figured out where this girl lived, hunted her down, and done something horrible. And yet, according to Gideon's top guy, he encouraged her to keep messaging an actual creep. They encouraged her to keep messaging him while receiving explicit photos. Why?
I have a fire idea for a video.
It was for content. During the situation, Gideon stated he didn't want the sting's existence to be public knowledge before charges were pressed against Bryant. But once it was out there, he maintained that he had done it the right way and that EDP would be facing criminal charges.
Eating at me so hard.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is actually getting justice as opposed to the content of it. So hopefully this leads to...
I dropped it too, but I'm most likely probably going to be going to court with her because...
Oh, what? Wait, what?
Yeah, so I'm kind of involved with the case now. The authorities, they have my number and everything. They haven't contacted me yet, but yeah.
Well, here's a shocker. EDP was never arrested. He was never charged. In my opinion, Gideon should be the one in court for inviting this creep to his Discord server full of minors, allowing one to be victimized, and then trying his best to make content out of it. Ultimately, he didn't get what he wanted. Instead, Bryant Moreland did. Instead of talking to a decoy, Gideon gave him the chance to talk to a real teenage girl, and then botched the investigation so hilariously bad that he somehow got away with it again. Good work. There are some other inconsistencies worth addressing as well. For example, Gideon initially stated that EDP sought out Kayla in the first place.
He slid in an actual DMs.
She showed me the chat logs and he messaged her first, so.
But according to this comment that Inside left, Kayla apparently sent messages to EDP first. Several of her friends contacted us afterward and told us that Kayla had shown screenshots that showed her hitting up EDP first. She basically begged us to let her be a decoy for a video for clout. This obviously stands in stark contrast to what he said on Jadion's stream, and it makes me think he probably just lied here to cover his tracks, because in his mind, if Kayla messaged EDP first, then ultimately he was just taking what was presented to him instead of encouraging her to maintain contact. Either way, he and Jadion still look pretty bad. All of this was being covered by Plubius back when it happened, and he himself even managed to talk to Kayla about it, who also released a video wherein she reiterates many of the same points. Unfortunately, it never got any mainstream attention, mostly because Jadion was still considered to be in the good graces of the YouTube community. But make no mistake, Jadion has no business doing predator catching content. He had no business doing it in 2023, and he has no business doing it now with thumbnails like this. What is this? But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. Everything I just mentioned happened when Jadion was still at the peak of his popularity, and given he faced little to no backlash, he just continued making content as per usual for a few weeks. Jadion announced the EDP staying on stream on September 3rd, and by the 22nd, he had posted "Turning My Life to Christ." In it, he says he's become far too focused on clout and popularity, and that his pranks no longer align with his mission, making the world a better, more positive place. He cites one specific incident in which one of his videos cost people their jobs as the reason why things need to change.
And I got the prank done, got millions of views off of it, so many people giving me props. But what a lot of you guys don't know is 3 people lost their jobs because of me. Because I lied and was saying that I worked there, I got 3 security officers fired that had been working there for years. All because I wanted to play a practical joke. All because I wanted to entertain you guys. And that's evil.
He went on to remove all of the most popular pranks from his channel and says he would be focusing exclusively on a new channel called Gideon, where he would spread the gospel to his fans. At the time, his audience was surprised, but ultimately commended him on his decision. Given Jadion was a massive YouTuber before he quit, he certainly had enough money that he could live a more low-key life and invest his time into his spirituality, but it didn't last long.
It's been a minute, you know, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. There's no reason to talk about why I've been gone. You guys all know and stuff. But I know the real question is, why are you back, Jid, after all this time? I'm not gonna lie, Uncle Sam came around and your boy needs to start making that funny money. You know what I'm talking about? You know, I gotta start making that funny money.
While he jokes that he's coming back for money, he then says that he missed his fans, which is probably the real motivation in a sense. Considering how big his channel was, he easily made millions of dollars. So the real motivation was definitely boredom, or maybe even withdrawals from being without clout for so long. With him officially returning in full swing, pranks ultimately remained a part of his past, as his content took a specific focus on 2 things: streaming and predator catches. As I've already established, Jadion is extremely irresponsible with these catches, prioritizing clout over justice. And ultimately, those posted after his return would be no different. As early as March of 2025, people had been calling out Jadion for his habit of doxing and encouraging harassment towards law enforcement when he doesn't get the results he wants. Here on his community tab, he posts the face of a man that swore to protect his community, before attaching a photo of the district attorney presiding over one of his stings. He also posted a photo of a plaque reading Prosecutor of the Year and what appears to be photos from a Facebook group where locals are saying that this DA supports predators. I'm all for calling out elected officials when necessary, but this isn't exactly the president or a senator. This is a member of the justice system who Jadion is encouraging harassment towards for not convicting someone in a sting he conducted. I'm sure this guy's plate is full of cases, but for some reason Jadion believes his YouTuber status means anything he investigates should be shoved to the front of the line. On July 4th of 2026, a small YouTuber named Himpleton released a video titled "Jadion Has Always Been Like This," where he details issues with the stings conducted since the EDP investigation. Himpleton brings up one major concern across many of Jadion's catches, including him not speaking to law enforcement until during or after the real-life confrontations.
It was during a fake online meetup orchestrated by YouTube creator Jadion and his team posing as a minor. Police say the fake meetup was news to them.
They showed up unannounced and sprung this on us. That's one of the concerns that we have had in the past when we've assisted with other groups.
He also points out that over the course of 50 stings Skeeter Jean conducted, he only managed to get 3 arrests in total. This is Jadion's closest confidant who worked with him during the EDP sting, keep in mind.
He says he's done approximately 50 of these stings.
He showed up to our sting house to meet who he thought was a 4-year-old girl
but acknowledges only these 3 have resulted in arrests.
But easily the most interesting part of the video is the documentation of Gideon repeatedly doxing law enforcement. During one arrest, once Gideon was on the scene, he called the cops. Once they showed up, they were confused as to what to do due to some jurisdictional issues where they weren't sure if they could take action against this alleged creep because the messages initially may have been sent in another city. And additionally, Gideon hadn't contacted the police before the sting, only during it. The cops called the district attorney to figure out what to do.
If we were to follow up with anything with this gentleman, it's gonna get thrown out. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do right now.
Okay.
Just to cover all our bases, I'm gonna call the on-call district attorney.
Okay.
And fill him in on all this because we had no clue that you was operating in our city, which kind of is like.
So, because there's a jurisdiction problem.
Before, when you hopped on the call with the DA, you didn't have anything about the chat log. I don't even know what you told the DA. The only thing you could have told them is what you told me. Hey, we got an illegal operation here going on. This is probably entrapment. You didn't have any of the information to inform the DA so that they can make a better decision on how to handle it.
Exactly. I told him exactly what you told me.
Gideon, in retaliation, publicizes the name and face of one officer in the video, includes his face in the thumbnail, and accuses him of protecting a predator.
So that's why I am so upset with the performance of Sergeant Blake Howard. And if you also are upset with his performance, I have his boss's information right here. His boss's name is Lieutenant Matthew Schoschler. And also, here is the Missouri City Police Department's phone number. You can call this phone number and let them know that you want to talk to General Affairs. Also, to hit up the head district attorney. His name is Brian Middleton. Here's his email address right here. And also, here is the district attorney's office. Let them know about Sergeant Blake Howard's performance and how you disapprove of that. And also let them know that you want us to work with them.
I just have to honestly ask who Gideon even thinks he is. This guy has publicly admitted to inviting a pedophile to his Discord server, wherein a minor was then groomed, which he then used to make content and profit financially. This same guy has the gall to put pictures of police officers' faces on YouTube and call for their supervisor to be contacted. I'm sure the tens of thousands of children typing *67 and then calling the Missouri City Police Department were very respectful about all this and had a full grasp of the situation. Because Gideon didn't get the specific result he wanted, he believes the best step is to encourage the cops to ignore procedure. He wants the courts to ignore due process. And if they don't, then he'll dox the police to millions of people. I don't want to straight up rip more of Himpleton's video than I already have, so I'll link it in the description for you to check out. But he details how Gideon continued to dox a business owner as well for doing nothing wrong.
Gideon basically doxes the owner of the business despite him agreeing they had nothing to do with the crime that occurred online.
The crazy thing about it is the overseer and the director of the Volleyball Academy Club. And he was already caught up to speed on what was all going on. But he wasn't too happy that the parents were about to come outside and see this whole fiasco. So as the director and protector of children, he had to clean up the mess before the parents came out.
I need you to remove yourself from the front.
In the wake of the more recent controversy around Gideon, a post was made to Pay Money Wubby's subreddit, where the user describes how a city official was harassed as a result of his videos. I work high up in a city government where Gideon came through and pulled one of his famous stings and got into it with our police department. While he was not arrested or anything, sadly he did pick a fight with the supervisor at the police department and subsequently doxed him to his audience. While I am by no means a fan of the police, having seen the insane amount of threats sent to everyone connected to this person, including family, kids, coworkers, etc., I do have empathy. This person had to up and move his family due to stalkers, bomb threats, and crazy Gideon fans finding the kids at school. While this specific claim has not been directly verified, we know for sure that Gideon fans have sought out the social media profiles of law enforcement to pester them, based purely on Gideon's expert understanding of US legal code and nothing else. Since early 2023, Gideon has concentrated his sting content under the name EDP Watch, a name that's kind of ironic considering what I know now, but whatever. It even has its own paywalled website where Gideon advertises that you can pay him a monthly subscription to hear what these creeps want to do to their victims.
Do you want to watch EDP Watch episodes early and completely uncensored? Do you want to listen in on these disturbing one-on-one calls we have with these monsters?
Do you usually rub your pussy or do you?
On May 12th of 2026, Gideon released his latest catch, which was done in collaboration with Alex Rosen. As discussed earlier, Alex orchestrated the first sting on EDP 445, which was ultimately botched. However, since then, he's developed a strong reputation as a legit catcher, with him claiming to have arrests in all 50 states and convictions in 41. Gideon. Gideon worked with Alex to catch Hullo, a looks-maxing TikToker. They paid a direct visit to his apartment where he proceeded to explicitly confess to his crimes while giving detailed context as to how he downloaded illegal material to his phone. About a week before Gideon's video went up, the local police took Hullo in and charged him with 15 counts of possession. This was a successful catch by all means, and one that got Gideon a lot of praise. But his collaborator ultimately got him into hot water. Alex Rosen is almost equal parts creep catcher and equal parts far-right activist. This is not and has never been a secret. I could list a ton of stuff he's done in lieu of his politics.
So when you hear
ma'am, I have a question. So Pfizer has the biggest criminal fine in history. So how is it anti-science to not trust them?
Gideon had to have known this and was willing to work with him despite it, because in his view, his work superseded his controversial stances. He knew about it vaguely as far back as 2022, in fact.
Like, that's why they're good at their job, even though I think the dude that called him was like, found out to be racist or something.
Yeah, racist motherfucker.
But like, you know,
and they deleted his channel too.
Yeah, I'd rather, you know, I'm glad YouTube got to him too, but like, you know, I'd rather I'll be out the streets than
Well, if you're aware of Chud the Builder, then it's not a surprise that Alex supported him. Chud, real name Dalton, became infamous for streaming while calling black people the N-word to their face. Eventually, he ended up shooting someone. Some argue it was self-defense, some, including the state, argue it was attempted murder. It's currently tied up in the courts. Alex Rosen argues that he was innocent, so much so that he donated $10,000 to Chud's legal defense fund. I encourage everyone to donate what they can if you care about free speech, he wrote. Given how controversial Chud the Builder is for the most obvious reasons, and the fact that Gideon has a lot of viewers who hate him, he started facing backlash for working with Alex. This mounted in Gideon posting a video announcing that this would be the end of their work together.
But then he did something even a step beyond. He went and donated $10,000 to Chud the Builder's bond so that he can be back free on the street. And I just cannot tolerate that, and I do not respect that, and I have to make a stand.
But as many people pointed out, this response is extremely disingenuous. Alex Rosen is not just some casual right-wing dude. He's been openly far-right for his entire career. Gideon frames it like he was naive in choosing to hang out with Alex because he thought he would change.
Now, also, I want to take accountability. Now, a lot of people are calling me out saying, Gideon, you knew.
Yeah, you're a full of shit.
He was like this before you even met him, and you still decided to associate yourself with him. And I have to admit, I did. You know, I am the person to where I naively believe that people can be better.
But what reason would he have to believe?
It's almost like he's black, therefore he's stupid.
Believe that.
You can't say fucking live stream. It's bad. Dude, they're gonna get offended and report us. Oh, you're right. What is wrong with you?
I'm not saying he can't be friends with Alex Rosen or do work with him. I don't care. One time I met Alex Rosen in real life and ate barbecue with him. He covered me in olive oil, rolled me around in breadcrumbs, and tickled my tummy. True story. The reason Gideon kept working with Alex is because he did all the hard work for his catches, and at the time it was convenient to have him around. Back when he did catches with Skeeter Gene, Skeet was the one doing all the work.
Skeet sets up all the EDP catches that we do. He does all the work, he initiates all the contact, he does all the work. All I do is just show up and record.
And once he saw how effective Alex was at getting convictions, he relied on him for the majority of the work.
So I looked and scoured the internet and I started watching Alex's videos. And I came to find out that he is the best out of all of us, and that still stands true today.
Naturally, Gideon's dishonesty garnered a lot of hatred, with comment after comment calling him out for tolerating Alex's politically incorrect, to say the least, behavior when it was convenient for him to do so. Given everything we've seen so far, it should be no surprise how his most recent sting operation turned out. Skeeter Gene decided to bring some personal baggage of his to the predator catching war.
Imagine being such a pathetic homosexual as is even part of criticisms.
World. Back in late 2025, Skeet began what eventually became a series of videos who he accused of financially exploiting as well as physically harming multiple elderly family members.
Because this has been going on for some time.
No,
right?
I don't owe you an explanation for
I mean, are you just gonna act like an immature baby the whole time? Like every time I try to talk to you?
On the stairs.
All right, I'll
also don't have to talk to you.
Well, I understand you.
These videos got millions and millions of views for Skeet, and Gideon, being the God-fearing man he is, knew he needed to be involved. In the lead up to his arrest, Gideon had been doing a series of streams on Kick, wherein he would stream inside the house Joe was squatting at until he left. In one particular broadcast from the 22nd of June 2026, Gideon and Skeet can be seen talking to a group of fans who claim that Joe had thrown a rock at their car that cracked its windshield, and that they caught it on video.
Whoa, wait, hold up. He broke this windshield, right? Yeah. Bro, Joe threw a rock and broke this windshield.
Despite this being the case, Gideon thought it was appropriate to convene a public manhunt to go after Joe, without a care in the world for the fact that whenever groups of his fans turned up, many of them were teenagers. Immediately following a moment where he briefly meets a couple of these teenage fans, he's told that Joe is hanging out at the local McDonald's.
Yo, someone just said that he's at McDonald's.
Of course he is. I could have told you that.
Can you go swing by?
Then he proceeds to use this information in the wisest way possible. He tells 3 of what looks like teenagers on bikes to do recon and see if Joe is really there.
Yo, check the McDonald's and let me know. Yeah, check McDonald's. Is he in there? You don't see him?
I'm sure the chat is laughing.
Wait, cop car coming.
If they don't even know what Joe looks like, they definitely don't know that he's a dangerous person. But Gideon doesn't think twice before sending them his way. As they approach the McDonald's, the cops were already waiting for Gideon to tell him he's not welcome.
Is he here?
Doesn't matter where he's at. McDonald's does not want you on the property. You guys have to leave your...
Who's you guys? Can you be more specific?
You.
So they said these people?
Him, yes. You guys cannot be on the property.
Hey, do you guys want some McDonald's? Y'all want to go inside real quick? Yeah.
The cop tries to explain to Gideon that him being prevented from entering the McDonald's has nothing to do with protecting Joe, but of course it falls on deaf ears as Gideon employs the tried and true strategy of accusing the cop of protecting a criminal.
Okay. You're gonna be arrested for trespassing if you go in there.
Bro, you don't have any, no offense, officer, but like, do you genuinely have nothing better to do? Like,
do you have anything better to do?
Officer, you're actually like supposed to protect and serve.
All right, get off the property. You guys are gonna be arrested for trespassing.
Okay, we'll leave the property, but like, I'm just trying to figure out, do you have anything better to do? Because this is like a...
Yeah, they told you earlier that they don't want you guys on the property, so you guys gotta leave.
Because you've been camping out there for like 20 minutes, wasting taxpayer dollars.
I'm there for about 5. You guys need to leave.
What?
See, this is why Al
It's crazy how you don't arrest a
best at
squatter.
it.
That's crazy.
Gideon truly believes that whenever he's going after a bad person, he can simply do no wrong, and is thereby allowed to inconvenience or hurt anybody who stands in his path. If this situation hadn't ended in Gideon's arrest, he probably would have doxed this police officer and begged his fans to call his supervisor. Instead of leaving, Gideon continues to tell everyone who's driving into the McDonald's parking lot about Joe.
You try to get some McDonald's? Yeah. Let's see if there's some McJoes in there. Yeah, go inside and see if Joe's in there.
And despite being told by the cop that him and his crew weren't welcome, he thinks he's cleverly found a loophole by strapping someone else with a camera vest and sending them into the McDonald's.
Should we give him the camera? He's just sitting in there? Be very careful. Just wear this.
Which way?
Just on your back.
The cop warns that what Gideon's doing is still not allowed, but instead of acquiescing, he starts jumping and screaming like a kid having a tantrum.
Where is the backpack? You didn't trespass him, so shut the f up!
The person wearing the vest is sent into the McDonald's and then instantly called back before he makes it inside because the cops pull up right next to Gideon and his crew and start cuffing them.
Officer, what are you doing?
At this point, Gideon's camera no longer captures anything good. Fortunately, a YouTube channel called Code Blue retrieved the body cam. Gideon proceeds to do almost everything you're not supposed to do during an arrest, besides reaching for the officer's gun. As the cops begin to wrangle him, he does his best to make himself look as bad as possible.
This is a violation of rights. This is a violation. You cannot arrest somebody that never went inside and was never trespassed. Ma'am, they are arrested children that never went inside of a McDonald's. Call the DA and see how fast that gets dropped, you dumbasses.
What's funny to me is how quickly he starts pulling out the "their children" card when the cops are arresting them, but he clearly didn't mind that they were kids when he was telling them to disobey law enforcement and enter a McDonald's to record an insane, violent squatter. As reality sets in, Gideon tries to tell the cops the charges won't stick because he's a multi-millionaire.
Do you guys really think this is gonna stick? Do you want to waste your DA's time? I am a multi-millionaire. I promise you, I can take this as far as you want. Officer, you will be in a deposition and you will be arrested.
When this fails, he resorts to his final, most devious and ingenious master plan, saying he is so Rubenesque, so portly, in such a calorie surplus that the officer is hurting him by putting him in the squad car.
Get your foot in.
I can't even fit in here.
Get your foot in.
Officer, I can't even fit in here.
Get your foot in.
How are you going to arrest somebody that never even went on the property?
You're under arrest for being disorderly, not for being on the property. Put your foot in.
Officer, I can't fit. Have you guys consulted with the DA?
We don't have a DA.
I don't think Saul Goodman could even come up with this defense.
Officer, I'm simply too
Fat to be put under arrest.
You're just gonna have to let me go.
After disobeying police orders and telling others to do the same, being hostile to the cops, bragging about being a multimillionaire, and attempting to delay his ride down to the station because he couldn't scoot,
I can't scoot. I've had bigger people in the car. Officer, you're actually hurting me.
Gideon proceeds to ignore his Miranda rights because he literally doesn't stop speaking for 1 second as the cops take him to processing.
What is officer name? I can get that back to the station. I want you guys to know that once the case is dropped, I'm going to constitutional rights lawyer, and we'll let you guys follow immunity. And you got to do that position. You want to answer that. Because the case is dropped, and when it's I'm more
The yapping about how he's going to sue the department for violating his constitutional rights doesn't do much, as Gideon ended up with misdemeanor charges of stalking and breach of peace and was facing 93 days in jail. Meanwhile, the kick stream went on for a while after Gideon was taken in. And when Skeeter Jean showed up, it seems like even he realized that Gideon had gone a little bit too far.
Gideon was doing way too much though.
Yeah.
I should have told him not to even pursue it when we found out he was at the police station. Because I kind of knew, I had a feeling it wasn't going to go well.
Yeah.
I had a feeling.
This incident didn't seem to have much of an effect on Gideon's morale, as he came back the next day with another stream. The first portion of this comeback is the court proceeding which resulted in Gideon and the 3 others being released on bail. But about half an hour into it, it turns into a typical stream, and it's clear that he hasn't reflected at all since his arrest, as he was now organizing a protest against the police department.
We want Joe! We want Joe! We want Joe!
Additionally, he's still trying to be clever and continue his pursuit of Joe without being punished for it.
Did someone go and give him the rest of the cake, the eviction cake?
Here.
Here, dude,
Please do not do that.
I'm not going to do it.
Nobody do that. I mean, I can't control what you guys do, but nobody do that. I'm not telling any of y'all to do it.
Okay, you're not.
I actually want you guys not to do it.
Okay, I'm not.
Can you please not?
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm not anywhere.
Ultimately, Gideon is right when he says that the charges he and the 3 others got were relatively minor. Instead, it was his reputation that was taking a hit. Before the Code Blue video that highlighted all of his worst moments, his own chat was already cooking him for the "I'm a multi-millionaire" thing.
Oh, my multi-millionaire, by the way. Yo, come on, yo. Can we please chill with that, man?
It seems like now that he's actually having to feel just a tiny bit of backlash for his absolute recklessness, he's already changed his tune and doesn't want to be a menace anymore.
Seeing all these drama channels making their videos, like, yeah, you know, I feel like my rights got violated or whatever, but like, bro, you know, I think it's like a weird situation, and I thought it was like a fun moment for us. But then it's like, I feel like all these other people are taking it and like, Gideon went too far and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and people are taking it into this whole...
When the Code Blue video did come out, it got even worse, as it was promptly reacted to and covered by Critical and plenty of other commentary channels, where they lambasted him for being a whiny Karen and endangering his fans by sending them after Skeeter Jean's lunatic uncle.
I am a multi-millionaire. I promise you, I can take it as far as you want. Officer, you will be in a deposition and you will be arrested. This is...
Oh, that's minus 1,000 aura.
A day after Code Blue posted their body cam footage, Gideon reacted to it and said that he was broke.
I did not know that paying for 4 people's legal fees would result into something like this, but this is actually my bank account. Like, no lie, right hand on the Bible, this is my bank account.
But this did very little to stop the backlash, with any video about Gideon having its comment section peppered with "I'm a millionaire" memes. With enough public pressure, it's time we reach the final phase of the Gideon cycle, the apology, while saying the word genuinely 24 times over a 16-minute period, just in case you thought he was being dishonest at any point.
Yo, what's good, y'all, man? So, this is genuinely gonna be genuinely losing the plot. Genuinely, I'm just genuinely like, this was a very
you really
humbling
did say it 27
experience
times.
that I really needed. And I genuinely, so
Genuine.
He chalks up all of his bad behavior to live streaming, saying that the chat approval enables his worst personality traits, while the entire comment section posted memes about, "I'm a millionaire, genuinely." His return to creep catching content has been pretty successful in terms of sheer numbers, but I'd argue it's only a matter of time before he does something stupid again. Gideon ultimately hasn't changed much since he was a prankster. He began his career as a nuisance to others, with reckless disregard for how his actions affected them, so long as he got the views he wanted. Ultimately, that's the same mentality he took to his sting operations. He knowingly invited an infamous creep to his Discord server full of children, and when the most expected thing possible happened, he just tried to make content out of it.
I'm not gonna lie, I low-key put EDP on, chat. I'm sorry. I two-mans with EDP.
During his real-life stings, he doxes police officers when he doesn't get his way, acting as if he's some authority. He sends his young fans to mess with a dangerous squatter, all to be live-streamed so he can farm donations and clip it later. And when facing the consequences of his own actions, what does he default to?
I am a multi-millionaire. I promise you, I can take this as far as you want.
This guy should not be doing sting operations, and to be honest, I'm surprised the EDP sting didn't end up with Gideon in civil court. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time,
genuinely.
Okay. What the fuck was that all about? Very strange. I'm working on beating Nioh 3. I'm like at the very, very end. There's a cutscene playing. Is he gonna die right now? This guy? Oh, it doesn't look like it. He just took all those. Okay, cool. Start up the next thing.
The Great Spirit Stone isn't bright enough. There's no turning back now. We should follow Kusanagi.
Alright. Let's get this going. I got a good one for us. Alright. This is quite interesting. Oh, it's not scary interesting. It's a chilling scares, isn't it? I think that's it. Chilling scares? Yes, okay. This is wild.
Around mid-2020, beneath a Pink Floyd Instagram post, a user named KK Limar22 left a comment that most people probably would have dismissed as a bot spam post and scrolled past without thinking much of it. It read, "Help me. I'm an artist. I'm in trouble. I discovered a cannibalism restaurant here in Brazil. Now there's an agency of espionage torturing me. My parents were kidnapped. Can you save me? Please, I'm suffering." But underneath this desperate post, he included his full legal name, contact number, complete address, and the location of the said cannibalism restaurant, along with its email and a link to its website. On its own, something like this would be easy to dismiss as a troll or a cheap stunt to grab people's attention. But when other users visited the profile, the situation became a lot harder to brush off. His account was filled with nearly identical posts, all repeating the same accusation and begging strangers to help him before it was too late. And in some of them, he even uploaded legal documents belonging to himself and his parents as a desperate attempt to prove that the people in the story were real. From there, the trail spread beyond Instagram. His Facebook account and X profile were filled with the same desperate pleas going back as far as 2018. And according to people who had been following his situation, he had also been directly messaging strangers with the same request for help for almost 2 years. Eventually, some users also found an art account connected to him, where he often posted dark and disturbing drawings with captions that use phrases like "destroy fascism" and "socialism is fascism," along with frequent references to the same cannibal restaurant. Because of this, one of the first theories many people landed on was that the entire thing was an ARG attempt gone too far. An ARG, or alternate reality game, is basically a fictional story told through real-world platforms, where creators use social media accounts and online profiles as pieces of the narrative. So, from this angle, Kaike's post could be read as a horror project that began with his art and then slowly expanded into something much harder to separate from reality. But that theory had one major problem. If this was a performance, it was an incredibly strange one. There was no clear puzzle to solve and no satisfying reveal waiting at the end. Instead, it was just Kaike repeating the same accusation with a level of commitment that made it feel like something he genuinely believed was happening to him. And that left one uncomfortable possibility open. What if he wasn't trying to create a horror story at all? What if he actually believed every word of it? As strange as the phrase cannibalism restaurant sounds, the idea isn't completely unheard of in Brazil. Because just 8 years earlier in 2012, 3 people were arrested in Garanhuns in the Brazilian state of Pernambuco after the police accused them of murdering at least 2 women, consuming parts of their bodies, and using the rest to make stuffed meat pies that were sold to unsuspecting customers. And what made this case even more disturbing was how ordinary the operation looked from the outside. According to the police, the pies were sold even to schools and hospitals. Now, on its own, this case had no apparent connection to Kaike's story. But it did make Kaike's claim feel slightly less impossible than it first sounded. The problem was that beyond the accusation itself, he never provided anything that actually proved what he was saying. And when people tried to approach him directly for more information, his answers didn't make the story any clearer. For instance, when a Reddit user DM'd him and asked about the supposed espionage, all he got back were fragmented responses like, "They're torturing me. It's an evil organization. It's because they're evil." He sounded terrified, but every attempt to get a clear explanation out of him circled back to the same handful of words. And that's what made the website link he had been attaching to his public posts and comments this whole time so important. Out of everything he flooded the internet with, it was the one piece of information that could actually be checked. But when users followed the link, it led to the website of a hospice and rehabilitation center. When entered into Google Maps, it takes you to a medical facility called Baramed Support House. The building itself looked completely ordinary. Nothing about it pointed toward the kind of horror Kaike was describing. Even the Google reviews described it like any other care facility, with patients and families praising the staff for their attention and support. And these details changed the entire shape of the mystery. Maybe Kaike wasn't exactly lying. Perhaps he had been a patient in this medical center at some point, and because of some kind of severe paranoid psychosis, he had come to believe that the doctors and caregivers around him were not treating people, but harming them. It would explain why his story never produced any solid evidence, while also explaining why he seemed so genuinely terrified every time he repeated it. But as believable as this theory sounds, it has one major problem. Nowhere on Baramed's website did it describe itself as a psychiatric facility or somewhere that treats severe psychological disorders. Their service seems to be directed mainly toward elderly patients. This makes it less likely for Kaike to be a patient at this medical center. But after spending more time with the details of this case, I started to notice something that I haven't seen anyone else point out. Kaike's posts always mention 2 things together: the cannibalism restaurant and the claim that his parents had been kidnapped. And in some of his most desperate uploads, he posts his mother's government-issued identity card as proof that she was a real person. At first, that seems like a strange thing to prove. Nobody was questioning whether his mother existed. But Baramed is a continuing care facility. It's the kind of place where families admit elderly relatives for long-term treatment. And if Kaike's parents had been placed there by other family members and he didn't understand or didn't accept the decision, then everything about his story starts to look different. In his mind, his parents hadn't been admitted for medical care, they had been taken against their will, and the people looking after them weren't doctors, but something far worse. It would explain why he posted the same address hundreds of times and couldn't give a clear answer when people reached out to him. And it would explain posting his mother's identity card for the world to see. He believed someone had taken her and no one around him was doing anything about it. Either way, both theories still rely on the same foundation: that Kaike was mentally ill and that his paranoia had gotten severe enough to twist a normal care facility into something horrifying inside his own head. Unfortunately, there is no way to confirm any of this, because at some point after the story started gaining attention online, all of Kaike's accounts went dark. It's possible that the people around him or someone who knew him eventually stepped in and got him the help he needed. But until Kaike himself resurfaces or someone who knew him comes forward with an answer, this is where the case stays. On April 1st, 2009, a YouTube channel named Bobby Joe Blythe 007 uploaded a strange video titled "Jesus Taught Me." It was old, blurry footage that was clearly transferred from a VHS tape and recorded in an entirely different era.
was taken on 13 December 1984, about 7 p.m.
At first, it didn't get much attention and sat on the channel with almost no views for weeks. But when it finally caught the attention of viewers on martial arts forums, it quickly became one of the most disturbing pieces of footage to ever surface on the internet. The video opened inside a small karate dojo in Dumfries, Virginia, where a thin, soft-spoken man had apparently walked in off the street and told the people inside that he'd been trained in martial arts by Jesus Christ himself.
This guy, like I say, he's a priest. He's a 10th degree red belt. And who'd you say promoted you to 10th degree red belt? Jesus did. Okay.
Now, a claim like that obviously suggested the man may not have been in a normal state of mind, but he never came across as aggressive. In fact, he was even clear that he didn't want to hurt anyone and that he only intended to demonstrate what he had learned.
I won't brag or anything of that nature, but I can demonstrate. Okay, demonstrate on him. Well, I won't demonstrate on him. I will demonstrate around him.
The other two men in the frame were the owner of the dojo and one of his students. Both were Marines. And once the man finished explaining himself, the owner told the student to face him. Despite the man repeatedly making it clear that he only wanted to demonstrate, the interaction turned violent almost immediately. And even as he tried to back away, the student continued attacking him while the owner watched and let it happen.
Don't do that anymore. No, just don't do that. Good. I'm not a fighter.
The situation continued to escalate until the man was badly hurt and lying almost unresponsive on the floor, while the owner told the others to drag him out. The video then cut to the camera focusing on the floor, where a trail of blood led toward the exit of the dojo. And, according to the description beneath the video, the man was later found by police officers inside a dumpster behind the building, strongly insinuating that he had been killed. But neither the footage nor the description made it entirely clear whether the man had actually survived what had happened to him or not. And that was what horrified everyone who came across the video. So once martial arts forums got a hold of the clip, it spread fast, and people started trying to figure out where it had come from. The first major clue was the username of the channel itself, which led viewers directly to Bobby Joe Blythe, a former US Marine and the same man who appeared to be giving orders in the video. As for the dojo, it had been a storefront in a shopping center in Dumfries, Virginia. By the time the video appeared online, the place had already been shut down for years. These details only made the entire situation more difficult to explain. Because if this footage actually showed a brutal assault, then why would Bobby be the one to upload it to YouTube decades later? Maybe, in his mind, what happened in that room wasn't a crime at all. When viewers went through the rest of his channel, the videos gave a much clearer sense of the kind of authority he believed in.
We don't tolerate this. Nobody in our domain. We, black belts, this is our place. We can do what we want anytime we feel like it. And feel free as anybody could be in this world, in this place. And in your place, this is yours. This is your dojo. No one treads on your territory. We can do anything we want. Just do okay. We're liberal. If they come through that door, it's open season.
And if this was the kind of violent culture Bobby had built inside his dojo, it would explain how a badly wounded man could be dragged out the back door without anyone in the room treating it like something that needed to be reported. Naturally, viewers began contacting local authorities and sending them the footage, believing they had uncovered evidence of a crime that had somehow gone unnoticed for decades. But just days later, Captain Ronald Mackey of the Dumfries Police Department released a statement that seemed to shut the entire mystery down. According to him, the victim had survived the attack and had been interviewed by police after the incident. On paper, that should have been the end of it. Except, the explanation started falling apart as soon as more details came out. Another...
God damn it. Hear my dogs bark. Fuck! I just died. Fucking game. Okay. God damn it. Man, I was watching that or something. And then the fucking dogs in the doghouse. I don't know. It sounded like they were fighting for some reason, which is bizarre because they get along. I don't know. And then it just got me killed in this game. So now everything sucks. God damn it. And it's so annoying. Ah, fuck. It's so annoying when these games have a pause button, but you have to hit the menu and then hit the pause button in the menu. Like, I'm a moment's notice to just stand up. I hit it. I thought I pressed the right button. Still going. So fucking annoying. Fuck's sake.
But just days later, Captain Ronald Mackey of the Dumfries Police Department released a statement that seemed to shut the entire mystery down. According to him, the victim had survived the attack and had been interviewed by police after the incident. On paper, that should have been the end of it. Except the explanation started falling apart as soon as more details came out. Another official who was a retired police detective named Chuck Feldbush also claimed the man survived, but his account made the investigation sound far less thorough than the department's statement implied. Officer Chuck said he personally knew both Bobby and the victim, describing the man as a homeless guy who lived in the woods near the dojo. In his own words, "You could tell he had been beaten severely, but he wasn't very cooperative and didn't want to pursue charges." But if that was the entire basis for closing the matter, it also meant that the police never really conducted a proper inquiry into what happened inside that dojo. More importantly, it made the official claim that the victim survived almost impossible to verify. Because even if the attack didn't kill him immediately, it's still possible that a severely beaten, mentally unstable homeless man could have easily died days later from untreated injuries without anyone noticing. And since none of the officers involved could even remember his name, there is no way to trace where he went after that. Searching for hospital records and missing person reports from the area doesn't bring up any matches. And with no more leads to follow, people online started looking deeper into Bobby's background instead. According to several sources, Bobby's dojo may have attracted more than ordinary martial arts students. His background as a former Marine reportedly brought in bodyguards, other Marines, and possibly even local police officers. If that's true, it could explain two things at once: why the response from the local authorities felt so strangely muted, and why Bobby felt confident enough to post the video publicly in the first place. And if both of those things are true, they point to a simple but uncomfortable possibility: that the case didn't go anywhere because the people responsible for investigating it were too close to the people involved. But that is where the facts end and speculation begins. There is no direct evidence proving that local officials deliberately buried this, and nothing about the case directly indicates that Bobby was protected. That said, without the victim ever being clearly identified, it's impossible to prove or disprove any of these theories. Which is also why, despite thousands of people online trying to dig through the footage from every possible angle, there has been no meaningful development to the case over the 2 decades since the footage first surfaced, leaving the entire mystery trapped between two possibilities. Either the unnamed victim survived one of the most brutal assaults ever posted to YouTube, then vanished back into a life where no one could find him, or the video really did capture the final moments of an unidentified man while the people who could have helped him decided to look the other way. On June 16, 2016, a security guard in Utah picked up something on an old AM radio that would go on to be one of the creepiest pieces of audio in recent internet history. The guard's name was Cody Erickson, and at the time he had been working a swing shift at a bank management building somewhere in Utah. Inside the security office was an old AM/FM radio that belonged to his supervisor. And since Cody had already finished his tasks for the night and was just waiting for the next guard to come in, he started turning through the AM stations to pass the time. Most of what came through was exactly what you'd expect from an old radio late at night. But then, somewhere between a sports station on one side and an old music station on the other, Cody heard a woman crying. He tried adjusting the dial multiple times, hoping to pull the signal in more clearly. But each time he moved it, the broadcast either faded into static or got buried underneath one of the nearby stations. Still, what little came through was disturbing enough that he pulled out his phone and started recording. In the audio, the woman sounded like she was pleading with someone to leave her alone, and at one point, she mentioned 2 children.
Enemies dropped so many items.
The signal continued wavering in and out throughout the recording, with her voice rising and disappearing beneath the noise.
Oh, hell yeah.
And then, right at the end, the static cleared just long enough for another voice to come through and say something that nobody has ever been able to agree on. To most people who heard it, the words sounded like, "Rip her apart." After this, the broadcast cut out completely. Cody later checked that same stretch of the dial twice a night over the following days, hoping to hear it again, but the voice never returned. So, left with a recording he couldn't explain, he uploaded it to YouTube, hoping someone online might be able to figure out where it had come from. The first, and probably the most comforting theory that the internet came up with, was that the recording was just a scripted performance. The reason is that AM radio isn't as predictable as FM. Depending on where you are and how late you're listening, the dial can pick up all sorts of broadcasts, including old horror dramas and detective shows. So, according to this theory, Cody could have simply tuned into the middle of a fictional scene, and the crying woman was just an actress, while the distorted signal made the performance sound a little too real. Some other users also suggested that it could have been a drive-in movie theater leaking its audio into the radio. For those who don't know, outdoor theaters often transmit film audio over short-range radio so viewers can listen through their car speakers, and that signal can occasionally bleed onto nearby frequencies, which would mean what Cody heard was nothing more than the climax of some horror film leaking out of a transmitter somewhere down the road. But while both of those explanations make sense on the surface, they run into 2 problems. First, over the years, no one has been able to identify any piece of media, including audiobooks, films, radio shows, and horror dramas that cleanly matches the phrases heard in the broadcast. And second, most modern drive-in theaters tell customers to tune into an FM frequency, not the AM band Cody was listening on. So while a movie or radio drama is probably the easiest explanation to accept, it still doesn't account for why the source has never been identified. But probably the biggest reason people struggle to believe the performance theory was that the crying didn't sound staged. It didn't have the rhythm of an actor waiting for a line, or the clean emotional arc of a scene written to build tension. It sounded broken and uneven, like someone who was struggling to hold themselves together. And this led one Reddit user to suggest a very different theory. According to them, the recording may have come from a call-in radio show, possibly one where distressed callers reached out to a church or counselor for help, and the woman might have been crying while describing something terrible that had happened to her in the past. This would also explain how the final line might have been misheard. Instead of "rip her apart," the voice might have actually said 4 years apart, which would fit much more naturally into a conversation about grief or family trauma. But without the name of the original program, there's no way to verify this theory either, leaving the mystery exactly where it started. Unfortunately, there's a much more chilling possibility of what the audio could have been. Maybe Cody was listening to something that was never meant to be broadcast. Some users pointed out that the audio could have been a leaked signal from a baby monitor nearby. Older baby monitors and wireless security cameras are known to transmit on frequencies that nearby receivers can accidentally pick up. And while that alone doesn't explain every technical detail of Cody's recording, there are real cases where this exact kind of stray signal ended up exposing something deeply disturbing happening inside a private home. For instance, in February 2004, a man in Milwaukee installed a wireless security camera in his home. But while he was flipping between his own cameras, his receiver accidentally picked up a signal from someone else's house. On the screen, he could see two young girls standing with their arms raised above their heads while a woman in the room appeared to be hitting them. When the man contacted law enforcement, police confirmed that his receiver was likely picking up a cross signal from another camera within a radius of about 75 to 150 feet. Similarly, in another case from the Czech Republic in 2007, a father was watching his own baby through a video monitor when the device suddenly picked up a stray signal from another home nearby. It showed a young boy tied up on the bare floor of a room. After the father reported what he saw, police traced the signal to a house in the neighborhood, where the child was found bound with duct tape, severely dehydrated, and being watched over by a video camera. So, with cases like these on record, the idea that Cody's radio caught a stray feed from a monitor or a camera somewhere nearby isn't easy to dismiss. And if that's what happened, then what he was listening to may have been an act of domestic violence. Or something much worse, playing out in real time. Unfortunately, without the original broadcast ever being identified, the mystery can't move past speculation. All we really have is a short 2-minute recording of an old radio in a quiet security office. And unless that source is ever found, we may never know whether Cody captured a piece of fiction or something far more real that was never meant to be heard. On May 1st, 1995, a University of Arizona student named Brian Hance was flipping through the campus newspaper, the Arizona Daily Wildcat, when a strange full-page message on page 16 caught his attention. The page was filled with mathematical symbols, scientific notations, and historical references, including an image of Martin Luther surrounded by formulas and cryptic diagrams. At the top, it carried a simple title, May Day 1995. At first, Brian didn't think much of it, assuming it was either an invitation to some college fraternity or some secret club. But this assumption would be proven wrong over the next 2 years, because every year a new version of the same kind of message appeared in the paper. The pages blended mathematics, maps, biblical passages, historical figures, scientific diagrams, and fragments written in Latin, Greek, Hebrew, German, and other languages. Some even included musical notation or hand-drawn illustrations. Others referenced philosophers, theologians, and pivotal moments in history. By 1997, Brian was working as the web administrator for the Arizona Daily Wildcat, which gave him access to the paper's entire archive. So he spent days digging through decades of old issues, and what he found unsettled him on 2 fronts. First, these cryptic pages weren't new. He found similar messages stretching back years, eventually tracing the mystery back to the early 1980s. Second, despite appearing in the newspaper for years, no one at the Daily Wildcat seemed to know who was behind them. The ads were simply delivered through a lawyer, leaving the real author completely anonymous. So, to keep track of everything, Brian created MaydayMystery.org and began archiving every page he could find, hoping that if enough people looked at them together, someone might finally crack what they meant. Digging through the website, you'll find that although every issue brought a different looking puzzle, some elements kept repeating. The first and most obvious was the hand-drawn smiley face, which over the years had become something like a signature or logo for the person or people behind the mystery. A small, smirking man with 2 dots for eyes and a sly grin tucked into the corner of page after page. On top of this, Martin Luther also appeared repeatedly, either directly or through references. And so did one particular word. Leitmotif. It's a German word that means recurring theme, which is interesting because recurring themes are exactly what these advertisements seem to rely on. At first glance, it's easy to dismiss the archive as the work of a schizophrenic, a theory that has been debated for years on the internet. But after combing through dozens of them, there are 2 reasons why I don't think that theory holds up. For one, the advertisements are incredibly detailed. They pull together mathematics, history, religion, science, multiple languages, maps, and recurring symbols in ways that stay surprisingly consistent over decades. Then there's the money. By 1997 alone, dozens of Mayday advertisements have already been published, and new ones have continued appearing almost every year since the early 1980s, with smaller updates being released in between. A full-page ad in the Wildcat can cost hundreds of dollars each time, which suggests that whoever was behind them had both the financial resources and a long-term commitment to the project. For years, the identity of the people behind these advertisements remained a complete mystery, until Brian finally found the first real lead. It wasn't the anonymous author, but the man who had been submitting the advertisements to the newspaper for years, a Tucson attorney named Robert Truman Hungerford. Brian first learned about Robert after unexpectedly receiving an email from him. Robert confirmed that he acted as the legal representative for the people behind the advertisements. Yet, despite acting as the middleman, he consistently refused to reveal who his clients actually were. And from that point on, Brian's investigation became part of the mystery itself. He began receiving carefully scripted phone calls, cryptic mail, and packages postmarked from Las Vegas and routed through Pakistan, some containing foreign stamps and Middle Eastern coins. After he fell behind on website updates because he was sick, he even received a get well card. None of these messages were openly threatening, but they made one thing clear. Whoever was behind the Mayday mystery knew exactly who Brian was, and they were paying attention to his investigation. And this naturally shifted all the focus towards Robert, because he wasn't a random attorney. He had studied at the University of Arizona, earned a doctorate in theology, became a member of Mensa, the highest IQ society in the world, and reportedly spoke several languages, including Dutch, German, Greek, Hebrew, Latin, Russian, and Spanish. So when you compare his background to the advertisements with their theological references, historical figures, and multilingual fragments, it becomes easy to understand why people began to suspect he was more than just the lawyer. There's one more detail that makes the connection a lot stronger. If you pull up Robert's old University of Arizona yearbook photo, he appears to have close cropped hair, the eyebrows running almost straight across, and a faint smile, all of which looks exactly like the little smirking man at the bottom of pages. However, he has repeatedly denied being the sole creator. Instead, he claims he was representing an organization known as the Orphanage. In interviews over the years, he described the Mayday mystery as a work of art, while also suggesting there was a real society behind it who dealt with future events. He also insisted that everything needed to understand the mystery is already publicly available on Brian's website, encouraging people to pay particular attention to its theological themes. But if the orphanage is real, no one has been able to prove who they are. Over the years, theories have ranged from a political activist group with roots in the Vietnam War era, to an alternate reality game, to a massive work of conceptual art designed to reward only the most obsessive investigators. Yet, none of these theories explain every piece of the mystery. And it's not because people haven't tried over the decades. One young woman once drove from Phoenix to meet Brian at a cafe in downtown Tucson, carrying a thick binder of research. She believed the Mayday mystery was connected to the Zodiac killer, comparing symbols from the ad with ciphers and envelopes linked to the case. Brian heard her out, but told her he didn't think that was it. And before she left, she told him she had already sent everything to the FBI. But not every theory was that far-reaching. One of the most interesting clues came from an anonymous contributor on Brian's website who used the name nioh Terminal. Unlike most people, this person seemed to understand how at least part of the puzzle worked. For one of the earlier ads from the 1980s, the person pointed out that if you counted the brushstrokes in the Chinese characters, you got 24, and if you counted the letters in the English word above them, Richmond, you got 8. Put them together and you get 8/24, or August 24th. And sure enough, the next ad in the series had appeared on August 24th. However, it remains as one of the only times anyone has ever produced a clean, verifiable decode of any part of the mystery. Brian became convinced that nioh Terminal was somehow connected to the orphanage. However, even that breakthrough only cracked one tiny piece of one ad out of hundreds. And that is what makes the Mayday mystery so unsettling. Every time one part begins to make sense, the larger picture becomes even harder to see. On one occasion, Robert claimed that the mystery went back even further than the newspaper ads. According to him, the first message existed long before 1981, but in a different medium. He refused to say what that medium was, only explaining that the earlier messages were designed so that someone would have to be inside the group to even recognize them. Which means Brian's site may not even contain the complete archive of these puzzles. Nonetheless, for nearly 3 decades, Brian preserved the ads, letters, and any clues connected to the mystery. But even after all this, he never came even close to understanding what the messages actually meant. After more than 40 years, countless investigators, and hundreds of theories, the Mayday mystery remains unsolved. On September 12, 2008, a 49-year-old Delta Airlines employee named Charles Peck was on his way to Los Angeles for a job interview. The interview was at Van Nuys Airport, and if he got the job, it would finally allow him to move to California and marry his fiancée, Andrea Katz, who had been waiting for him in Westlake Village. But unfortunately, he never managed to reach the station. Instead, he became part of a tragedy whose mystery remains unresolved to this day. At around 4:22 that afternoon, the Metrolink train he was riding collided head-on with a Union Pacific freight train near Chatsworth, California. It was later found that the Metrolink engineer had run the red signal because he was distracted by his phone, texting just seconds before the impact, which led to 25 people losing their lives, and Charles was one of them. While that was tragic on its own, what happened afterwards is the reason Charles Peck's story would continue circulating online years after the disaster. Andrea was driving to pick him up from the Moore Park station when she heard the news of the crash on the radio. She rushed to the scene, and Charles's family soon joined her, hoping he still might be somewhere inside the wreckage. And then, a few hours after the collision, they got their first sign of hope. Charles's son received a call. It was from his father's phone. Over the course of that night, Charles's phone reportedly called his son, his brother, his sister, his stepmother, and Andrea. In total, his family received around 35 calls from his number. But every single time they answered, there was nothing on the other end. Just silence, or a wash of static before the line went dead seconds later. And because rescuers were still searching through the scene, the calls gave the family hope that Charles was still alive, just trapped somewhere in the wreckage. But roughly an hour after the last call, rescuers finally located Charles's body deep inside the first train after tracing him using the signal from his phone. According to the reports given to his family, he had likely died on impact before any of the calls were ever made. However, one detail didn't add up. Rescuers were never able to find his phone anywhere near his body. Now, for a lot of people online, there was only one way to explain that. They claimed Charles was somehow trying to reach his family from the afterlife. But as comforting as that idea may sound, even Charles's fiancée admitted it was something she held on to emotionally, not something she could actually defend. So if we set the afterlife theory aside, we're left with a much harder question. How does a deceased man's phone make 35 calls on its own? The most obvious explanation is a phone malfunction. The incident happened back in 2008 when phones still had physical buttons. So if the device was crushed inside the wreckage, it's possible that pressure, moisture, or damaged circuitry caused it to repeatedly dial numbers from Charles's recent calls or saved contacts. And at first, this theory seems to answer two of the hardest questions at once. It explains how the calls came from Charles's number even though he died on impact, and why nobody could hear anything on the other end. The reason the phone calls eventually stopped could simply be because the phone ran out of battery after switching through the phone book all night long. But the moment you look closely, this theory falls apart on one single detail. A damaged phone firing off signals at random isn't selective about who it calls. It would have hit coworkers, voicemail, or wrong numbers. Instead, every single one of those 35 calls went to a close family member, and not one rang a random contact. Which pushes us toward a second, more disturbing theory. Maybe a survivor trapped inside the same wreckage, too injured to speak, found Charles's phone and scrolled through the recent calls, hitting one number after another, hoping someone would trace it back. But this still leaves two major questions unanswered. First, if a conscious person were calling for rescue, why dial the same 5 relatives 35 times and never once call 911? And if someone else was using the phone, why was Charles's body the one found after rescuers traced the signal? And to no phone at all? None of these questions disprove the theory, but they do keep it from being a complete answer. There's also a less charitable version of that same idea. Instead of a survivor calling his family as a sick, deliberate prank. And out of every theory so far, this is the only one that fully accounts for the missing phone. Somebody took it with them. But it doesn't explain the fact that the rescuers located Charles by tracing the signal from his phone directly to him. If someone really took it with them, the signal should have led rescuers somewhere else entirely, not deep inside the first train where Charles's body was found. Which brings us to the most uncomfortable possibility. What if Charles didn't die right away? For that to be true, the coroner would have had to be wrong about the time of death. And at first, that sounds like a stretch. But it becomes a little less far-fetched when you learn that the officials handling this case had already made at least one documented error involving Charles. In the initial victim list that was released, Charles was listed as 58 years old, nearly 9 years off his actual age. Now, the mistake was shortly corrected, and on its own, it isn't enough to prove that the coroner was wrong about when Charles died. But it does remind us that the public version of events was assembled in the middle of a chaotic, mass casualty disaster where rescuers were trying to save lives, identify bodies, and communicate with grieving families all at the same time. And without Charles's phone ever being recovered, there is no way to know which theory is correct.
Man, I am speeding through the end of Nioh 3. You banjo bastards! Alright.
of October 15th, 1980, a small staff at WCPO in Cincinnati was working through what should have been an ordinary night shift. But at around 2 a.m., news reporter Elaine Green and a channel photographer were heading out to their cars when a man carrying a semi-automatic rifle stepped out from the dark and ordered them back inside. He assured them no one was going to get hurt and he just wanted to say something he needed the cameras for. The man was 41-year-old James Hoskins, an out-of-work artist living in Cincinnati's Over-the-Rhine neighborhood, which is one of the poorest areas in the city. Along with the rifle, he also had 5 handguns and roughly 600 rounds of ammunition. By the time the rest of the staff realized what was happening, James already had the entire newsroom under his control. He gathered all 9 employees at gunpoint and told Elaine he wanted to go live on television to deliver a message. Elaine, however, convinced him to record the interview on tape instead, preventing the station from airing an unpredictable hostage situation live to viewers at home. What no one at WCPO knew yet was that the most tragic part of the night had already happened hours earlier. When the camera finally started recording, James began explaining why he had come there in the first place, while holding a gun in his hand the entire time.
This is Chilling Scares. Very good channel. 2.8 million followers or subscribers. He just does really quick videos. Creepy.
Okay.
Well, I really didn't have anything together, but there's been so much violence.
He talked about the violence and poverty he witnessed every day from his apartment window in Over-the-Rhine.
There's not enough attention paid for the poor people in the Over-the-Rhine area, and there seems to be in the country a growing kind of thing to keep black and white at each other's throats, to keep the rich on top, so the poor people have no way to fight. The police have become the knights, the buffer between the rich and the poor. And the poor, I don't know if you've ever been in the Over-the-Rhine area to see the old people. They have nothing. I watch them. They have nothing. They sit in their bed all day long, and that's all they have to look forward to. Nothing's happening for them. Nobody cares. Nobody does anything for them.
He then turned that frustration toward the media and the city itself, accusing news stations of only entering these neighborhoods after someone had been killed, while city officials cleared low-income housing so visitors coming for conventions wouldn't have to see the poverty there.
It seems like the things you should be covering, you don't cover. You never come into the area unless somebody gets wasted. They're displacing people. They tear the buildings down so that when the people come into the convention centers, they don't have to look at the poor people.
But even as James laid all of this out, he kept speaking like a man who knew exactly how the night was going to end.
Can you see this world from your window?
I can see the world from my bay windows, up and down the street.
Possibly a story could be done from your window of the world.
I won't be there in my windows after this, I'm sure. Maybe you can do it from my windows, but I won't be there.
This only added to the seriousness of the interview. But for a man forcing people to listen at gunpoint and claiming that he was about to no longer be here, most of James's points didn't sound completely detached from reality. He was rambling and at times struggled to get his thoughts together. But his anger kept circling back to real problems and a system he believed had abandoned the people it was supposed to protect. This would go on for nearly 10 minutes. As the tape started running out, Elaine asked if there was any final point he wanted to make. And that's when James finally said what he actually wanted next.
Jim, we have probably another minute or so on this tape. Is there any other point you wanted to make?
I can't think of any point I want to make, except give me a place where the police can come and get me. We're going to shoot it out. And you people can leave.
Here?
Well, I don't see any other place for me to shoot it out. They've got their magnums. They want to hurt the poor people in the street. I've got my magnums. I'm ready. I'm loaded.
Hearing that, the people in the room tried to reason him out of his plan, pointing out that what he had just said sounded too idealistic to end in a shootout. But James's response to it immediately changed the context of the entire interview.
Idealistic things you just said. How?
You seem such a nice gentleman.
I blew my girlfriend away tonight.
Opinion change.
Before coming to the station that night, James had shot his girlfriend, 30-year-old Melanie Finley. She was later found inside their shared apartment on 12th Street. This confession made his calmness even more disturbing, as it became clear that James wasn't using the cameras to fight a corrupt system. He was using them to explain something he believed could no longer be undone. And even after Elaine and others kept pleading that he could still get help, James insisted he was already past saving, blaming drugs, paranoia, and a plan he said had started long before that night.
We don't want to see
I have no
her.
choice. I have murdered my girlfriend. I have been taking this weird drug. I am out of my mind.
But you can get help.
I can't. We planned. We did all these things. This whole thing was planned back in San Francisco. It was all started out. Over the period of time, I've become paranoid. I tell you, the drugs or the angel dust, people turn me on the angel dust. They did numbers on me in San Francisco that I ran from one end of the place to the other.
He was certain that he couldn't come back from what he had committed already.
I know that I'm slipping away.
Can't we help you before you slip in? You don't want to slip completely.
I'm gone. I'm gone. All they'll do. There is no help for me. Look, I murdered my girlfriend. God damn, man, I killed her.
After roughly 90 minutes, James let all 9 hostages leave unharmed and barricaded himself alone in the newsroom as police and SWAT surrounded the building. Negotiators spoke with him by phone through the morning, trying to talk him down. But at 9:15 a.m., while speaking to an officer on the phone, James said, "Well, it's time. I'm going to do it now." Police waited another 4 hours before entering the building, fearing it might be a trap. When they finally went inside at 1:45 p.m., they found James on the newsroom floor with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And when investigators searched his apartment, they realized the interview at WCPO may have only been one part of a much darker plan. They found more weapons, bomb-making materials, and detailed files on prominent city figures, filed under labels like political creeps, business creeps, and police tactics. Elaine Green later won a Peabody Award for her courage in the interview. Much of what James said that night still sounds like fair criticism even
she was
today.
super calm.
But the way in which he forced the world to hear it is what made the footage so disturbing. On Halloween night 1990, roughly 150 people gathered at Blackbeard's Family Fun Center in Fresno, California to watch a local magician attempt something no stuntman had ever survived. 32-year-old Joseph Boris, or Amazing Joe, was a self-taught magician from Fresno who had spent years trying to surpass Harry Houdini and become the greatest escape artist ever. And on this night, the anniversary of Houdini's death, he wanted to prove it. His plan was to be handcuffed, wrapped in chains, locked inside a transparent plastic coffin, and be buried alive in a 7-foot grave, all recorded for TV. If everything went according to plan, he would escape in less than a minute. But the problem was that even Houdini himself had nearly died attempting a version of this stunt in 1915, when the pressure of dirt got so overwhelming that he lost consciousness and had to be pulled out by his assistants before he died of suffocation. Joe, however, had already survived a simpler version of the stunt a year before in Oregon, where he escaped from a wooden coffin buried under dirt. That success gave him the confidence to go bigger. So, for the Fresno performance, Joe added something even Houdini never used: wet concrete. But during the days leading up to the stunt, one small detail had already hinted that Joe may have been taking too big of a risk. Still, when Joe arrived on location in a white tuxedo and white shoes, he gave the crowd no reason to think the stunt was in doubt. In the crowd were members of his family, including his 13 and 10-year-old sons, which made it seem like Joe had everything under control. So, in front of everyone, he let his assistants handcuff him and wrap chains around him before sealing him inside the transparent plastic coffin. Once the lid was locked, the coffin was lowered into the 7-foot grave, and his assistants began shoveling dirt into the hole until there was about 3 feet worth. Then, a cement truck pulled in and poured about 3 feet of wet concrete on top. The plan was for Joe to free himself before the wet cement fully dried up and trapped his escape route. But as soon as the hole was filled to the edge, the dirt and concrete both suddenly dropped about 2 feet, as witnesses heard the coffin shatter somewhere beneath all that weight.
It was a cold night anyway, and when it sunk, I just knew it's trouble. We're in trouble. And it's not fun anymore.
The crowd that had been waiting for Joe to climb out now watched the crew rush back in and start digging through the same dirt and concrete they had just buried him under. Unfortunately, by the time rescuers pulled him from the ground, he had already passed away. Pathologists later found concrete under his fingernails, suggesting that even after the coffin gave way, Joe may have still been trying to dig himself out. But the most disturbing part is that this collapse wasn't some freak accident no one could have seen coming. Joe's entire plan depended on him escaping the coffin in under a minute, because once the concrete covered him, there was almost no room for delay. But during practice, the same escape had taken 5 minutes. On top of that, the plastic coffin had already cracked during one of the earlier practice runs. But instead of replacing it, Joe patched it up himself using glue from a hardware store. Even Joe's own assistant later said that he never calculated the combined weight of the dirt and wet concrete together, and that his only test of the coffin's strength was jumping on it. In the end, Joe Boris died on the same night as the magician he had spent his whole career trying to surpass. At around 9:30 p.m. on May 28, 1982, viewers in Phoenix, Arizona had their regular programming interrupted by an unscheduled broadcast on KOOL.
Us to relay to you. Mr. Gwynn, is it all right for our guest to leave the studio now? All right, you may leave now.
On the screen was veteran news director Bill Close, sitting next to a man he addressed as only Mr. Gwynn and reading aloud from a handwritten script.
This is the script that Mr. Gwynn gave me, and I'm going to read it verbatim.
This is
and
crazy.
anytime you wish to interrupt me.
The words jumped between country music singers, religious prophecies, civil war, and a coming World War III. To the viewers watching at home, the broadcast looked strange enough on its own. But what they couldn't see was a .38 caliber rifle aimed directly at Bill's stomach beneath the desk. The man sitting beside him was 28-year-old Joseph Billy Gwynn. And roughly 4.5 hours earlier, he had forced his way into the KOOL building carrying that revolver and a small portable television monitor. The first person he came across was production assistant Nancy Petranka, whom he confronted before pushing past her and forcing his way deeper into the station, where another employee named Louis Villa stepped in his way and tried to stop him. But Joseph pistol whipped him across the head, locked him into a chokehold, and dragged him straight onto the set where Bill and 2 other station employees were preparing to go live for the evening news. With 4 employees now under his control, Joseph fired a single shot into the ceiling to prove his weapon was real. But when Bill asked what he wanted, Joseph's answer only raised more questions.
In visions and dreams, how God showed me what was going to happen in the future. Well, cities are going to be built and will be destroyed. There's going to be civil war in America, and America is going to be divided up.
By then, the people inside the station had already realized they were dealing with someone whose grip on reality was slipping, badly. Over the next several hours, Bill worked the phone with police negotiators, carefully relaying Joseph's demand to appear on television and have his statement read live on air. And every time he spoke to police, he had to walk back over to Joseph and calm him down before he started believing he was being stalled or ignored. But as the hours dragged on, Joseph became increasingly convinced that the station had no intention of broadcasting his message. And the longer he waited, the more desperate he became. So, with Joseph growing more unstable and a loaded revolver still pressed against Louis, police finally agreed to let him go live on air with Bill at around 9:30 p.m.
My name is Joe Gwynn. I am a watchman. Read the 33rd chapter of Ezekiel. This is about the story of the 10 prophets.
For the next 21 minutes, Bill read Joseph's 11-page, almost incoherent statement live to the people of Phoenix.
The 10 prophets are Johnny Cash, Ronnie Millsap, Eddie Rabbitt, Barbara Mondrell, Joe Gwynn, the traitor. The Arizona Republic and Phoenix Gazette can verify this story. 16 years ago in September, about the 25th of 1966, all of these people's names above meet at the same time, including me. I was almost 13 years old. We all meet and we're together at the same hour. Mysteriously, I was the only one who knew what it was about. The others didn't. I did.
The more Bill read, the harder the message became to follow, drifting from biblical prophecy into Islamophobic rambling.
Then the angel shows me a book about me and the life I was supposed to live. The angel told me the story about the 10 prophets. Then he told me I was a watchman, Ezekiel chapter 33. The angel told me I would meet all these people, the 10 prophets, the country singers. This is these people's part they have in this. Back to the beginning. Islam used sociology on our people. Islam is using this sociology on children. They used it on my generation to start the hippie movement and drugs. And on today's generation to turn them into punks and punk rockers by hypnotism.
As the statement went on, Joseph's prophecies got even more bizarre, describing an American Civil War and a Third World War that he believed were coming in the years ahead.
Islam is going to blow these cities up with atomic bombs. These 5 cities are Cyclops in Pennsylvania, Ominix in Arkansas, Yosemite in Nebraska, Isolox or Itchabad in Idaho, and Snix in New Mexico. All these cities will be isolated. After this happens, there will be civil war in America. The United States will be divided up into 4 countries. World War III will start in the fall of 1988. Edward Kennedy will lead the United States in World War III. He will be the next president and be elected 2 terms. The angel said we could unite and fight these Muslims, Islam, and their ally.
But the clearest sign of how far gone Joseph was came from the small monitor he had brought with him. Throughout the broadcast, he kept checking it to make sure the station was actually airing his message, as if the only thing Joseph trusted in that room was the version of reality playing out in his own mind. When Bill finished reading the final page, Joseph calmly handed Bill the revolver and surrendered without resistance.
Wow, nice.
I got a sweaty palm. I want to shake hands with you.
You really do, huh?
You bet. I told you I was playing this fair. Did you think you didn't trust me all this time? Oh, hell, it's all right. Leave him alone. It's okay. Put down the guns. I have the gun. Back off with the guns.
By that point, every person in that studio had spent almost 5 hours trapped inside a situation that could have changed any moment Joseph stopped believing Bill was on his side. Joseph was later charged with 4 counts of armed kidnapping, 3 counts of aggravated assault, and first-degree burglary. But after pleading no contest, he was declared legally insane and committed to the Arizona State Hospital. However, Joseph was released just 6 months later, despite prosecutors and even some of the psychiatrists involved warning that they weren't convinced he was safe to be back out in public. And 2 years after the hostage crisis, the same delusions appeared again. Joseph was arrested at a Phoenix convenience store after assaulting and threatening 2 clerks while screaming that Johnny Cash was going to kill his family. This time, the arrest triggered a probation violation from the original hostage case. Joseph was sent to prison, and he wouldn't be released until 2005, more than 2 decades after he first walked into that newsroom with a gun. On March 5, 1989, a local news crew in Moncks Corner, South Carolina was filming the 3rd day of the search for 5-year-old Justin Lee Turner. 2 days earlier, Justin's stepmother, Pamela Turner, had called the Berkeley County Sheriff's Office after he never came home from school. According to Pamela, Justin had left that morning to catch the bus from a neighbor's property a few hundred yards away. But when the bus returned that afternoon, he wasn't on it. And once police checked with the school and other witnesses, they learned that he never made it to the bus that morning. For the next 2 days, local police, the Berkeley County Rescue Squad, and dozens of volunteers searched the area around the Turner property off Horseshoe Road. They combed through the woods surrounding the home and checked sheds, storage spaces, and abandoned structures across the property, but still found no sign of Justin. By the morning of March 5th, search crews were getting ready to spend another full day going back around the same ground while a local TV crew from WCVB followed them around documenting the search.
Go all the way. Cross.
By it, the search barely lasted 5 minutes, as Justin's father, Victor Lee Turner, walked up to an old camper on the family's property and looked inside.
The very last boss of nioh.
Everybody stand back. Everybody stand back.
Inside a cabinet in the camper was the body of 5-year-old Justin Lee Turner. And in the few seconds caught by the TV crew right after the discovery, Victor may have revealed something he never intended to. The Turner property was immediately locked down as a crime scene. State agents started searching through the camper in the family's home, checking for fingerprints and trying to figure out how Justin ended up hidden there in the first place. Autopsy results later showed that Justin was strangled to death. But the physical evidence from the camper led nowhere, and the case went on to stall for years to come. Without any solid lead, attention slowly shifted back to the moment Justin was found. Investigators found that, according to reports, the camper had already been searched during the first 2 days Justin was missing, and nothing had been found inside. So, if those earlier searches were done properly, then someone had placed Justin's body there after the search was already underway, while police, volunteers, and reporters were still moving around the property. That meant the killer had enough access to the Turner property to return to the camper without being noticed. Even the footage captured by the TV crew added to that suspicion. When Victor looked inside the camper, he didn't seem to rush in to check whether Justin was still alive. He didn't even call out his name or try to pull him out. He backed away almost immediately, as if he already knew what he was going to find. Now, to be fair, there's no single normal way for a parent to react to something like that. But investigators still found the behavior difficult to ignore, especially considering how quickly Victor went straight to the camper once the search resumed, then located Justin within seconds despite the camper having multiple drawers and cabinets. But despite all of these observations, the suspicion around Victor and Pamela still wasn't enough to hold up in court. Most of what pointed toward them was circumstantial, and without physical evidence separating normal family contact from the day Justin died, investigators had no way to turn those suspicions into something they could actually prove. As the years passed and the case went cold, Victor and Pamela eventually left Berkeley County and moved to South Carolina's upstate. And according to investigators, neither of them ever contacted law enforcement again to ask about the case or whether any progress had been made. For decades, that was where the suspicion stayed. But years later, a new possibility emerged that hinted at something far more chilling than a family cover-up. In September 2023, a law professor at the University of Virginia and her students were mapping the movements of serial killer Richard Mark Ivanitz when one of them uncovered something unexpected. Richard had served in the Navy, and after tracking down naval records, the student found that the ship he was assigned to arrived in Charleston on March 3rd, 1989, the same day Justin vanished. Monk's Corner, where the Turners lived, was only about a 50-minute drive from the port. And once researchers started comparing Richard's known crimes to Justin's case, the similarities became difficult to ignore. But just like the theory surrounding the Turners, there was still no physical evidence directly tying Richard to Justin's death. Unfortunately, the police couldn't question him because by that time, Richard had already been dead for more than 20 years. He had lost his life in a police chase in Florida in 2002 after one of his kidnapping victims escaped and identified him to authorities. To make matters worse, his body was cremated and his ashes scattered, leaving no way to test his DNA against anything from Justin's case. So instead of pulling suspicion away from the Turners, the theory only left investigators stuck between two possibilities that were both disturbing in completely different ways. Either someone close to Justin had killed him and hidden his body back on the property while the search was already happening, or a serial killer from outside had somehow entered that same space without leaving proof behind. The answer remained uncertain for decades, until investigators announced what looked like the first real break in the case in 35 years. Using newer forensic testing methods, investigators re-examined the microscopic fibers recovered from Justin's shirt and compared them to a rope found inside the Turner home. According to them, the fibers were consistent with the possibility that the same rope had been used to strangle him. Shortly afterwards, 68-year-old Victor and 63-year-old Pamela Turner were both arrested and charged with Justin's murder in January 2024. And for the first time in decades, it looked like the case might finally be heading towards some kind of answer. But just a few months later, it fell apart again. In June 2024, Judge Roger Young dismissed the charges with prejudice, ruling that after 35 years, with over 20 witnesses either dead or unable to testify and no real new evidence on the table, there was no way to give the Turners a fair trial. Because it was dismissed with prejudice, the decision was permanent and the charges can never be refiled. So, after everything, the mystery of Justin's murder landed right where it started in 1989, and those few seconds of footage captured by WCBD may still be the closest thing this case ever gets to an answer. On the morning of June 26, 1995, viewers in Mason City, Iowa tuned into their regular Monday morning newscast on KIMT.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Daybreak. It's June 26th. I'm Jody Husentrud.
And I'm Kevin Skarupa. Good morning, everybody. And
coming off a wild weather weekend.
On screen was 27-year-old news anchor Jody Husentrud, smiling through the early morning broadcast with her co-host Kevin Skarupa. The two hosts talked lightheartedly as they discussed the weather for the day ahead. At the time, there was no reason for anyone watching to remember these moments. But this would soon become the last broadcast Jody would ever appear in. The next morning, Jody was supposed to arrive at the station by 3:30 a.m. to prepare for the 6 a.m. newscast. But when she didn't show up, producer Amy Kunz called her apartment at around 4:10 a.m. Jody answered, sounding like she had just woken up. She said she had overslept and told Amy she would be right there. That was the last confirmed contact anyone ever had with Jody Husentrud. By 6 a.m., when Jody still hadn't arrived, Amy was forced to anchor the show without her. And that alone was enough to worry the newsroom, because Jody had never missed a newscast before. Shortly after 7 a.m., her coworkers called the police. When officers arrived at her apartment, the reason she never made it to work became clear within minutes. Jody's car was still parked just outside her apartment building, but everything around it suggested she had been attacked right as she was trying to leave. Scattered around the car were her belongings, including her shoes, blow dryer, hairspray can, earrings, and a bent car key. Nearby officers also found drag marks on the pavement and clear signs of a struggle. When investigators spoke to the people in the apartment complex, some residents said they had heard screams around the time Jody would have been leaving for work. Another resident reported seeing a white Ford Econoline van idling nearby, but none of those details reached police until after Jody was already gone. By the time they pieced everything together, they had an idea of what could have taken place. She probably made it to her car and was unlocking the front door when someone attacked her from behind, explaining the bent car key. But finding who did it would prove to be a far more challenging task. With no usable fingerprints, tire tracks, or clear eyewitnesses, investigators turned their attention to the people in Jody's life to find the answer. The first name to draw serious attention was 49-year-old John Van Cise. The night before she disappeared, Jody had gone to his home to watch a video from a surprise birthday party he had thrown for her 2 weeks earlier. On its own, nothing about that visit seemed unusual. But to some of Jody's friends, John's feelings towards her had started to seem strange. Even though they both described the relationship as a friendship, people around her sensed that his attachment to Jody was turning into an obsession, to the point that he even named his boat after her. So naturally, when Jody vanished just hours after leaving his home, all this context turned him into a potential suspect. But that suspicion never turned into proof. John cooperated with investigators, provided DNA, passed a polygraph test, and years later, police even placed GPS trackers on his vehicles to see if his movements might lead them somewhere. But none of it produced anything tying him to Jody's disappearance. And as it turned out, John wouldn't be the last person in Jody's life whose attachment to her caught investigators' attention. However, for the next 2 years, every possible lead investigators came across seemed to end in a similar way. Close enough to raise questions, not strong enough to answer them. This went on until 1997, when a new name entered the investigation. A man named Tony Jackson was arrested in the Minneapolis area around that time. When police looked backward through his timeline, 2 details stood out immediately. At the time Jody disappeared, Tony had been living in Mason City, only 2 blocks from the KAMT station where she worked, and close enough to her apartment for the connection to matter. On top of that, the nature of his confirmed crimes involved stalking, abducting, and sudden violence against women, which fit the kind of offender who could have walked in an apartment parking lot before sunrise and attacked without warning. But once again, the case stopped at the same wall. His DNA didn't match the physical evidence recovered from the scene, and after a full review of the evidence and a polygraph, Mason City police confirmed that he wasn't considered a viable suspect in May of 1999. By then, nearly 4 years had passed without Jody being found, and on May 14, 2001, she was declared legally dead. But the case never really went cold. Her story became one of the most discussed disappearances in the country because of consistent national coverage. But even with that exposure, the investigation would go nearly 3 decades without any breakthrough strong enough to change the direction of the case. Then, in 2025, a Hulu documentary brought another name to the spotlight. Information came from someone who had known Jody since childhood. Patty Niemeyer was one of Jody's closest friends growing up, and she had been married to a man named Brad Millerburn. But according to Patty, Brad had been fixated on Jody throughout their marriage. And this fixation eventually became one of the reasons for their divorce, which was finalized on June 23, 1995, exactly 4 days before Jody disappeared. Once investigators looked closer at Brad, one detail pulled the case back to something witnesses had reported from the very beginning. At the time of the abduction, Brad had access to a white Ford Econoline van which he used for work. It was the same type of vehicle someone had seen near Jody's apartment that morning. Once this connection was established, investigators showed Patty a few sketches of a man who had reportedly been seen around Jody's apartment complex before she disappeared. When Patty looked at these sketches, she seemed confident that they looked like Brad. Unfortunately, just like every other person of interest in this case, that lead never turned into anything meaningful. Brad denied any involvement with the disappearance and cooperated with investigators. And after multiple interrogations and thorough property searches, officials found no forensic link connecting him to the crime scene. So, even after thousands of tips and several persons of interest over the decades, no one has ever been arrested or charged for Jody's disappearance. And more than 30 years later, the broadcast from the morning of June 26, 1995 still remains the last public record of Jody Huisentrude alive.
Okay, I'm going to click this button. It says deliver judgment. Decide Kumanatsu's fate. This is it. I've beaten Nioh 3. They just announced the DLC yesterday, so I was already at the end. I just...
Well fought. To think you had become so powerful. Takechio, do you remember when we were but children?
That's what.
We were always close when we were young. But I had convinced myself I was better than you. Then, you were chosen to become Shogun.
I do not care.
The net account on Reddit looks very The now abandoned Sustanet account on Reddit looks very ordinary at first glance. Most of its posts were about collecting virtual pets like Tamagotchis or the wildly popular tabletop war game Warhammer 40,000. More specifically, Sustanet was interested in painting Warhammer minifigures and sharing his work on the internet. On the 1st of November 2020, he shared another one of these minifigures on the Warhammer subreddit, but this one was a bit different. The finished product. My girlfriend's 9-year-old daughter planned and painted this scheme, with a bit of help from me on the helmet and small bits. She is very proud, and it looks pretty darn good.
Okay, I didn't know I was going to actually get to choose. Nioh 3, execute or spare? I need to know the exact difference before I, do the New Game Plus situation. Post-game freedom with no gameplay rewards, achievements, or items locked behind either option. Oh, if there's no actual, so you get to actually just choose based on your own emotions and you don't have to worry about that type of shit? Well, he's being executed. Anyways, sorry. Just executing my enemies.
Received much attention at the time, but the few replies it did receive were very positive. Your girlfriend's 9-year-old daughter paints better than any pro painter I've ever seen on eBay. Great work. She should be proud. That's definitely a lot better than some stuff I see from adults. But more recent comments had a much different tone. Have a horrible time in jail. She would have been an amazing artist. She could have grown up to be such an amazing artist if she wanted to. I'm sorry, Maddie. At first, it's unclear what they're referencing, until you look a bit further. The incident started on February 26, 2024. At around 4:30 p.m., Jennifer Soto went to the Hunters Creek Middle School in Orlando, Florida to pick up her daughter Madeline, or known to most as Maddie. But when she asked for Maddie, school staff told her that her daughter never arrived that day. Jennifer initially presumed that Maddie must have gone to her grandmother's office, which was close to the school. Unfortunately, she wasn't there either. So she began searching for Maddie in the surrounding areas on her own, and also told someone to call the police.
911, what's the location of your emergency? And do you need police, fire, or medical? Police, possibly. I'm reporting a missing child.
Maddie was officially reported missing at around 8 p.m., triggering an immediate search and rescue effort. Over 50 members of the emergency response team went door to door in the neighborhood, asking if anyone had seen Maddie earlier that day. However, despite looking for her all night, they couldn't find a single clue about her whereabouts. The person who dropped her off at school was Jennifer's boyfriend of 7 years, the owner of the Sustanet Reddit account, Stephen Stearns. When asked about it, he claimed Maddie asked to be dropped off a few blocks away from the school so her friends wouldn't see her in Stephen's old car.
So it's like around where these communities were?
Okay.
And it's just like in this stretch.
That night, Stearns showed deputies the spot where he says Madeline got out of his car, a silver Lincoln MKZ.
She had also left her phone at home that morning and didn't have a smartwatch or any other trackable devices on her. But just as the situation was starting to look hopeless, investigators found their first lead. Going through her phone revealed messages she sent to her friends where she talked about running away and living in the woods after she turned 13. This prompted a much wider search across the many hiking trails and wooded areas around the school, which unfortunately also led nowhere. With no other options, investigators turned their attention back towards immediate family, and especially Stephen. He was the last person who saw Maddie, turning him into a prime suspect in her disappearance. Stefan, however, stuck to his story.
When I left her, she was on the other side of the street, rummaging through her backpack and just kind of moving towards the school area, so.
In the meantime, Jennifer went to the media to help spread the word about her missing daughter.
I want her to be okay. I want her to be safe. I don't want her to come back home.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on in the story.
I just want her back. Whatever that means. I just want her back.
What she didn't know was that the person responsible for Maddie's disappearance was sitting right beside her. You see, Stefan had told the officers about multiple locations he went to after dropping off Maddie before returning home, including a vape shop and a game store. But when officers checked CCTV footage, they saw him driving in the area, but never entering any of the places he claimed to have visited, almost as if he was just creating potential alibis in case he was ever questioned. CCTV footage around his apartment complex also showed him making a stop and discarding items into a dumpster before driving away, something he didn't mention at all during questioning. When investigators checked the dumpster, they found a school backpack containing Maddie's purple hoodie and her school laptop. This resulted in Stefan getting arrested on the morning of February 28, but many aspects of the case were still unknown. The final piece of the puzzle was discovered on February 29th when police discovered CCTV footage of Stefan driving with Maddie strapped in the front seat. However, she was slumped over, indicating that she was likely knocked out. This made even more sense when investigators also found a purchase record of him buying sevoflurane from Walmart 2 days before Maddie went missing. Sevoflurane, for those who don't know, is a medical anesthetic similar to chloroform. Footage from a hotel's parking lot also showed him taking her out of the front seat and putting her in the trunk. Then, on the 1st of March, investigators received a tip from someone who saw him changing his car's tire on Hickory Tree Road on the morning of February 26, and a search of the area revealed that him having to stop on the road wasn't a coincidence. In a wooded area just off the road, officers found the remains of Maddie, hidden under some grass, confirming Jennifer's worst fear. Stefan was charged with first-degree murder and was sentenced to 21 life sentences without parole in July 2024, with the pictures of Maddie he previously posted on his now-abandoned Reddit account serving as a constant reminder of his heinous crime. On September 30, 2017, Reddit user Killikun made a post on the stand-up comedy subreddit talking about the passing of comedian Patrice O'Neal. Patrice O'Neal doesn't get the proper recognition he deserves. If not for his unfortunate, untimely early passing, he would without a doubt be considered the greatest comedian of all time. And while many agreed with him in the comments, the top reply had a different tone. If not for his unfortunate, untimely early passing. Yeah, like your son? This comment was referring to the tragedy that happened just 3 days after this post. Almost a year before this post, the OP posted a picture of a baby holding a computer mouse to his ear titled, "My son thinks everything is a phone." It was a very innocent, wholesome post. Sadly, a year later, it would become a reminder of the horrific incident that happened on October 3, 2017. That day, 27-year-old Christopher Kunn, the man behind the Killikun account, took his then 2-year-old son to the Levittown Town Center Walmart in Pennsylvania. But he wasn't there to shop. Immediately after entering the store, Christopher tried to shoplift a $228 soundbar. He was confronted by security officers trying to stop him from leaving. Security also called the police, resulting in him getting more scared, shouting, "You can't hold me here," and rushing back to his car with his 2-year-old son. The son climbed into the back seat, leading Christopher to make the worst mistake he could have made in that situation. He forgot to strap him into the toddler seat. Instead, he climbed into the driver's seat and sped off. He wasn't even being chased by the police yet, but he kept driving at an unsafe speed. He then tried to run a red light at an intersection just a few hundred feet from the Walmart. Unfortunately, that's where his luck ran out. In an effort to flee the scene, he T-boned another vehicle, resulting in his car rolling over. Christopher himself was buckled in, allowing him to come out of the crash with minimal injuries. Sadly, his son was ejected from the car and landed violently on the roadway, passing away on the spot. Witnesses also saw Christopher stepping out of the car and looking at the remains of his own son before continuing to flee on foot. Fortunately, the police arrived at the scene moments later and arrested Christopher, who was trying to hide in the plants next to the road. Further investigation revealed that he was under the influence of drugs, which may have contributed to his erratic behavior. Christopher also turned out to have an extensive criminal record, including theft, fraud, terroristic threats against his wife, and many more. He was also driving with a suspended license due to prior drug possession. He stood trial on March 28, 2018 on charges of third-degree murder, child endangerment, and others. He was later sentenced to 8.5 to 30 years in prison. And as far as I was able to find, he remains behind bars with no reports of his release. On the 11th of August 2018, Reddit user Galpticos posted a very run-of-the-mill meme on the Dank Memes subreddit. There was nothing too notable about it, and it received little attention at the time. But if you visit the post today, you'll see strange comments like, "Bro, this is crazy. The history behind this guy is actually insane. This is actually disturbing. He's probably in hell now." They seem very out of place at first, but learning what the owner of this account did, they're not all that surprising. You see, there were two constants on the Galpticos Reddit account, Fortnite and depression. The owner of the account, 19-year-old Farhan Tawheed, often discussed his mental health struggles with others on the site, and things seemed to be looking up for him. One of the most recent comments on his account was a reply to a post asking depressed people how they were doing that day, to which Farhan replied, "The past few weeks have been great. I finally moved on from 2 toxic relationships that I was trying to hold on to for way too long. Thanks for asking." It looked like he was looking forward to improving his life. Unfortunately, that's not how things played out. The incident happened on the night of April 5th at around 1 a.m. when Farhan posted a Google Drive link to his Instagram. Inside was a 7-page document detailing what he was about to do and why. It opened with the chilling line, "Hey everyone, I killed myself and my family. If I'm going to die, I might as well get some attention." The rest of the document went on to detail the plan he made with his brother to purchase guns and take out the rest of his family when the time came. He talked about how his depression had persisted for most of his life, and that there were many people who tried to help him, but they all failed and eventually ended up ghosting him. In a segment about happiness, he wrote, "It's not fair. I did everything right, every little thing right, and I'm still just apathetic. Everyone's allowed to worry about their future, and I can't even think about what I'm going to do tomorrow without enduring an existential crisis. It's not fair how everyone can be so content while I can't even fathom being happy. No matter what I do, I just can't be happy." He also mentioned his reason for ending his family as well, which essentially boiled down to they'll be sad after he's gone, so this is a better option. He was clearly facing serious mental struggles, but at this point it was already too late. One of his friends noticed the concerning Instagram post and requested a welfare check. Officers arrived at the scene just a few minutes later. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. The house was fully locked, and by the time they managed to break in, all 6 family members had already passed away from gunshot wounds, leaving Farhan's abandoned Reddit account as a snapshot of how he felt leading up to the brutal massacre. N.M. Wrights, or Nicholas Cassotis, became a prominent horror fiction writer on Reddit in 2019, with some of his stories receiving tens of thousands of upvotes. What none of his readers knew, however, was that the writer of these fictional horror stories would end up living through something similar himself. As a fan's comment on his last post on Reddit states, "You were always a good writer, but a bad husband." His crime first came to light on December 2nd, 2022, when a group of hunters found a human torso inside a plastic container at a hunting park in Riceboro, Georgia. When police arrived at the scene, they found another plastic container and a knife nearby. A more thorough search of the area also revealed several other dismembered parts of the same person, scattered in a 3-mile radius of the initial finding. Unfortunately, it took until May 11 to identify the person through DNA testing. This turned out to be Mindy Cassotis, a 40-year-old woman from Savannah, Georgia. The very next day, police arrested 4-year-old Nicholas Cassotis, known online as N.M. Wrights, as the prime suspect in the case. He was married to another woman named Samantha by this point and was living with her in Pennsylvania. Investigation into his past revealed that Mindy Cassotis was actually his second wife. He got divorced from his first wife and was ordered to pay $1.5 million in alimony in 2016. But instead of paying the amount, he went on the run and married Mindy the same year. They ended up moving to many different places over the years, eventually settling in an Airbnb with her parents in Savannah, Georgia. Then, on the 1st of December 2022, he told her parents that she went to the hospital for high blood pressure related issues. There, the situation got worse, and she ended up passing away due to a stroke. Not long after that, he moved to Pennsylvania to marry Samantha, his now 3rd wife. This appeared to be a very open and shut case of him taking the life of his wife and running away to a new location to hide. He stood trial on August 5, 2025, and that's when he came out with his version of what happened, which to any of his readers sounded like another one of the fictional stories he used to write on Reddit. According to Nick, his name appeared in a 2016 article about exposing a scandal in the US military. Looking through that article now, it shows that his name was only mentioned in passing and had little to do with the scandal. But according to Nick, he started experiencing strange occurrences after this mention, like unauthorized charges on his bank account or mail disappearing from his mailbox. So he contacted the FBI, and that's when he met an FBI agent named Jim McIntyre. Nick claimed that Jim became his handler from that point on. He managed his finances, helped him move several times to avoid the powerful people who were after him, and even helped him sell one of his horror stories to Sony. Jim even went as far as to get him a remote job at a software company. This resulted in him and Mindy. Jim even went as far as to get him a remote who were after him, and even helped him sell one of his horror stories to Sony. Jim even went as far as to get him a remote job at a software company. This resulted in him and Mindy fully trusting Jim and doing everything he said, even sticking with him through disagreements.
But you didn't cut ties with Jim, correct?
We did not, no. Mindy felt that Jim was our, our angel. She said, he had made mistakes, but, we would be in the position to fix all those mistakes. And if we stopped working together, then who knows, if his resolve to see this end in our favor was going to go away,
Nick then told the same story he told her parents, that she went to the hospital for a checkup and ended up passing away. He also added that the hospital had cremated her remains before he could see her. Mindy's mother later testified that she believed Nick because she had no reason not to. He also told her that Mindy likely died due to the carelessness of a nurse and that he was going to file a lawsuit against the hospital. But instead of following through, he left her house not long after. This story he was giving already sounded like fiction by this point. But Nick stayed adamant that every part of it was true. Maybe he thought this would be enough to convince the jury of his innocence, especially since there was no direct proof of his involvement. Unfortunately for him, the prosecution came prepared with undeniable circumstantial evidence. For instance, purchase records revealed that he bought things like latex gloves, a shovel, and a hunting knife set leading up to the crime. Cell phone data also showed that his car was present at the hunting park in Riceboro, Georgia on December 1st. Most importantly, investigators discovered that he was in a relationship with Samantha while he was still married to Mindy. He likely wanted to be with Samantha but didn't want to go through the divorce process again, so he decided to end her life instead. He also tried to cover his tracks by sending an email to Mindy's parents from a burner email account, claiming that he had died in an accident just so they wouldn't think of coming after him. Nick believed that writing horror stories about familial crimes gave him the ability to lie his way out of the consequences of his actions. Fortunately, he was sorely mistaken. The trial ended on August 14, 2025, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Well, I beat nioh 3. Oops. Got a handful of side activities left in the game.
The now abandoned Sustanet account on...
There we go. Handful of things left in the game to do, but... let one more video play likely, and then that's that. Ah! Man, using a touchpad when you're navigating and you accidentally like highlight everything on the screen and it just turns blue. So they're like, what the hell, man? Oh, 5 most disturbing Reddit threads. Let's go with something.
2022, members of several crime-related subreddits like Prison, Ex-Con, and Felon saw the same post from an account named Criminology Student. A quick glance at the post revealed that it was asking ex-convicts to take a survey, reading, "Research participation needed. Hello, my name is Brian, and I'm inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense, with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. In the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included."
If I'm not mistaken, this specific one is a guy who's actually going to commit a crime, and he wants to hear basically good ideas. So he's posing as a student writing an essay.
After the open-ended section as to best understand your unique traits. The study should take about 15 to 20 minutes to fully complete. This was then followed by a rather professional-sounding disclaimer from the OP, as well as his email and full name, Brian Koberger. Now, requests for surveys like this aren't exactly uncommon on these subreddits, especially from students much like Brian. But the questions in this one are a bit strange, asking things like, how did you travel to and enter the location that the crime occurred? Before making your move, how did you approach the victim or target? Before leaving, is there anything else you did? How did you leave the scene? However, the DeSales University email ID and the fact that the survey was hosted on an official-looking website suppressed any suspicion people might have had about its legitimacy. It's unclear how many people actually completed the survey, but Brian must have had some luck because he reposted the same request on many other subreddits over the next month. What none of the participants knew, however, was that this survey would end up becoming evidence for one of the worst crimes in Idaho's history. The police first became aware of the situation on November 13th, 2022 at around noon after receiving a disturbing 911 call traced to Moscow, Idaho.
911 location of your emergency.
I'm in Moscow, Idaho.
Something happened in our house. We don't know what. What is the address of the emergency? 112.
The caller was sobbing so hard she could barely explain what was happening.
That's right, you folks thought I was going to go on you. Go easy on you. It's real nigga hours, okay? We're listening to phone calls of people dying.
Another girl grabbed the phone from her and told the dispatcher that her roommate was unconscious and not breathing. Officers rushed to the scene, expecting the worst outcome. However, nothing could have prepared them for the brutally gruesome scene they were about to walk into. The house, located on Kings Road, was the off-campus residence of several University of Idaho students. And upon arrival, the officers saw bloody remains of 4 of these students scattered throughout the house. All 4 of them had numerous lacerations and stab wounds, and had tragically already passed away by the time help arrived. According to later autopsy reports, the 4 were attacked by likely the same person at around 4 a.m. One of the surviving roommates, who later called 911, remembered seeing a masked stranger roaming around the house around that time. But she was too intoxicated to trust her own vision and passed out shortly after locking her bedroom door. Crime scene investigators arrived at the scene shortly after the police and began looking for clues. Unfortunately, the only thing they found in the house was the leather sheath of a knife under one of the victims. This finding would prove extremely important later, but at the time it did little to help investigators identify the killer. The DNA present on it, for example, wasn't in the FBI's...
What? I'm sorry, I don't know what that word is. It's like a EGAD? Oh, okay. I don't know why that's a different word when I highlight it. It says EGADs when I actually highlight it, but it's not. It's got like a Chinese character and it says the word year. I don't know what happened there. Anyways, back to this.
This finding would prove extremely important later, but at the time it did little to help investigators identify the killer. The DNA present on it, for example, wasn't in the FBI's database. Though what made the case even harder to solve was the complete lack of motive. Nothing was missing from the house, and there were no signs the perpetrator had done anything other than commit the murders. With no other option, investigators began analyzing CCTV footage from around the region. And that's when they discovered a white Hyundai Elantra speeding away from the area shortly after the estimated time of the crime. Further analysis revealed that the same car had been circling the victim's house hours before the incident. Tracking this vehicle led to 28-year-old Brian Christopher Koberger, the same Brian Koberger who had posted this survey on Reddit months earlier. He had a master's in criminal justice and was pursuing a PhD at Washington State University. That said, he had no real connections with the victims. His presence in the general vicinity of the incident wasn't strong enough evidence to issue an arrest warrant either. So the investigators looked deeper, and using his phone data confirmed that he'd visited the house many times in the past. He also turned his phone off for several hours around the same time as the incident, something he had never done in years. He likely thought that keeping his phone off would prevent law enforcement from tracking his location. But this sudden break-in pattern stood out even more, giving authorities the go-ahead to arrest Brian. However, tracking him down turned out to be far more difficult than investigators had anticipated. By the time they caught on to him, he was long gone from his university. And after a weeks-long manhunt, Brian was finally located and subsequently arrested on December 30, 2022. He was found hiding in his parents' home in Pennsylvania, over 2,500 miles away from the crime scene. DNA samples taken after the arrest also matched the sample found on the knife sheath perfectly, further confirming that Brian was the one investigators were looking for. And while he kept denying the allegations at first, he eventually confessed to everything in exchange for a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. He stood trial on July 23, 2025, and was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. His conviction also put his Reddit survey requests in a much different light. Brian was trying to learn how other criminals carried out their crimes and the mistakes that got them caught so the same didn't happen to him. Though, one thing that's been completely missing from any of these findings is his motive. Why would a seemingly well-adjusted man on path to a doctorate degree commit such a heinous crime, especially when he didn't even know his victims beforehand? While the most popular theory states that his actions were the result of a deeply unwell man developing an irrational hatred for women. You see, Brian suffered from visual snow, a condition where the patient sees black and white flickering dots all around them. The constant noise can make life difficult and cause other psychological issues, something Brian himself was well aware of. As he wrote in a visual snow discussion forum, "I always feel as if I'm not there, completely depersonalized. Mentally, I experience fog, lack of comprehension at some times, feel like my life is a movie, depression, no interest in activities, constant thoughts of death, anxiety, poor self-image, poor social skills, no emotions. I feel like nothing has a point to it. When I get home, I am mean to my family. This started when Visual Snow did. I felt no emotion along with the depersonalization. I can say and do whatever I want with little remorse." His irrational hatred for women also manifested in his day-to-day life. It was the primary reason he was fired from his position as a teacher's assistant, and was even caught harassing women at a brewery a few months prior. Now, most analysis of Brian's reasoning end here. But from what I've seen, his motive might have been a lot deeper and involved his admiration of infamous serial killer Ted Bundy. Brian apparently did a lot of online research about Ted Bundy, both before and after committing the crime. Investigators also found a selfie Brian took with a smile on Mount Rainier, one of the remote locations Ted Bundy often visited to commit his crimes. According to an ex-detective and crime expert, maybe he wanted to pick up where Ted Bundy left off. Fortunately, his plan wasn't as foolproof as he'd expected, allowing the authorities to put him behind bars before he could hurt any more innocent people.
Crazy.
Not only is Reddit a place to find some extremely disturbing threads, but as of recent, it's also been a place I've been finding some pretty unsettling medical stories. For example, I recently saw an innocent-looking post in r/mildly interesting where a woman woke up with different sized pupils. Turns out this is really serious, and she ended up getting hundreds of urgent comments telling her to see a doctor. Turns out this is really serious. Now I'm pain in my chest or my heart racing for no reason. Sponsoring today's video.
A ZocDog ad, so I skipped it. Jump ahead feature coming in handy.
On June 27, 2022, a Reddit user shared an eerie voicemail they received that morning at 5:40 a.m. stating, "Okay, so I got a coded message sent to my voicemail from a blocked number. I do not talk to any old men or have any in my family. Any ideas of what this means? Please. I recently changed my phone number, but this is weird because where I bartend, we sell pizza. Do I listen to too much true crime, or is this weird?" This is the full minute-long voicemail OP received.
You should always judge pizza by the sauce, the dough, and the cheese, not by the toppings on it. Also, when ordering pizza, especially for delivery or pickup, it is not a bad idea to order it well done, as most places have a tendency to undercook it, especially when they're busy, like on Friday night. Now that is, of course, unless you like it lightly cooked. Now, I have no interest at all in watching the Kardashians, and I never have, nor will I ever wear a backpack. And I hope this is clear to you.
This is the greatest phone call ever. How is it going to get evil? I'm never wearing a backpack. What the hell? Of course, I know this gets much worse. But I can't remember what it was, but I remember this phone call just did it to me.
The whole thing sounded like nothing but incoherent.
Yeah, let me rewind it. Sorry, I didn't mean to break the flow of it, but I'll never wear a backpack.
And rambling on.
Unless you like it lightly cooked. Now, I have no interest at all in watching the Kardashians, and I never have, nor will I ever wear a backpack. And I hope this is clear to you.
Dirty backpack wearers.
The whole thing sounded like nothing but incoherent rambling on a first listen. It started with a somewhat understandable point about judging pizza from its sauce, dough, and cheese, since those are the core components of pizza. But then the advice about ordering a well-done pizza made no sense, as pizza being delivered undercooked isn't really an option. Though, the most bizarre sections of the voicemail came from after the pizza rant, where the topic suddenly jumped to watching the Kardashians, and even more strangely, wearing backpacks. How this all connected to each other was unclear, and even if it did make sense, what any of it had to do with the OP was an even bigger mystery. Not to mention the fact that this sender dialed *67 before sending the voicemail. This service allows users to hide their number for the very next call or voicemail. In other words, whoever sent this message wanted to stay anonymous. Now, one of the...
Was 6'7" a thing with the kids in 2021? Because that adds another layer of irony. Like, yeah, we hit *67 just to... Because otherwise, you know how 6'7" now is like a doomed combination of numbers. Thanks to the Zoomers.
Theories people on Reddit came up with was that the sender was more than likely suffering from dementia. One user even shared a personal anecdote on the matter to back this particular assessment, stating, "Sounds like someone with dementia. My grandpa would talk very much like this before he passed. At some point, he would even wake up in the middle of the night and have full-blown conversations with nobody." But while that all is a possibility, it doesn't seem very likely. Mainly because there are no pauses or stumbles between the different thoughts. It's as if the caller had rehearsed the message beforehand, or maybe even written it down before calling. Of course, this could just be a troll message with no real purpose other than to spook the OP. However, a more plausible theory gives this otherwise strange-sounding voicemail a much more sinister meaning. And it all stems from the Pizzagate controversy from back in 2016, where Democrat-led establishments, namely the Comet Ping Pong Pizzeria in Washington, D.C., were accused of being fronts for illegal trafficking rings. At the time, several official sources, including the Washington Police, New York Times, and the Washington Post, ensured that this was nothing more than a conspiracy with zero proof to back its claims. For instance, the accusations claimed the restaurant had a basement where underage victims were kept before being sold off. But when inspected, the building turned out to have no basement at all, let alone one big enough to facilitate a large-scale criminal operation. However, the sheer popularity of this controversy could have led to an actual uptick in using pizza-related terms as code for actual trafficking operations. So, as the theory goes, the message OP received was encoded with similar intentions and was meant for someone else. Especially with the addition of, "I hope this is clear to you" at the end, which implies a deeper meaning to those words. As one user put it, "It's some kind of coded message for a person who most definitely was not meant to be you." The "I hope this is clear to you" line, as well as it sounding like he's reading off of a prepared script, makes it seem pretty deliberate. The random mention of Kardashians and backpacks seems like another code in the midst of a weird rant about ordering pizza. Seriously, who undercooks pizza? And finally, the fact that they hid their number, it just kind of solidifies it in my mind. He either dialed the wrong number, which seems more likely as your line is already 3 years old, I think you mentioned, or tried to reach the person who had your last number. Following this logic, some other users tried to decipher the code, but without the actual key, there is no way to confirm or reject any of these interpretations. For instance, the undercooked or well-done parts could be a metaphor for the victim's age or their skin color. The mention of not watching the Kardashians could refer to the type of payment agreement the sender is looking for. And as one user pointed out, the Friday section could be a way to confirm the meetup date. The possibilities are truly endless. And as far as I could find, the OP never got any more messages, calls, or voicemails from this person, leaving the true meaning of this creepy, likely encoded message a complete mystery. On February 24th, 2015, Reddit user Concerned Hubs made a rather concerning post on r/legal advice. It read, Need advice on talking to police regarding my wife. My wife has not returned home since she went out shopping late Saturday. It's getting to the point where I should call the police to file a missing persons report. I would like to be as helpful as possible when speaking to the police, but want to avoid triggering any suspicions about me. I hear a lot of stories of husbands being falsely accused when something happens. Should I only give them information in response to specific questions? Is there anything I should not bring up? I'm planning on contacting the police tomorrow morning. I can't postpone much longer as I'm getting messages asking about her, and I don't want to say anything to her friends or family until I file the report first. I now realize that I should have talked to her friends and family first, but at this point I don't want to explain why I didn't file a report yet. Upon seeing this post, some people were genuinely worried for the safety of OP's wife and urged him to call the police immediately. Jesus Christ, man, call the cops. What is wrong with you? You should have called the cops when she didn't come home Saturday. However, with every comment he replied to, it became clear that the OP was more worried about not looking suspicious to the police than about his wife's well-being. Unless your wife is in the habit of disappearing for days at a time, what are you thinking? If I last heard from mine Saturday, I'd be totally freaking out. Well, I am totally freaking out. In addition to being concerned about my wife, I'm worried that this will snowball into something more than a missing wife case. It seems that the police can be overly suspicious in these situations. I was going to tell the police that I waited because I didn't think that they'd do anything anyway until after 48 hours have passed. Just passed that a few hours ago now. This is true, but I'm wondering if it will sound reasonable to the police. One person even suggested that the OP was just a troll, making up the whole story after watching a movie with a similar plot. But as with his other replies, the OP doubled down once again and focused more on not looking suspicious than addressing the situation itself. This sounds a lot like Gone Girl. You trolling? If not, then you're perhaps the most irrational person to show up here in a while. If that's the case, then I hope your wife is okay. Never seen Gone Girl and am not trolling. What have I said that's irrational? I just want to avoid the situation from developing into more than it has to be. And when people tried to call him out on his twisted thinking, he started lashing out, writing things like, "Who are you to judge what a normal person would be thinking in a stressful and scary situation?" In trying so hard to not look suspicious, the OP was only making himself seem guiltier with every passing minute. This resulted in most users accusing him of taking the life of his wife and then trying to learn how to avoid suspicion with the police on Reddit. So, where'd you hide her body? Seriously, just from this messed up post, I think you killed her. Does anyone else think OP killed her? As soon as people started making these accusations, however, the OP suddenly changed his story and miraculously found a convenient note his wife left behind, writing, "Update, she was leaving town for a while to spend time with an old friend. I'm going to have my wife's best friend make some calls to my wife's family and friends to let them know that she's okay. Update 2, looks like I'll be talking to the police today after all. Shortly after my wife's friend contacted my father-in-law to explain, I started getting very angry messages from her family saying that they're calling the police. My first thought was to call police right away before they do, but think I'll wait for now since it doesn't make sense for me to call just after finding the note." Unfortunately for the OP, this wasn't very convincing. The idea of his wife leaving home for shopping and then spontaneously deciding to spend days out with a friend was absurd on its own. But what made this even stranger was the fact that she didn't even try to text or call him and left a handwritten note instead. Smartphones were everywhere in 2015. Even if her own phone was dead, she could have easily borrowed her friend's. Something was not adding up, and there were two distinct possibilities. On the one hand, maybe his wife did actually leave with her friend after Saturday night shopping, but she only did so to escape OP's abusive behavior, something he claimed that he never did. On the other hand, the accusations from Reddit users were true, and OP was just desperately looking for a way to cover up his tracks. This second possibility grew even stronger when someone found an Ask Reddit post OP made that same day asking whether notes from loved ones are usually typed or handwritten. Put simply, he was likely looking for the best way to forge the note he said was from his wife. This removed a lot of doubt people had about his guilt. The OP, however, stuck to his recounting of the events from here on, and even posted long-winded stories about family drama with his in-laws. And after arguing with people on Reddit for a full day, the OP disappeared from the website. His last comment promised an update that never arrived, leaving his story without a clear end. Where he is now is unclear. Maybe it's prison, if something nefarious really was going on here. But without an update or news article, we will never know for sure. On January 18th, 2014, a post on r/AskReddit asked users to share the scariest situations they'd been in, moments when they weren't even sure if they would make it out alive. This post reached the front page of Reddit and received thousands of replies with people sharing stories from their time in the military, experience with car accidents, and how they felt when faced with a cruel prank from a relative. However, most of these stories paled in comparison to the disturbing account user SwiftJustice25 shared about their encounter with a creepy man in a foreign country. The comment read, "This post is very long, but I couldn't tell the whole story very well without it being this long. When I was a missionary in Brazil, my companion and I were approached by a seemingly homeless man who greeted us in almost perfect English. Turns out he was an American who had been living in Brazil for about 30 years. His name was Bickford. He had to have been in his late 50s to 60s. It was hard to tell because of his big beard and very unkempt appearance. He feigns interest in what we were peddling and asks for a copy of the Book of Mormon, but is clearly more excited to be speaking English with two Americans. We meet up with him a few times to discuss religion, but he would always meet us at the side of the road or some other public but still secluded place. We had to give weekly reports to the ecclesiastical leaders for the local unit about who we were meeting and teaching. After meeting Bickford a few times, we bring him up in our weekly meeting. The bishop and his other leaders instantly know who we are talking about and caution us to stay away from this guy. Apparently, he's a bit unstable, and once or twice a year will start bothering the missionaries. My companion and I can't believe the bishop is referring to the same person, and we continue meeting with him. I don't know how to adequately describe the creepiness of this guy. Between his disheveled appearance, flat-out lying to us, and other small signs, he had a certain sinister vibe. But with nothing concrete to put our finger on, we continued to speak to him. Occasionally, he would run into us outside of the house we lived in. In one of these encounters, he invited them to his house in the jungle, all while talking about how nice and wonderful it was there. The OP and his partner reluctantly agreed and showed up at the road closest to the house. Bickford arrived a bit late and then told them to follow him into the jungle through waist-high foliage and insects. However, what they witnessed on the other side of the trail was beyond disturbing. As the OP described it, when we finally arrived at his house, my companion and I played it cool, but we couldn't believe what we were seeing. He had led us to a small clearing where there was a wooden cabin that had half collapsed on itself. He said welcome home and led us inside. There was no electricity, no running water, no utilities whatsoever. We walked in the front door frame, no door, and saw that all furniture in the house had been destroyed. Literally, someone had concentrated a large amount of effort and time to achieve this level of destruction. Chairs were unrecognizable, and there was trash everywhere. He begins showing us the main room inside the front door. That's when I noticed them. Notes, in chalk, on every square inch of the wooden walls, up the walls, on the ceiling, and a tiny frenzied scrawl. When I trained my light on the notes and started to read them, most of the notes were variations on, "Jesus will forgive me, but I have to stop. I did it again." These with the month and date written next to them. And then the piece de resistance, the names of several children with their ages and graphic detail about them. We tried so hard not to mention the notes. We tried so hard to ask him small talk questions about the rotting food on the stove or the 100 or so rats he kept in his basement. Anything but mentioning the notes. I can't speak for my companion, but I was freaking out. From glances at each other, I could see that he was at DEFCON 1 as well, and we decided to get out of there. We made some excuse as it was getting late that we needed to get home, and he reluctantly offered to show us the way back, on the condition that we would come visit again. As we get out of the house, he suddenly remembers that he knows a shortcut and tells us to follow him. The direction he was trying to lead us is clearly not the way back to the road. It only led deeper into the jungle. We politely declined, and luckily we were able to follow the trail that we had originally made through the underbrush. This time, however, I did not care about the spiders. When we got back onto the road and realized we were safe, we looked at each other as if to say, did that really happen? Once we started talking about what we just saw, I was so terrified that I physically could not speak. Nothing like that had ever happened to me nor since. I absolutely could not make a sound. I was so scared. My companion called our leaders who called their leaders, and we ended up moving about a week later. But not before making an entry in our area book, the book that stays in the area listing who had been talked to and who to contact in the area, warning all other missionaries to stay away from this guy. Now, this reads almost like the plot of a short horror film. The story of a deranged, possible serial killer living in the jungles of Brazil sounds almost too fictitious to be true. And the OP was quite aware of this as well, which is where the most important part of his story comes in, the recordings. As it turned out, OP, fearing for his own safety, secretly recorded many of his conversations with Bickford and posted the link to a compilation with his comment. For example, Bickford talking about the rats he raises.
But, you know, when I call like this, they come back.
Oh, here they are, the rats.
Yes. 125. You can catch him and say hello. This is a female.
Do you not put the collars on all of them, or?
No, not in the old ones. These are the first. These I even leave the tails on.
Normally you clip them off?
Yes.
How come?
I have a little sister, a pair of sisters.
Also, the notes on the wall.
Do you write yourself notes on the...
Sometimes I do. I have electronic schedule. How do you call it? Electronic agent. But now it's in some there. I wrote on every wall.
This compilation also included their last conversation with Bigfoot while trying to escape his house unharmed, and it played out exactly as the OP described.
Well, we better get back to our house at night here.
Okay.
It was nice to come out here to see.
Let me return that little rat.
Huh? Can you lead us back out?
Yes, of course. But there's a shorter way to out.
No, we can go out the same way that we came in.
Same way is fine. Think so?
Yeah. So
please come this way. All this way to the gate is so wet. You're going to...
It's okay, no. I'd actually prefer to go that way, because that way wasn't so bad.
Oh. I know. Well, so there's a short... You know, remember that street I told you? The street is closer here from this way.
Let's go.
Pass by the same place we were 2 minutes ago. But
we can go back just the same way. That way we can learn it better. Yeah, that way we can learn it better for the next time.
All right.
Hearing this highlights the full extent of the danger OP and their partner were in. Who knows what cruel plans Bigfoot had for them if they had been gullible enough to follow him deeper into the woods. Fortunately, they managed to escape unharmed and lived to tell the story. Near the end of his comment, OP also mentioned that they did report Bigfoot to both the local and Brazilian federal police. On the 7th of February 2017, a throwaway Reddit account made a disturbing post on r/legal advice seeking help to save their unborn child. The post read, "I'm pregnant and being investigated by DCS. Hello, I'm 29 years old, happily married. My husband and I are college educated, have respectable, stable jobs, own a home in a nice neighborhood. We're basically as prepared as anyone can be to start a family. I'm almost 9 months pregnant with our first child. The problem is that 11 years ago, when my husband was a freshman in college, he was arrested for possession of marijuana. It was a large enough amount that he was charged with a Class D felony. Our jurisdiction is very harsh regarding marijuana, but not intent to deal. He pleaded guilty and did his time in probation without a problem, passing every drug test along the way. He has not touched marijuana or any other illegal substance since, and we rarely even drink and haven't at all in over a year. I have no criminal record and have never done drugs myself. It was a stupid mistake he made as a foolish 18-year-old, and he's worked hard to put it behind him. Someone has apparently contacted child services in our area and informed them that we are drug users. This accusation is being taken very seriously because of my husband's record. We have been as cooperative as we could be with our caseworker. We've been interviewed, our home has been examined, and she found nothing remotely suspicious or incriminating. We've both taken drug tests and passed. Our caseworker says that everything looks just fine so far. Unfortunately, she also says that there's still the possibility that our child could be taken from us in the labor and delivery ward, and that we won't be allowed to take her home. I was devastated and horrified to hear that. When I asked why, she said it was not up to her, and we'll have to wait and see, which made absolutely no sense to me. What gives? I feel like there's something she isn't telling me, but I have no experience with DCS, and I'm not aware of anything we could have possibly done wrong. I know they'll have to test my daughter for drugs when she's born, but she has not been exposed to drugs. Nothing more than prenatal vitamins, not even Tylenol, and I already proved that by passing a drug test. I'm scared and confused. Do I need a lawyer? I have anticipated spending our savings on our new daughter/parental leave, but I will use that money for a lawyer if I have to. This was a tragic situation all around. The fear of losing their first child just minutes after birth is overwhelming enough. Not to mention the physical stress OP must have been under, which could have negatively affected her and by extension her baby's health. Most people who came across this post sympathized with the OP and tried to help the best they could. Some suggested continuing to cooperate with the authorities, while others told the OP to lawyer up as soon as they could. But for a large number of people, something about the whole situation just didn't sit right. I am a former Indiana CPS investigator/assessor. Something here is not making any sense at all, unless the law has changed greatly in the last few years when I left the department. As of this moment, you are pregnant, correct? You don't have any children. They're investigating the fetus? Former CPS worker here too. Agree with you. CPS does not investigate pregnant women with no current children. Something is not right. They urged the OP to take a closer look at the investigation, maybe even call CPS and DCS directly and inquire about the ongoing investigation. Even then, none of these commenters could have expected just how correct they would be. The truth came out on February 22nd when the OP returned with a very important update, stating, "I contacted and met with a lawyer and explained the situation to him. He seemed to agree that something was very fishy. To make a long story short, the woman handling our case has no affiliation with DCS. I'm still in complete shock. We went straight to the police. They're taking this very seriously. I can't give a lot of details because it's an ongoing investigation, but she seems to have been a very skilled/well-researched liar. I never would have known anything was amiss without the advice of this subreddit and the intervention of my attorney. I feel like a complete idiot, but the instinct to cooperate unquestioningly when faced with an intimidating authority figure is strong. I haven't had the baby yet. We're staying at a trusted family member's home until the baby is born. My OB and the hospital we'll be delivering at have already been informed of the situation and will be taking the appropriate security measures. I'm still freaking out, but we're taking every precaution for the safety of my child, and hopefully everything will turn out okay. Thanks again, everybody, truly." However, while the OP's situation had a somewhat happy ending, it's hard to imagine what would have happened if she hadn't turned to the internet for advice. Whoever this imposter was clearly did her homework. She knew about the husband's past felony and had enough legal knowledge to pose as a government worker for months without getting caught. An even scarier thought is what this imposter was planning to do once she had the newborn baby. The best case scenario would have been a legal adoption in exchange for money, but there were far worse possibilities for what could have happened to that infant. Luckily, the crisis was averted before it happened. That said, I wasn't able to find any reports of this imposter ever being identified or arrested. Having such a dangerous person still out there could be disastrous for who knows how many vulnerable families. Interestingly, while looking for reports on this individual, I came across an article about the police in Greenfield, Indiana looking for a woman who impersonated a DCS worker. This was from back in 2014.
One moment. All right, back to that final bit.
Interestingly, while looking for reports on this individual, I came across an article about the police in Greenfield, Indiana looking for a woman who impersonated a DCS worker. This was from back in 2014, 3 years before the OP made her post. In other words, there's a possibility that the police in Greenfield were looking for the same person. Maybe she somehow avoided getting arrested and went after the OP years later. On a similar note, a 44-year-old woman named Lisa Nakrelli was arrested in June 2023 for impersonating a CPS worker and trying to kidnap a 4-year-old boy. She later claimed that she was just trying to scare the parents a little for leaving their son unattended. Fortunately, the court did not buy her excuse one bit. She is still awaiting trial, but if convicted on all charges, she's looking at up to 12 and a half years in prison. This incident happened in Ohio, a neighboring state of Indiana. Put simply, there's a non-zero chance that Lisa was the very person Indiana police were searching for in 2014, and the same woman who posed as a DCS officer in front of the Reddit OP. If this is the case, she likely moved to Ohio after getting exposed in Indiana and tried pulling the same trick all over again. Though I should mention that this is nothing more than an educated guess on my part based on everything we've seen. Maybe we'll finally learn the truth when she eventually stands trial.
All right. Wrong button. Okay. I'm going to keep the stream going just a little bit longer. 5 most disturbing Craigslist ads. I have to know.
In 2011, this job posting was uploaded to Craigslist, asking for someone to watch over a patch of farmland and feed a few...
Like, this job listing was uploaded. Can I have your arm for $40? I'm going to saw it off. I will provide all antibiotics and painkillers. I can imagine that type of shit on Craigslist.
I was somewhere in southern Ohio in exchange for $300 a week. It ended up being one of the most notorious cases of ad-related crimes of the decade. The ad read, caretaker position for farm, southern Ohio. Simply watch over a 688-acre patch of hilly farmland and feed a few cows. You get $300 a week and a nice 2-bedroom trailer. Someone older and single preferred, but we'll consider all. Relocation a must. You must have a clean record and be trustworthy. This is a permanent position. The farm is used mainly as a hunting preserve, is overrun with game, has a stocked 3-acre pond, but some beef cattle will be kept. Nearest neighbor is a mile away. The place is secluded and beautiful. It will be a real getaway for the right person. Job of a lifetime. If you are ready to relocate, please contact ASAP. Position will not stay open. Include name, age, phone number, and email, please. Some of the men who responded to the ad were interviewed directly by a man who identified himself as Jack, along with his 16-year-old accomplice, Brogan Rafferty, whom he referred to as his nephew. The candidates who made it to the interview stage said they didn't notice anything strange about Jack or his so-called nephew, and that they just looked like a couple of farmers who needed someone to look after their land. Scott Davis, a 48-year-old man who was interviewed by Jack over breakfast at a little restaurant in Marietta, Ohio, was the second to last candidate to go through the screening process for the job. After breakfast, he rode with Jack and Brogan to a remote wooded area near Akron. Immediately after getting out of the car to survey his surroundings, Davis heard a clicking sound. He turned around to see Jack pointing a gun at him. It was then that he realized that the click he heard had been the gun misfiring. But before he could react, Jack shot him in the elbow. Despite the wound, Davis managed to escape. He ran for his life for 7 hours through the woods, eventually finding a house and asking the owner for help. They called 911, and news about the incident began to spread. 5 days later, police received a call from a woman named Deborah Bruce, who claimed that her 51-year-old twin brother David Pauly had responded to the same job ad on Craigslist. According to Deborah, her brother had driven from Virginia to Ohio with all his belongings in his car, in the hopes that the new job would work out for him and help him get back on his feet. Tragically, a couple days later, police found the body of David Pauly, along with the body of another victim by the name of Ralph Geiger, buried in the woods close to where Scott Davis had been shot in the elbow. At this point in the case, investigators were able to identify a pattern in the victims. Jack and Brogan targeted homeless, down on their luck, or otherwise vulnerable middle-aged men with limited family ties and lured them to an isolated location under the appearance of a life-changing job opportunity, only to later rob them of all their belongings and shoot them on the spot. Their hope was that because of their few family ties, their disappearance would go unnoticed, giving Jack and Brogan enough time to bury the bodies and get rid of the evidence. This pattern explains why certain candidates were rejected during the interview process, such as 58-year-old Ron Sanson, a former Navy officer with a college degree, and an unnamed woman in her 20s who had also applied for the job. During the investigation, police traced the Craigslist ad, which led them to the home of a man named Joe Bice in Akron, Ohio. He denied posting the ad and claimed that it was probably posted by the man who rented out his basement space. When police asked Joe Bice for the name of his tenant, he responded that he only knew him as Dutch. Investigators were able to track Dutch down thanks to a phone call that he made to Joe Bice, unaware that his landlord had been in contact with the police. On November 16, 2011, police arrested Dutch and identified him as 52-year-old Richard Beasley. Scott Davis immediately confirmed that this was the same man who had interviewed him at the restaurant and shot him in the woods. Apparently, Richard Beasley had fled from the police and used different identities to avoid being detected, even using the names of some of his victims. Around that time, police also arrested Brogan Rafferty, Richard Beasley's teenage accomplice. At the time, Brogan was a 16-year-old high school student from Stowe, Ohio, whom Beasley had mentored and taken under his wing. Police searched Rafferty's house and found several weapons, as well as a disturbing poem hidden in his computer files from August 16, 2011. The chilling poem read, "We took him out to the woods on a humid summer's night. The loud crack echoed and I didn't hear the thud." Investigators later determined that the poem described the murder of Ralph Geiger, one of the victims police had found in the woods. A few days later, on November 25th, a fourth victim, a 47-year-old man named Timothy Kern, was found dead in the woods behind a mall in Akron. In 2013, Brogan Rafferty was sentenced to life without parole, and Richard Beasley was sentenced to execution after being found guilty of 27 total accounts of aggravated murder, aggravated robbery, kidnapping, and possession of illegal weapons. This innocent-looking job ad ended up being one of the most notorious luring posts in the site's history, and it played a strong contributing role to the sketchy connotation that Craigslist carries nowadays. On January 2nd, 2016, a disturbing ad was posted in the personal section of Craigslist. The personal section was a place where people...
I'll be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm going to let this keep playing. And when I return, will be the finality of the stream, which doesn't really matter. But if anyone's listening to this, they can keep listening.
Post personal ads for a variety of reasons. It was an interesting mix between an online dating platform, a space where people could rant and share their opinions on personal experiences, and a place for people to find friends with similar interests. Although most people use the personal section for legitimate reasons, it was also notorious for scams and other illegal activities, which is why Craigslist completely removed the section in 2018. This particular ad was posted by a person claiming to be a serial killer. Disturbingly, the post mentioned 2 public officials by name, and the person who uploaded the ad said that they would strike again. The ad read, "Tulsa murder. I was wanting to thank Tulsa for letting me have my first kill. It all started here, so I was thinking it should also be my first. I was nervous as hell, but I will get over it. It was a stranger on stranger, so the police will have a difficult time. It will not be my last though. Thinking about going to OKC for next. To the people who started it all, Julie Free, Judge Glasgow." On the day that it was posted, the ad was immediately reported to the police, and an investigation was launched by the Tulsa Police Department. Specifically, the ad thanked a woman named Julie Free, an employee of the Department of Corrections, and Judge Glasgow, who worked in the probate division of the Tulsa County District Court. The post thanked them and referred to them as the people who started it all. Because Julie Free and Judge Glasgow worked in overlapping departments and would sometimes interact with the same offenders, police believe that the ad had to have been posted by someone who had at some point been involved in the criminal justice system, and that it might have been an act of revenge to stain their image. Craigslist provided the Tulsa Police Department all the information available about the post, but it didn't really lead anywhere. According to the police, there had been no recent crimes that matched the description provided in the ad. The police department said that the ad was probably a hoax, but they never found any evidence to prove it, which means it's still possible the post could have been legit. The homicide unit claimed that they had seen a similar situation before when a 918 number texted random people disturbing questions about where to bury a body. The thing about the ad that alarmed the police was that it specifically named 2 public officials, but to this day it hasn't been confirmed whether this was just some sort of revenge hoax or if something much more sinister was going on. In August of 2014, an 18-year-old girl named Haley Turner posted a Craigslist notice stating that she was, quote, looking to be abducted and taken away. Although the post immediately gained a lot of online attention, as far as I was able to find, images of the actual ad itself are no longer available. On August 7th, Haley left her house in Michigan and told her mother that she was going to run an errand. A few minutes later, she called a friend on the phone. During the conversation, she mentioned to her friend that she had noticed a man lying in the ditch in the middle of the road, and that she was going to get out of her car to see if he was okay. A few seconds later, Haley uttered the words, "He has a gun," and the phone was suddenly disconnected. Terrified, the friend immediately called Haley's father, who drove to the area just north of Ohio in Bedford Township and found his daughter's car running in the road, but Haley was nowhere to be found. Haley was immediately reported as a missing person, and an investigation was launched to find her. Strangely, police found that at 10:06 p.m. on August 7th, Haley had rented the DVDs for 2 movies from a family video store a few miles from Toledo, Ohio. The phone call with her friend had taken place a few minutes after that. 16 hours after her disappearance, a local resident found Haley standing at a random corner holding a puppy in Ecorse near Detroit. Although she was completely unscathed, she claimed that she had been abducted at gunpoint the night before and that she had jumped from a moving vehicle to escape her captor. The whole story didn't really seem to add up, and police had a hard time believing her. The video footage from the DVD store where she was last seen didn't show anything suspicious, and there were no signs on her body suggesting that she had been attacked. After hours of questioning, Haley Turner eventually confessed and pleaded guilty to causing a false police report to be filed. She was sentenced to 3 years probation and 1 month of community service, and was fined $15,000 to reimburse the sheriff's office for the 16-hour search. Although her motives for faking her own abduction were never revealed, her mother mentioned that it had been an emotionally difficult year for her daughter, and that although she didn't justify her behavior, she interpreted the fake abduction as a cry for help. Some of Haley's other strange Craigslist posts indicated that she had a tendency to seek attention online, but these posts have since been deleted and are no longer publicly available. Disturbingly, police revealed that one man did actually respond to the ad, but Haley decided to fake her disappearance by herself instead of communicating with him. The fact that someone responded to this ad and was willing to carry out the abduction of an 18-year-old girl for money is pretty concerning. And what makes this even creepier is that the man who responded to Haley's ad asking to be abducted was never found by police. This creepy post was uploaded to Craigslist on July 21st, 2009 by a man claiming to be a Baltimore area homeowner. The ad pretty much speaks for itself, and it reads, "By now you've probably heard of the Glenn Burney family that stored their 83-year-old grandmother's dead body in a freezer. It turns out that no law was broken. Yep, dumping a body is legal around here. Healthcare workers and other professionals are required to report deaths, but ordinary citizens are not. And apparently no state law prohibits the burial or storage of a body on private property. I'm a laid-off Baltimore area homeowner. After 10 months of unemployment and the future looking even more grim, I'm willing to consider allowing my backyard to be used for body dumping. Call it a private burial if you prefer. I could probably take a half-dozen bodies without arousing the attention of neighbors. It wouldn't hurt to have one under the garden too. Me, a discreet Baltimore County homeowner with a half-acre of easily tillable property on a quiet dead-end street. You, an individual, not a healthcare worker or other professional required to report a death, with the awkward inconvenience of disposing of a deceased relative, friend, colleague, or acquaintance. You must provide your own trash bags, tarp, quicklime, shovel, etc. I might be available to hold a flashlight, but I won't do any heavy lifting. Accidental deaths or natural causes only. I'm not getting involved in any shenanigans with Omar wannabes. I will not be a participant in or any accessory to any sort of crime. This is a limited time offer. Act now before the state legislature changes the law. If and when the law changes, measures failed 10 years ago after the 1999 incident, you'll be grandfathered, literally and figuratively. Price is negotiable. Serious inquiries only." The post itself is off-putting enough, but the context behind the ad is even more disturbing. The links in the ad are both broken, but using the Wayback Machine, I was able to find a 2009 version of the website Welcome to Baltimore Hunt, which appears to be a sort of online guide for users to upload news and posts about their experience living in Baltimore. The link in the Craigslist ad leads to a blog post written by a man named Gnome Sane. The article goes deeper into the reasons why he uploaded the ad to Craigslist and what he hoped to accomplish with his underground private burial business. In the comments, more than a few users asked the man if they could use his backyard for a burial. The fact that the uploader of the ad explicitly mentioned that he wouldn't get involved in any criminal activity by burying anyone who hadn't died of natural causes has created a lot of online speculation. Using his backyard as a body dumping location would have been perfectly legal, and the only reason the ad stayed up for so long was because the man wasn't advertising an illegal service, such as burying people who had been murdered. This has made some people think that the only reason why he mentioned that he wouldn't get involved with any crimes in the first place was so that he could keep his ad up on the site, all while responding to emails and getting involved in much more shady body dumping business behind the scenes. But it was never confirmed whether this was actually the case. Despite the disturbing nature of the ad, the claims Noam Sane made in the Craigslist ad are true. In 2009, it was legal for ordinary citizens to abstain from reporting a death and dump a body in Maryland, and the incident that he makes reference to in the ad really did happen. In 2009, police were called to an apartment in Glen Burnie, Maryland, because the body of 83-year-old Doris Lee Cook was in the freezer. Police were told that the grandmother had died several weeks ago in the apartment she shared with her family, and because they had no money for a proper burial, they stored her body in the freezer for 2 weeks. The other incident that the ad mentions happened in 1999 and involved a 25-year-old father named Richard Marshall, who buried his 4-year-old daughter in a garbage bag in the woods in Severn, Maryland. The little girl had passed away in an accident 8 months earlier, and because no law was broken, Richard Marshall was only charged for littering. Since then, several measures have been proposed to make body dumping illegal in Maryland. In 2007, a 49-year-old woman from Michigan named Anne Marie Linscott posted a generic freelance job ad on Craigslist. Although the ad has been deleted and no evidence was made publicly available due to the sensitive nature of the incident, the 3 people who responded to the ad claimed that it looked like a job posting for a freelance writing gig. Disturbingly, as soon as the 3 people responded to the ad, they were emailed directly by Anne Marie Linscott, who explained that she was actually looking for a, quote, silent assassin for an eradication task. She told the candidates that she was offering $5,000 to anyone who would eliminate a 56-year-old California woman named Carol, the wife of a man named Dwayne, who Linscott was having an affair with. According to police reports, Anne Marie and Dwayne had met in an online college course in 2005. That same year, they met in person and began their affair when Dwayne traveled to Nevada for a conference. 2 years later, Anne Marie visited Dwayne in California, after which she started making plans to move to the West Coast. That's when she posted the murder for hire ad on Craigslist. After the candidates all reported the ad to the police, investigators tracked down Anne Marie Linscott and arrested her for using the internet to solicit murder. Police later found that she had also planted an explosive outside of Carol's bedroom in California, but because it didn't go off, she wasn't charged for it. After the incident, Carol left her family and career for 3 months and had to be hospitalized for stress. According to Linscott's friends and family, this wasn't the first time that Anne Marie became obsessed with a romantic interest. In 1997, she fell in love with a coworker who had to get a restraining order after she began stalking him. Anne Marie's lawyer explained that she suffered from borderline personality disorder and severe attachment issues, but that didn't stop the court from sentencing her to 12.5 years in prison in 2009. After serving her 12.5-year sentence, Anne Marie Linscott was only recently released from prison. On May 1st, 2015, Reddit user rbradbury1920 made a strange post to the site in which he wrote about his suspicions that somebody was breaking into his apartment and leaving post-it notes in random parts of his home. The entry read, "On the 15th of April, I found a yellow post-it note in a handwriting that wasn't mine on my desk reminding me of some errands I had to do, but told literally nobody about. While odd, I chalked it up to something I did in my sleep, thinking maybe in my half-awake state I scrawled it so it didn't appear to be my handwriting. I threw it out and thought little of it. On the 19th, I found another post-it note on the back of my desk chair in the same handwriting as the previous note, telling me to make sure I saved my documents. I was freaked out, but there were no other signs of a break-in, so I set up a webcam in my house and aimed it at my desk and used a security camera app for it to record after detecting movement. On the 28th, I woke up to find another post-it note, this one saying, 'Our landlord isn't letting me talk to you, but it's important we do.' I immediately checked the webcam's folder on my computer and found nothing from the night before, but my computer's recycling bin had been emptied, which I'm certain I did not do recently, indicating someone had noticed the webcam and deleted the files. They were just saved straight to my folder on my desktop called webcam. Today, on the 1st of May, I found another post-it note, this time on the outside of my door with nothing written on it, and there also appeared to be post-its on many other doors in my apartment complex, all blank in varying colors. Do I have any legal recourse here? I have no proof except for the post-its, but those are written by my pen and on my post-it notes, so conceivably I could have faked them. Would contacting the police get me in any trouble if they can't determine an outside source for this? I just want to make sure I'm not wasting anyone's time. Should I consult my landlord, those also living in the complex? The entry is already extremely odd and a bit concerning, but in a later edit the uploader mentioned something that took his story to a whole new level of creepy. Edit: I pulled up a letter I received from my landlord back when I moved in, and the handwriting is identical. Could this count as evidence? After reading the post, most people would probably find it odd that the user's landlord could have any information about him that he didn't explicitly mention in their conversations. Based on the information in the post alone, it would be almost impossible for an ordinary person to figure out what was causing the mysterious post-it notes to appear in the uploader's apartment. The unusual nature of the entry made more than a few users think that the uploader was making the story up. So, the handwriting is identical, and the landlord wrote that the landlord doesn't want the landlord to talk to you? You're probably sleepwalking. Also, I think you're making this up because you're not providing enough detail. Are they showing up after you wake up? So they were there at night? Did you find the post-its coming home? Did you find the one behind your desk by chance, or noticeably the same day? Others jumped into the thread to give the uploader advice. Get one of the door locks that can only be unlocked from the inside. If it's the landlord and he is using his key, then he won't be able to get in, at least through the front door. But it wasn't until several hours later that another user named Kakerlak responded to the entry with a comment that took the thread in a very different direction. You seem sincere, and this doesn't appear to be the plot of a Ray Bradbury story. It's possible that your landlord is leaving notes inside your apartment, but they don't make any sense in the context you're describing them. It's likely that you're writing the notes yourself, but you are forgetting. Do you use post-it notes as reminders in any other parts of your life or job? Yes, this might be a mental health issue. You might be experiencing some sort of dissociative disorder. Or it might be a physical problem. You mentioned that you have a very unusual narrow bedroom with no windows. Is there a chance that you are not getting enough ventilation when you sleep, or that there is a carbon monoxide leak in the building? A cheap CO detector, which you should have anyway, is a fast way to find out. You also have really bad headaches. You know your own medical and mental history and your other experiences. If you think these incidents might be you writing notes to yourself, there's no shame in getting someone qualified to give you an opinion. As you probably know, carbon monoxide is an odorless gas that is incredibly dangerous for humans. At low concentrations, it can cause headaches, dizziness, and confusion, but at high levels, it can easily kill you. For Kakerlak to know that the user had an unusually narrow bedroom with no windows, he would have had to go through some of R. Bradbury's older posts, which is ultimately what gave him enough information to come up with a solid hypothesis and potentially save the uploader's life. 3 years after the incident, WBUR Boston Public Radio turned the thread into a podcast episode as a part of their Endless Thread cooperative project with Reddit. In the episode, they interview Kakerlak, whose real name is Ken Roach, an engineer who had been through a similar experience with carbon monoxide. When asked about how he came up with his hypothesis, he replied, "There was a past post where R. Bradbury 1920 was asking in an interior design subreddit about how to fit a desk and bed into a really narrow apartment that they were moving into that didn't have any windows. That got me thinking, gosh, an apartment in Boston with no windows, of course they're hallucinating. Their landlord is not coming in and writing notes, but why are they hallucinating?" R. Bradbury replied to Kakerlak's comment just a few minutes later saying, "I have had really bad headaches, and I actually already do have a CO detector. Guess I should probably take that out of its box and plug it in." The fact that the uploader incorrectly set up the webcam and assumed the files had been deleted was probably related to the confusion caused by carbon monoxide poisoning, a theory that many of the comments in the thread seem to echo. Following the original uploader's reply, several users jumped into the thread to praise Kakerlak and highlight how badly things could have turned out if he hadn't been active on the thread at that exact moment. Kakerlak just saved your life, R. Bradbury 1920, literally. Seriously, send that guy money. The probability of joining these two people, one with the problem and the other with the ability to pick out the details and propose a hypothesis, is absolutely insane. R. Bradbury 1920 could have choked on himself for years before reaching this conclusion. Talk about crowdsourcing information. In a comment that he made on another post a couple of years later, R. Bradbury provided a few more details that clarified his situation a little more. "In my case, it had to do with my bedroom not having windows. It was not technically a bedroom, but cheap apartments and rules don't get along, and my unit being directly over the parking garage. There were numerous other issues with the building that further facilitated the severity of my situation, including, as you mentioned, issues with the furnace and ventilation. Since the incident in 2015, R. Bradbury has been active on several threads, replying to people who were in similar situations to him and helping them understand the symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning. After Kakerlak's life-saving reply in the original post, there was one small detail that was left unresolved. Why did the landlord's handwriting match the writing on the post-it notes? Although R. Bradbury never commented on the matter himself, other Redditors in the thread came up with their own theories. Bit late to the thread, but how does that explain the fact that the notes had the landlord's handwriting? Guess I hadn't caught that. Either everything is a lie, his handwriting looks odd when he's tripping on carbon monoxide, or he was just being paranoid. That doesn't explain how the landlord's handwriting looks identical to the post-it notes. Bad handwriting while blacked out mixed with paranoia? I don't know, man, I'm not the OP. Considering the uploader initially thought the post-its were being left there by the landlord, it's highly likely that he imitated the handwriting from the letter in his confused and potentially paranoid state. This is the only loose end of the incident that was left unresolved. But one thing we know for certain is that if Kakerlak hadn't replied to the post as quickly as he did, things could have ended tragically for R. Bradbury, and probably some of his neighbors as well. At around 1 a.m. on October 4th, 2010, Reddit user Khaled the Gypsy posted a concerning entry with the title, "Does this mean the FBI is after us?" Me and my friend went to the mechanic today, and we found this on his car. I'm pretty confident it's a tracking device by the FBI, but my friend's roommate thinks it's a bomb. Any thoughts? Edit 1. I should also clarify that the FBI had an interest in my friend since his father passed away, as he was a religious leader, and they've made attempts at contacting my friend to spew racist questions. Edit 2. I should have been more clear when clarifying, but religious Muslim leader, and I'm an ENT. But it was my friend's car, and he doesn't use Reddit. My plan was to just put the device on another car or in a lake, but when you come home to two stoned people who are hearing things in the device and convinced it's a bomb, you just gotta be sure. Edit 3. More pictures. Edit 4. People keep repeating some posts, so I'll address the more frequently asked questions here. The device was found near the exhaust, but further in. My friend's father was a Muslim religious leader. It is not an ex-girlfriend that placed the device on his car, nor some random other employer or such. He bought the car a little under a year ago, and it wasn't there for sure then. Last edit. I'm doing another post because the story has many new developments, hopefully within a few hours. A comment that quickly rose to the top read, "It's a Guardian ST820. It's a GPS tracking unit made by the company Cobham. The product line is called Orion." The Redditor who said that the battery and magnetic unit is handmade is wrong. You've got the standard kit. It's sold like that by Cobham. Sales is restricted to Army and law enforcement. Too long didn't read, yes, FBI or police is after you. Naturally, other Redditors joined the thread with all kinds of questions and comments, especially regarding the legality of tracking someone who presumably didn't have a criminal background. It was recently ruled that if your car's in your driveway, it's in a public place and the police can put any kind of tracking device they like on it. Welcome to the free world. That's more than a little terrifying. Which is why you park your cars in the garage. Would it then technically be illegal to remove it? Why is it so big? That looks like a GPS tracker from 1992. Because it was built for performance and durability and not to make roadkill envious. The large cylinder that looks like a mag light is a battery pack that'll power the thing for weeks. At one point in the discussion, the OP asked, "Are there any lawyers in this field reading this? If yes, please advise." I am. My advice is that you get your friend a lawyer fast. On October 7th, 2010, just 2 days after the original entry, the OP posted this update. Update 2, does this mean the FBI is after us? The original post here is the first part of the story. That being said, the follow-up for my friend's story is actually on Wired.com as a story there. The FBI is actually now trying to get in touch with me about some posts. So as not to anger our government agency any more than I already have, I won't be posting a lot about that, but feel free to ask any questions regarding my friend and I. According to the Wired.com article, the FBI sent a half-dozen agents to the uploader's friend's house in Santa Clara, California, less than 48 hours after the original Reddit entry was posted. From my research, Khaled the Gypsy's friend, then 20-year-old Yasser Afifi, is the son of the late Aladdin Afifi, former president of the Muslim Community Association in California. Although Aladdin himself moved to Egypt in 2003, his son Yasser returned to California alone in 2008 while his father and brothers stayed in Egypt. Because of the government's perception of his father's work, he had been on a federal watch list for a while and was regularly taken aside at airports for secondary screening. On the day he was visited by the FBI, the agents demanded their tracking device back and made it a point to let Yasser know that they knew pretty much everything about his life, including where he and his girlfriend frequently went out to eat, that he had been laid off from his old job and hired at a new firm, and was planning a business trip to Dubai soon. After interrogating and intimidating him for a while, they brought up the fact that his friend Khaled, the original uploader in the Reddit thread, had recently made a blog post on another site that allegedly had something to do with a mall or a bomb. After an unidentified person called the FBI to let them know Yasser and his friend were threats to national security, the two friends were immediately flagged, even though it was later found out that Khaled's blog post was meant as a casual joke in an online forum. Eventually, the FBI left both of them alone, but the case caught the attention of the American Civil Liberties Union as the tracking device was installed following a recent ruling saying it's legal for law enforcement to secretly place a tracking device on a suspect's car without getting a warrant, even if the car is parked in a private driveway. As soon as the whole mess was cleared up, Yasser and Khaled's case was used to challenge the ruling on tracking devices, which is a battle that continues to this day. The two friends haven't been bothered by the FBI again. On January 21st, 2016, a Reddit thread titled, "To those who have accidentally killed someone, what went wrong?" was started by a user on the site. Although the entire discussion was later deleted by moderators, I was able to find the original post using a Reddit Wayback Machine. In the days following the upload, the thread received almost 7,000 upvotes and more than 10,000 comments, with people confessing to all kinds of horrible crimes they had accidentally committed in the past. As in any other Reddit discussion, most of the responses were obviously fake. However, a few of them were actually believable. Not sure if it was an accident, but while in college in my first apartment, I came home from work at 3 a.m. Some dude was in the hallway outside my door, and I had a bad feeling about it. I paused and went to get the mail, hoping he would leave. Nope, I came back and he was waiting at my door. I asked him what was up, and he said he was looking for John. My name is not John, and I lived alone. I asked him to move and let me in my door. He told me to F off and get John. I slid between him and the door, opened it, and he pushed his way in. I pushed him out. He took a swing at me. I swung back, hitting him in the eye, which caused him to fall back and hit his head. Out cold, forever. Apparently, John was the guy who lived in the apartment before me. The dead guy spent 5 years in jail because of John ratting him out for drugs. Dead guy came back to get some revenge, got dead instead. Most of the comments were similar in nature to this one, but one particular response made by a now deleted account stood out more than any of the others. This still haunts me to this day. As kids, we had a hideout in a dirt cliff/cove. This is the best approximation I can find on Google, only 3 times taller and probably 10 times as wide. There was a neighborhood kid who, in hindsight, was probably mentally handicapped in some way, but to us he was just a weird/creepy kid. This was the 80s and we weren't exactly raised PC. 3 of us were headed to our base and found creepy kid sitting on top of our guard chair. We yelled at him to get out, and he said something like "make me," and started lobbing dirt clods and sticks down at us. We all ran around the side to make our way up. It gets pretty fuzzy here, but all I remember is he fell. I still remember the sound. When we got back down to check on him, he was in a very awkward position with blood coming out of his mouth. We all just freaked out and ran home, and as far as I know, no one has spoken a word of this to anyone. We didn't go back for over a month, and never said a word of it between us. Again, this was the 80s, so media wasn't like today. Chances are I got a small article in the newspaper B section. Missing mentally disabled child found dead after fall, or something like that. Most of the responses to that confession were pretty unremarkable, but one comment sparked a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Was it Scott Cleesholt? He went missing in 1988 in St. Charles, Missouri, correct? That would make you around 10 or 11 at the time he went missing. He would have been 9. The fact that the response included such specific information on a particular case raised a red flag for many users of the platform who went to do their own research on the case. According to what I found, Scott Cleesholt was a young boy who grew up in the 80s about 20 minutes from St. Louis, across the Missouri River. He loved playing outside in nature and spent most of his time exploring an area near his home known as the Trails, where the locals went to bike and hike and explore the vast network of underground caves and tunnels. June 8, 1988 was the day of Scott's first grade graduation. His parents had promised him that they would buy him a new pair of shoes and take him out to dinner to celebrate the occasion, and when he got back from school, he went to the trails to play while he waited for them to get ready. To make a very long story short, Scott never came back, and his disappearance was immediately reported by his family. Unfortunately, a violent storm broke out that night, followed by a series of flash floods, which complicated the search for the boy. Despite the leads that popped up in the case over the years, the disappearance of Scott Cleesholt remains a mystery to this day. In 2011, the case was featured on an episode of Nancy Grace, in which Scott's older brother gave his account of what happened on the day of his brother's disappearance.
Who was the last person to see him?
As far as I know, family and friends would have been my older sister Stacy before she had left for work and stuff. And she was there when he had come home and changed after school and that. So as far as I know, it was Stacy.
And what did Stacy see?
He was, the last time she had seen him, he was at the top of the hill just playing, running around, being a kid like we did. You know, I know people say not to play in the streets, but that's where we played, up at the top of the street. And that's where he was.
And this was a fairly urban but rural area, too. You were sort of out in the country, right, where kids just could feel free to play?
Yeah, it was a neighborhood. I mean, it was a neighborhood full of 100 kids probably in the neighborhood, but, you know, right 5 minutes from our house was nothing. Farmlands and fields and dirt trails and stuff like that.
How violent was that storm late afternoon? And did you think your brother had just hidden to have cover?
Yeah, it was a pretty bad storm. You know, it just came and went pretty quick. You know, I don't think he necessarily hid somewhere. We just assumed that he was inside someone's house, you know, playing inside with another friend. You know, and that's just kind of then started knocking on doors, on every door.
What's most disturbing about the Reddit comment, however, is that almost immediately after the user posted the comment regarding the accidental potential death, the confession, along with his entire account, was deleted, which came off as extremely suspicious to other Redditors in the thread. According to the St. Louis Post, Scott was last seen in the 3300 block of Leverens Drive near the trails. Based on the current Google Maps aerial view of the location, the description of the area by the Reddit user initially doesn't seem to match up with the images, but one user on another thread mentioned that the location that is now Fox Hill Park in St. Charles had dirt trails and several steep gorges cutting through it in 1990. It's a little over a mile by foot from the last sighting of Scott Cleesholt. Route I-370 wasn't built then, so it was accessible by foot. Today it has been graded somewhat and has stormwater management areas, but you can still see the cliffs. Based on this account, it's not hard to see how the Reddit user's story could match up with what actually happened. Although none of this is certain, the similarities between the two accounts, coupled with the fact that the user deleted his account after being called out, made it a very real possibility that he was somehow tied to Scott Cleesholt's disappearance. Even though the entire thread was deleted by moderators, the user who responded to the confession and suggested the boy being described could have been Scott posted an update that same year in a different thread to make sure the post got the attention it deserved. I'm only posting here as it was removed from r/askreddit, and they didn't seem keen on the idea of reinstating after I removed the potentially identifiable info. And if this has any chance of getting public awareness on these kids or this story and potentially bringing some closure to the families of the missing ones, then I want people to see it. Since that day in 2016, there have been no further relevant updates to the case, which means we'll likely never know what happened to Scott or if the mysterious Redditor had anything to do with it.
Okay.
On July 29, 2019, user Iceman Throwaway 123 posted an entry in the Afraid to Ask subreddit, which ended up getting over 20,000 upvotes and thousands of comments and replies. The title of the entry was, 12 mysterious and identical stores open up on my street. What could be happening? It read, I live just outside a big city in what resembles a suburban main street. Like many suburban main streets, retail business has been rough and they've all closed down. After a month of nothingness, suddenly 12, yes a dozen, identical convenience stores pop up. They look the same, they aim for the same floor plan, they sell the same products at the same prices. The names are all tiny variations of each other, like Town Name Mart or Market of Town Name, and all clearly bought their signs from the same place as the fonts, colors, size, and shapes are all identical. These stores see no business that I've ever witnessed, yet have large staff When I enter one, they all stare at me while I shop. I don't usually get nervous, but it feels like they're staring threateningly rather than intently. They only accept cash unless you pay some $50. Most of their products are Walmart brand great value products being resold for higher prices. Most of the products are expired food products. I bought bread from one without checking because I was in a rush, and it turned out it was 2 months expired. Upon returning to show them, I found the entire shelf was expired foods. What was even grosser was the dairy cooler, which had ancient milk products. I'm so confused. I feel like I'm in an episode of The Twilight Zone. What's probably happening here? Update 1. Stayed late at work and didn't end up going yesterday. Sorry for the swarm of people who did remind me with one day. I'm reading through the comments to determine what to do, if anything at all. Sorry for the less than eventful update, but given how many people were saying I was gonna die, I'm just gonna point out that I'm alive and well. At first, other Redditors in the thread were understandably confused at why 12 identical and highly suspicious stores would suddenly pop up in a random suburban neighborhood in an unnamed town, and several users jumped in to ask for pictures of the location. Can you take pictures, please? Yeah, if it's a criminal organization, this probably isn't the best idea. This is actually the craziest story setup I've heard in a long time. Does every single one have the creepy employees and the expired food? All of the stores have expired food and seem to refresh every several weeks. One I found makes a noticeable effort to keep things fresh, but still has old dairy products. Does the food actually refresh, or does it just rotate through the stores? You said one store usually has fresh food. Is there a chance that they buy it from the distributor and then act like the distributor for the next store, so all 12 stores are always stocked, but they only have to buy it once? This is crazy, but it also makes so much sense. Because the OP took a while to answer in the thread, other users started coming up with theories regarding what could be happening, with most of the speculation pointing to a potential money laundering or human trafficking scheme. One user with a now deleted account shared a similar experience by responding, 1000% money laundering. We had a pizza place on my block that was always open but never sold any products. One time, shortly after I moved here, I walked in and asked for a slice, and the guy at the counter stared at me looking confused, then walked into the back. He came back out with, I'm pretty sure, a slice of pizza from the Domino's next door that had been reheated in the microwave. He just slid it over to me and said nothing, so I had to ask for a price. Again, he looked genuinely confused and was like, $4. Apparently, everyone in the neighborhood knew what was up, so the guy didn't understand why someone was there looking for pizza. Other users had different ideas. That's it, I bet it's human trafficking. The concept being that they pop up stores where they can rotate 4 to 6 employees from the stock room to the front. With 4 to 6 employees available 24 hours, you could definitely bring in the cash to justify a small retail space in a small town, inexpensive property costs. Is your small town close to a larger metropolis by chance? Yeah, it's either for drug trafficking, human trafficking, or some type of money laundering. Stay away. When the question of why whoever was behind the operation would open 12 stores instead of just 1 or 2, if it really was human trafficking or a drug operation, user AlphaPad23 replied, my thought is that they aren't afraid of getting caught. It's likely that they have some people in their pockets. While it's definitely a possibility that the stores were being used as a front for a trafficking or laundering operation, other users had slightly different theories, including user Goose and Fish, who replied, what county is it in? One slightly less shady possibility is some sort of tax shelter. Open a lot of business that fail and write off losses. Are the employees all the same ethnic group? Not trying to be racist, but maybe some rich family is trying to hide money in another country by buying foreign real estate. Maybe they have to make businesses appear to be legit in order to not pay taxes. This may be the best guess on here. That explains the expired food. In the hours that followed the original post, the OP remained somewhat active on the thread, vaguely answering questions about the location of the stores and other details that his fellow Redditors were curious about. In one of the comments, Iceman Throwaway 123 mentioned, I hope this isn't giving away my location details, but the town is old. Not the town, but the people in it. It's basically a retirement community, and I often joke I'm the youngest person in the whole zip code by 30 years. Honestly, might be true. I don't have many people to talk to about it. I did have friends over a month ago who I showed. Their reactions were like mine, shock and disbelief, but we were drunk and more focused on having fun than chasing conspiracies. Eventually, because the uploader failed to post any pictures or even mention the location of the town, more and more Redditors started to assume the post was fake. Look, you made a throwaway. Why not say the city/area or at least give us some hints so we can conclude it ourselves? This sounds so bizarre that it has to be fake. There has to be some way to get authority involved if all they sell is expired goods. Dude, this reads like a creepypasta. That's because it's fake. No updates. Suspicious. No update, no pictures, no name of town. I kinda doubt any of this is real. After a few days, the LP stopped responding altogether. That was the last post, comment, or thread he ever participated in with that account. Whether or not this story is actually true is still up in the air. The post remains a mystery to this day. In 2011, the subreddit The Truth Is Here was created for people to share personal encounters with the paranormal and unknown. Since its creation, the subreddit has seen a lot of odd and interesting posts, with some of them rightfully being very disturbing. On September 9th, 2013, a user posted the following entry from a now-deleted account. This is not something I feel I can discuss with my family or personal friends, but I'm losing my mind here, so I feel the need to work through it with someone. As such, I'll try to give as many details as possible, but I don't want this getting back to me, and I feel a throwaway account would cause credibility. Here's what's going on. I lived in this apartment complex 4 years ago when I was 16 years old. We did not stay here long due to problems with the lease, but during that time I spent quite a few hours walking around the grounds. Now, on the east side of the complex is a bike trail that's raised up on a slope. It makes a half circle around the complex and then carries on into the rest of the city. One night, I was walking my dog Shasta along this trail. It was around 10 p.m. in May, so it was pretty dark at that point. I reached the bend in the trail where the path leaves the complex, and there was a guy standing there. White guy, maybe 35 years old. Couldn't see his eyes. He was not doing anything. Smoking, walking a dog, tying his shoe. He was doing nothing at all. He was wearing a puffy down coat and had his hands in his pockets, and he was just staring at me. I laughed a little and tried to make that awkward kind of conversation that you do when you bump into a stranger, but the guy said nothing, just kept staring. So me and the dog sidled around him and walked on. But I eventually got nervous and cut through the trees to get back to my apartment without going on the trail again. I knew the way home from there, even without the trail, but here's the thing, the second I stepped off the trail, I can't remember anything past that. It was like I blinked, and suddenly I was in the hall inside my building, turning a key in the lock of my apartment. Fast forward 3.5 years, I was 19, 7 months pregnant, and moving into a new place with my fiance. As fate would have it, we moved back to the apartment complex I lived in when I was 16. It was cheap, it was comfortable, and near where my fiance works. We ended up in a unit 4 buildings down on the east side of the complex, directly across from the bike trail. A week into living there, I went to take out the trash. I would have had my fiance do it, but I wanted to get off my feet, so I waddled outside to the dumpster. The dumpster, which is right next to the bike trail. I closed the lid on the dumpster, and after the bang of the lid, I hear someone talking. Look up, and guess who is standing on the bike trail? You guessed it, white guy, mid-30s, and still wearing the same down coat. He had a cell phone to his ear, but not the new, flat kind. It was an older flip phone, circa 2005 or so. Anyway, he was talking into the phone, and he sounded pissed. He was cussing at someone on the other end, someone named Lauren. But you know how when people have a phone conversation and they tend to duck their heads down and not look at other people? Yeah, he wasn't doing that. He was looking right at me. After a second of this, I started backing up and he started walking toward me. After a second, he was off the grass hill and onto the parking lot, and he took the phone from his ear. He then started snapping it into pieces, tearing out the antenna, breaking the screen off, and angrily throwing them all onto the parking lot ground, still looking at me. I turned around and ran back into the building as fast as I could, and I don't remember what happened next. Next thing I knew, I was on a bed in the maternity ward. There was a fetal monitor strapped around me, and I had a saline IV in my arm. My fiance was there. After a bit of confusion, we worked out this. I came in from taking out the trash, and I was calm. I didn't say anything about the guy with the cell phone. I watched an episode of Battlestar Galactica with my fiance and started throwing up a bit, which was normal for my pregnant self. But I spiked a pretty nasty fever later, so there we were at 5 a.m. in the hospital making sure I was okay. All this time, apparently, I was perfectly alert, and on the way to the hospital, I apparently talked about our plans for the upcoming Christmas. I was discharged an hour later. They said I had the flu. They gave me Tamiflu and told me to sleep it off and stay indoors. When we pulled into the apartment parking lot, I got out of the car and looked for the cell phone he dropped. It was there, but it looked like it had been run over, probably by us, and was cracked into dozens of pieces. I collected what I could, and it looks like it was a Nokia 6085. This happened in December 2012. Today is Monday, September 9th, 2013. I have not seen the man in the down coat since then, until this morning. My fiance, yet still not married, leaves for work at 6 a.m. Not working until 1 p.m. myself, I'm usually still asleep at this point. Around 8 a.m., I got up and put a robe on because somebody was knocking on our door. Shasta was growling at the door, which was a little unusual. She will typically bark at people, but never growl. I told her to go to her kennel, and she sulked away, and I answered the door. I should have looked through the peephole first, but I didn't, and I cannot express how much I regret that. The man in the coat was on the other side. I remember seeing him, and I remember wondering, why is he still wearing that coat in this weather? But after that, I remember nothing. I woke up an hour and a half ago, sitting at my kitchen table. The first thing I noticed was how unbearably hot it was in the apartment. I went to the thermostat and found that it had been set to 90 degrees and was blowing out hot air. I wasn't wearing my robe anymore. I was dressed for the day in my work uniform, and I'm getting ready to leave soon. My baby, now 7 months old, was in her crib. She was crying, evidently not having been fed or changed. There was pee all over her bed, as her diaper had leaked. Shasta was laying by the crib, whimpering. I fed the baby, got her changed, and checked my dog for any injuries. She wasn't hurt. I'm not hurt either, but there is blood on the floor by my doorway. I wonder if Shasta bit the man. I don't know, he's gone, and from what I can tell, nothing has been stolen from the place. What do I do now? Edit. In case it's not obvious, I seem to have lost an hour and a half in this last encounter. It was 8:07 a.m. when I got up, and by the time I had the sense to check the clock again, it was about 9:45. Due to the level of detail the user provided, it seems unlikely that the story was made up for attention. In fact, nobody in the thread accused her of lying at any point, which is pretty rare in online forums. Most people immediately recognize the uploader's problems as symptoms of a serious neurological issue. I'd go to the doctor. I really hope not, but what if you have a brain tumor? It could cause some vivid hallucinations. Also, losing time is typical of a seizure. It could be many things, but I hope it's really just something that has nothing to do with health. Could be the man in the white coat is your brain communicating that you're about to have a seizure. I'm with the others. You need to visit a neurologist. Unfortunately, since the account that made the post has been deleted, there was no way for me to find any potential updates made by the uploader. However, she didn't reply to any of the comments made on the thread she started, which means she was either able to get the help she needed, or something ended up happening to her.
And with that, we have reached 4 hours and 5 hours. I was going to say 4 hours, 59 minutes, but yes. It's finally happened. Whew. I'm too high to care. All right, have a good one, folks. Good Lord. Ooh.